So you want to get started selling on Amazon? Well, this 6-hour step-by-step tutorial is going to cover everything that you need to know to get started from scratch, including all the tips and secret hacks that I've learned along the way, as well as the many mistakes that I've made while building my Amazon business. In fact, my Amazon business was profitable within just 30 days of launching my very first product, and I've taught tons of people just like you how to do it too. So the first thing that you need to do if you want to start selling on Amazon is get yourself set up with a verified Amazon seller account. Now we're going to cover a lot of material here over the next 6 hours, so let's get started. I got my seller account approved in less than 48 hours, but hold on. Before you click the sign up button on Amazon, listen here. Signing up for a seller account on Amazon isn't the same as the hundreds of other websites you've signed up on. That's because if you choose the wrong options or enter the wrong information, you won't get approved, or worse, you'll get blacklisted and won't be able to sell on Amazon ever. So the first step is to head on over to sell.amazon.com, but before you click the sign up button here, you need to make a very important decision first. There's actually two types of selling plans you can choose from. There's an individual selling plan and a professional selling plan. And there's pros and cons to each one. For example, the individual plan is free. There's no monthly fee. However, you don't get access to a bunch of advanced selling features such as being able to create promotions and coupons, use the pay-per-click advertising system, or even business, sales, and inventory reports. However, although there's no monthly fee with the individual plan, you do have to pay a 99-cent fee each time you make a sale, as you can see here. Now, with the professional plan, there is a monthly fee of $39.99 per month, but there's some caveats here. First, you get access to all of the advanced features. You don't have to pay a fee each time you make a sale, and what most people don't know is that if you're just starting out and you don't actually have anything to sell yet, or you're not ready to sell anything yet, Amazon won't charge you the monthly fee until you actually start selling. What happens is if you sign up with the professional plan, Amazon will charge you $39.99 for the first month as soon as you register, but you won't get charged again until you actually start selling. So that's a huge benefit since you'll be able to get started with access to all of the features and learn the system before you start selling. So unless you're on a really tight budget, I suggest just registering your new seller account with the professional selling plan right away. You can do that by clicking on the sign up button here. You can see that by clicking here, it will charge you $39.99 a month. However, if you do want to start with the individual plan, do not click here. You'll have to scroll all the way down to the bottom of the page and click this link here. Sign up and become an individual seller. But don't worry, regardless of which option you choose when you initially sign up, you can change the selling plan anytime later and as often as you want. And I do want to point out that you don't need to have a registered business to start selling on Amazon. In fact, you can just sign up using your social security number and start selling, and if you decide to register a business in the future, you can always update your account information at that time. And pretty much anyone can sell on Amazon from anywhere in the world. You don't have to live in any specific country or location. However, there are some restrictions, and if you do happen to live in one of the restricted countries, then you'll have to jump through some hoops if you want to sell on Amazon. I'll post a link down in the description below to the approved countries if you want to take a look. All right, so let's click on sign up. Now, before moving forward, there are several steps to the new seller account registration process, and each step has some gotchas, mistakes that people make that can get your account denied or blacklisted if you don't do it right. So pay close attention. On this first step, you can see there are two options for you to choose from. And here's where people make their first mistake. If you already have an existing Amazon account, such as one that you buy stuff on Amazon with and you want to use that same account for your new seller account, you'll need to log in with that account email and password here. Or if you've already started registering a seller account that you left unfinished or in limbo, you also need to log in with that account here. Do not try to create a new account. You can't have multiple seller accounts, so you'll create a huge problem for yourself trying to sort out the multiple account problem you've created. Now, if you don't want to use the same Amazon account that you buy stuff with, or you've never tried to create a seller account in the past, then go ahead and click on the Create Your New Account button here. I'm pretty sure most of us already have a buyer account, so what I actually suggest is create a new separate seller account. This will keep your personal activity separate from your business and make your bookkeeping a lot easier. Trust me, when I first started selling on Amazon, I originally signed up using my buyer account, and that just made things way more complicated, so I ended up closing that account and creating a separate seller account. You can do that by just using a different email address. But be aware, you can't just create a second account while you have an existing seller account, whether approved or not. According to Amazon's policies, in general, you're only allowed to have one seller account per marketplace, and if you violate this policy, Amazon will close all of the accounts. So in my case, I had to close the first seller account that I had created before I could create the new account using a different email address so that I can keep my personal account information separate from my seller account. All right, so let's create a new account. Now, pro tip to help avoid getting hung up and speed up the whole verification process, if you can, try avoid using a Gmail, Hotmail, Yahoo, or any other free email address. Too many scammers and bad actors try to create seller accounts with those emails. Ideally, you should be using an email address from your own domain. For example, if your business is Cutest Cats and you own the domain cutestcats.com, then you should be using an email address from that domain, like crescent@cutestcats.com. Okay, so enter your name, email, and the password that you want to use. Click Submit. And you'll have to verify your email address, so go ahead and get the one-time password that was emailed to you and enter it here. All right, you can see that you'll have to provide some information and documentation. Amazon will verify your submission, and then once verified, you'll be able to start selling. And you can see here, you'll need all of this information to complete this registration process. You'll need a valid government-issued ID or passport, a recent bank account or credit card statement, a chargeable credit card or debit card, and a mobile phone. And I'll get into the specifics of what you'll need when we get to each one in the next few steps. All right, so let's begin. On this page, you'll have to provide some information about your business. In this field, business location, this is the country where you registered your business. As I said earlier, you can pretty much sell from anywhere around the world, so choose your country from the list. And as you can see here, if you don't have a business, choose the country where you live. Now, since most of you watching this are going to be in the US, let's choose US. Now, business type. There are several options you can choose from here, but the two that most of us are going to choose is going to be either privately owned or none, I'm an individual. If you registered a business, whether a sole proprietorship or an LLC, you'll want to choose privately owned. If you didn't register a business and you're just going to sell using your social security number, then choose none, I'm an individual. And one thing I want to point out here is that choosing individual here has nothing to do with the individual seller plan. They are completely separate options and have nothing to do with each other. One is the Amazon seller plan, whether you're paying a monthly fee or not, and the other is your business type. Choosing one doesn't mean you have to choose the other. I see a lot of people getting confused over this. Now, deciding whether or not to register a business is beyond the scope of this video, but in a nutshell, a registered business such as an LLC will give you tax advantages as well as liability protection, meaning if someone were to sue you for damages due to your service or products, they can't go after your personal assets such as your home or your car. However, if you conduct business as an individual or a sole proprietor, you don't have liability protection. It's also typically much more expensive to register an LLC versus a sole prop. The fees vary by state, so check on your state's government website to find out what those costs are. Or if you need help or want someone to help register the business for you, you can always hire a service like LegalZoom. All right, now since I have a registered business, I'm going to choose privately owned. Then enter your business name here. And make sure you type this in correctly. Then check on, I confirm this information is correct and that this information cannot be changed later. Then click on Agree and Continue. Okay, now you can see that we're on the first step out of 5. Here you'll need to enter some more information about your business. The first field is your business name. It's already filled in from the previous screen. Again, make sure this matches the business name you actually registered with your state. The next field is the company registration number. You can typically find this number on your business license, but it might not be called the registration number. So find that number and enter it here. If you don't have a registered business, just leave this blank. Now, enter your business's address here. If you registered a business, make sure this matches your actual address that you registered with. This isn't your home address unless you don't have a registered business, then put your home address here. Now, if you haven't verified a phone number yet, you'll have to enter your phone number here and how you want to have it verified. You can use your mobile phone number here, but you don't have to. You can actually use a Google Voice number if you want, but I suggest using your mobile number just to make things easier and more convenient for you moving forward. Okay, so once you've verified your number, click on Next. And now we've completed step 1, so we're on to step 2. Here's where you need to enter your personal information. All of these fields should be pretty self-explanatory, so just fill them in. One thing to note, do not try to use fake information. Your account will get declined, and any future accounts that you try to create will most likely get blacklisted. Okay, so once you've filled in your information, you'll need to choose how you want to prove your identity. You can see in the drop-down menu that you can choose from several options. You can choose to use a permanent resident certificate, a driver's license, or a passport. So choose the one that's most convenient for you and enter the details here. And here's the next mistake people make. The ID must have your name exactly as you entered it, and it cannot be expired. You can see here in the guidelines that it must be a valid, active ID. And I'll go over the rest of these requirements in the guideline in the next few steps. Okay, and now you need to check which of these boxes apply to you here. If you're the owner or a part owner of the business, check this box. If you're creating this seller account on behalf of someone else, then check this box. In most cases, you're creating this for yourself, so only check the top one. Now, if you're the sole owner of the business, then choose yes here. If you have partners and you want to enter their details, you'll need to choose no here. Then lastly, check this box to agree to this statement here, then click next. All right, we've now completed step 2. And as you can see here, you need to provide information for your bank and credit card. And here's where people make another common mistake. You can see here that it requires you to have matching names on the bank account with whatever you submitted in the previous 2 steps. So if the bank account you're trying to use is under your parent's name, a partner or friend's name, or some other business altogether, it's not going to work. Open a new account under your name or get your name added to the bank account that you want to use. Once you have that information, you'll need to have a recent bank statement and a credit or debit card, as you can see here. Now click continue. Okay, so the first thing you'll need to do is enter your bank account details here. So choose the country where your bank is, and if you're banking at one of the larger institutions, you should be able to find it on this list here. Otherwise, scroll down to the bottom and choose Other. Now, I bank at a local credit union, so it's not on this list, so I'm going to choose Other. And then type in the bank's name here. Now, enter your bank's routing number and your account number. You can usually Google your bank's routing number, or if you have a check handy, it's the first set of numbers on the bottom of the check. Your account number is the second set of numbers. Then click on Verify. Okay, so since I don't bank at one of the major banks, I'm getting this message here letting me know that my bank doesn't do instant verifications, so I have to upload a bank statement to verify my bank account. You won't see this message if you bank at one of the larger institutions. Okay, click on Continue. All right, now here's where you need to provide a credit card or a debit card. And this is how Amazon is going to charge you each month for the professional selling plan, as well as if you owe them any money while you're using their selling services. Again, if you change your mind in the future, you can downgrade to the individual plan at any time that you want. In fact, you can upgrade and downgrade whenever you want. Now, here's where a lot of people make another mistake. Typically, you can't use a debit card unless it has a Visa or MasterCard logo on it. These are debit cards that can be accepted and charged as a credit card. If your debit card doesn't have a Visa or MasterCard logo on it, then contact your bank and ask them if your card can be used and charged as a credit card when you make your purchases. If not, you'll need to get a debit card from them that can. If you can't get a credit or a debit card from your bank, an excellent solution is to sign up on wise.com and get yourself a virtual bank account and credit card that you can use on your Amazon seller account. Wise is actually one of Amazon's officially accepted payment partners. Basically, if you don't live in a country that Amazon allows for disbursements, you don't have access to a bank account that Amazon will accept, or you can't get a credit or debit card that Amazon accepts, you can sign up on Wise and you'll be able to open a bank account that you can use on Amazon to accept disbursements or payments from Amazon for the sales that you've made. And you can also get a debit card from Wise that you can use on Amazon here. And I'll leave a link in the description below that you can use to sign up with Wise, or just visit wise/CrescentKO. Okay, so enter your credit or debit card information here. Click on Next. Okay, we're almost done. On step 4, you need to enter your store details. This is a store name that you want to use on Amazon. In my opinion, it should match your business name, but it doesn't have to. If you didn't register a business, that's okay. Just choose a store name that you want to use. If you choose a name that's already in use, you'll get an error message, so just pick another one. And don't worry, you can change the store name later if you're not happy with it. Now, the first option here is asking you if you have UPC barcodes. You should be familiar with these barcodes. It's what a checker scans when you buy something at a store. So if you plan to sell wholesale or arbitrage products, those products are already going to have a UPC barcode on them. If you plan to sell private label products, you're going to have to buy UPC barcodes for them. So essentially, regardless of how you plan to sell on Amazon, choose yes here. But don't worry, official GS1 barcodes only cost $30 each, and you only need one barcode for each private label product that you're selling. Do not buy barcodes from third-party sellers. I'll leave a link to how to buy barcodes and why you shouldn't buy from third-party sellers in the description below. And just a pro tip here, I actually highly suggest beginners start with private label products and do not do wholesale or arbitrage. The competition is way too high and the profit margins are way too small. I'll leave a link in the description below if you want to learn exactly why I recommend doing private label and how to get started selling on Amazon. Now, if you're enrolled in any diversity programs, you can select yes here. If you qualify, you can have your products featured and highlighted in the marketplace. Otherwise, choose no. And lastly, do you own a brand? If you plan to sell private label products, you want to choose yes here since you'll be selling products under your own brand. If you're not sure, then just choose some of them for now. Since I do private label, I'm going to choose yes. And now you can see it popped up another option here asking if I own a registered trademark. If you do, choose yes. Otherwise, choose no. And it's okay if you don't have a registered trademark. You can still sell on Amazon using your own brand and logo. You just won't be able to enroll in brand registry and get access to more advanced marketing features like A+ content. You need to have a registered trademark to enroll in brand registry. All right, and now we're on the final step, step 5. Here's where you verify the information that you entered on the previous steps. But pay close attention because there's still several places where you can make a mistake that will delay the entire verification process or get you blacklisted from selling on Amazon. Now, if everything looks right, you'll need to upload documents that it's asking for here. So in my case, I need to upload the front and back of my driver's license, as well as a copy of my bank statement or credit card statement. And remember, I said people make mistakes on every step that can get them denied or held up in the verification process. Well, here's where we can make a huge mistake that will get you stuck in limbo. When you upload these documents, you have to make 100% sure that you follow these guidelines I mentioned earlier. I can't stress this enough. If you do not follow these guidelines to a T, your new seller account application will get denied and you'll get canned responses that don't help you figure out why. Most of the time, it's because of this last step here. So let's go over these requirements. First, you can see here that Amazon will accept the following IDs: passport, passport card, national ID card, driver's license, enhanced driving license, citizenship card, permanent residency card, health card, or military identification card. The ID also needs to meet these following requirements. It must be a government-issued photo identity document, which is recognized and issued by the country where you are a citizen or resident. It must show your first and last name. This name must match the name entered under primary contact person information. Again, everything you entered needs to match the information that's on the ID 100%. It must include the date of birth. The date must be the exact match as we do not accept typos. And the ID holder must be 18 years or older. It must show the unique ID number, again with no mistakes. It must have an expiration date, if applicable. And again, the ID cannot be an expired one. And take note, it also says here, if your document does not have an expiry date, you can enter a dummy date of 3 months from the date of registration. It also must have the bearer's signature, if applicable. And it also says here, note, certain passports have signatures on one of the initial pages or one of the last pages. So make sure to include that page. You also must provide both sides of the ID if there's any vital information on the back side, like the signature, the date of expiration, date of birth, or barcodes. And also note, if this upload page does not ask for separate front and back image uploads, you need to make sure to merge the images into one file and then upload it. So in those cases, you can use a free online tool or Photoshop to merge the photos or scans into one single file. And last, And people miss this part all the time. The documents you submit must be in color. Okay, so that's for verifying your identity. To verify your address, you can see here that Amazon will accept bank statements, including your current account, savings account or loan account statement, credit card statements, or account statements provided by an e-commerce payment service provider such as Payoneer, Hyperwallet, WorldFirst, and Alipay. And it says here that the documents need to meet the following criteria. It must be issued within the last 180 days and show the issuing date, due date, or transaction dates. It also must have the financial institution's details to show at least one of the following details: the bank's name, bank stamp, bank signature, or bank logo, and it must have the name and address of the account holder. So again, if your name or business name isn't on the account or the address is different than the one you submitted, then you can't use that account. So either have your name added to the account or the address updated to match so that they appear correctly on the statement, or open a new account under your name and address. Okay, and there's more. So many people get their application rejected simply because they didn't follow these additional guidelines. You can see here that it says, in order to ensure your documents are not rejected, make sure that they meet these following requirements. It must be valid, not expired, revoked, inactive, or closed. This is very important, okay? It must be high resolution and unobstructed. It must be complete and not cut off from any sides. It must be a scanned image or a photo of the original document taken from your mobile phone. Display the full document front and back if applicable. The file must be less than 50 megabytes in size. And the file must be in one of these following formats, and do not include any special characters in the file name. And it must be authentic and unaltered. It must not be password protected, and it must be in one of these supported languages. Okay, once you've uploaded the documents, click on Next. And now we need to choose from one of these following two options to complete the identity check. You can either upload a photo of yourself, which is the quickest method, or you can request a call from an Amazon agent and do a video call. As you can see here, this option can take much longer due to high volume, so I suggest taking a photo. Click Next. Click the checkbox to consent to having your photo taken and processed, and then click Start. Choose the country of the ID that you want to use. Now choose the type of ID you're using, and in my case, I'm going to use my driver's license. Then follow the on-screen instructions to take a photo of the front and back of your ID. Now you'll have to take a photo of your face, so follow the on-screen instructions. And once you've done that, you're done. Click Close and you'll see the final application summary page here. You can see here that it says they may reach out to you if they require more information within 2 business days. Now lastly, here's where a lot of people make another mistake. This verification process can take time. Like I said at the beginning of the video, my account got verified within 48 hours, but it can take much longer. Sometimes it can take a few days or even weeks, so you need to be patient here. Do not pester them with constant emails or questions. That's why it's important to start this process early so that you're not waiting around for your account to get approved in order to start selling. And also take note, if you scroll down, you can see that in my case, Amazon is also requiring an address verification. This is where they'll mail a card to your address that has a code on it. And once you receive this code, you'll need to enter it here to verify your address. Again, this process can take weeks, even though that you can see here that it says it will be delivered by May 11th. I've seen this card take several weeks to over a month to receive, so again, you need to be patient here. Now, once you've completed these last steps and your account is verified, some people still end up getting their account shut down. And this is typically because as soon as they get verified, they go into their account settings and start changing their bank account info or their credit card details. Don't do that. Changing those details is a red flag that you might be a scammer. If you do need to update that info for some reason, wait at least a month before you start changing it. And along those same lines, if you need to update your account type, such as change it from an individual to a registered business, or change your business details, you will trigger the verification process again, and you'll have to go through the whole verification process to get re-verified with the new business details. All right, so once you have a verified seller account, the next step, and arguably the most important step, since the success of your Amazon business hinges on this, is choosing profitable products to sell. There are 3 types of products that you can sell on Amazon. You can sell wholesale products. This is where you purchase products in large quantities directly from the manufacturer or an authorized distributor at discounted prices and then resell them on Amazon. For example, here's a product, a Play-Doh set. You can buy this for $5 from this wholesaler, Happy Toys. You can actually find wholesalers like Happy Toys from wholesalecentral.com, which is a huge directory of wholesalers. Now, if we jump onto Amazon, you can see that this exact same Play-Doh set is selling for $13.99 and is extremely popular with over 15,000 reviews. The second type of product you can sell is arbitrage products. These are items that you purchase at a lower price from online retailers or local stores like Walmart or Target, and then resell them on Amazon, profiting from the difference in pricing. For example, right now you can buy this bottle of all laundry detergent from Walmart for $6, and it's currently selling on Amazon for $20.85, with over 20,000 sold in the last month. And the third type of product you can sell is private label products. This is where you buy generic, unbranded, and unpatented products from places like Alibaba, put your own branding on it, and then sell them on Amazon by creating your own product listing and doing your own marketing and advertising to generate sales. For example, this seller is selling a yoga mat on Amazon for $29. I can tell this is a private label product because they put their own brand on the product here, and there isn't any other sellers on this product listing. And it looks like they're offering several different color variations as well. Now, with that said, what I suggest for beginners is start with private label products only, and here's why. With wholesale and arbitrage products, you're selling branded products, and these are usually established brands that shoppers already are familiar with and might have brand loyalty to, which sounds like a huge advantage, doesn't it? But what other people aren't telling you is that in order for you to sell these products on Amazon, everyone selling the same item competes for sales under one Amazon listing, where typically the seller that has the lowest price gets the sales. Like you can see here, there are 5 sellers competing to sell the all laundry detergent, but only the top seller is getting sales. Basically, in order for you to get sales, you have to control the buy box. That's this buy button here. When shoppers click the buy button, typically the seller that has the lowest price has control of the buy button and gets the sale. So, can you see the problem here? If other sellers purchase their inventory at a better price than you, they can sell their items at a lower price than you. And this vicious cycle between competing sellers turns into a price war because everyone is selling the exact same thing, and the only way to compete is based on price. And in my opinion, you never want to compete based on price. Otherwise, just like you can see here with the laundry detergent, everyone just keeps lowering their prices in an attempt to get sales that it drives the prices so low that the profit margin is pretty much non-existent. For example, we can see that the top seller has the lowest price at $20.85. And if we do some quick profit calculations, your cost is $6, so let's enter that here. You can see that if you tried to sell this at the same price, you'd actually lose money. So you can't even compete even though you can buy this product for $6. On the other hand, with private label products, you have complete control over the product and you have your own product listing on Amazon, where other sellers can't join your listing to compete against you. And because you have control over the product, you're not selling the exact same thing as everyone else. You can develop a competitive advantage, not compete on price, and therefore have a much higher profit margin. For example, that private label yoga mat that we were looking at, it's selling on Amazon for $29. Now check this out. You can get this exact same yoga mat from China for around $3 per unit. And again, if we do some quick calculations, because it's a private label product, you can make $7.87 with each sale. That's a whopping 121% return on your investment. And look, they've sold over 1,300 units this month. Okay, so how do you find and determine if a product idea is a good one to sell, and more importantly, if it'll even be profitable or not? Thorough product research involves 3 stages, and to do each stage properly, you need to have detailed information and accurate data to analyze. Thomas Jefferson famously said, "Knowledge is power." And because Amazon doesn't provide this information and data to the public, it's crucial to your success that you use the right tool for the job, such as Helium-10. Because not using the right tool is like trying to hammer a nail with a spoon. So with that said, in this video, I'm going to show you my simple 3-step product research process and how I use a set of tools from Helium-10 to find and analyze potential products. Now, I often see people ask why they need a tool. They can just pick products themselves. Well, I say good luck to that. How are you going to make an informed decision on whether or not a product idea is a good one to sell? Making decisions on anecdotal data is basically like gambling. So to avoid gambling, Helium 10 is such a powerful tool that it can help with all three stages of product research. Let me ask you a question. In order for you to choose a potential product to sell, you need a list of product ideas to choose from, right? If I asked you to make a list of those products that you think would be good to sell, how big would that list be? A dozen? Several dozen? Maybe a few more than that at most? Well, wouldn't you think that's kind of a problem if you're trying to find good products to sell, but you only have a tiny list to choose from? Well, guess what? With Helium 10, it's able to generate an endless list of product ideas based on specific criteria that you can specify so that you'll always have a list of product ideas to analyze. And this stage is what I call product discovery. This is where you're trying to identify potentially viable product ideas. Now, once you've discovered one or more product ideas, the next step is product analysis. This is where you need detailed information and accurate data related to the product ideas to analyze, data that Amazon doesn't make public. And again, Helium 10 can show us this information in an easily digestible format. And finally, in step 3, once you've verified that a product idea meets specific criteria, which I'll go over in this video, Helium 10 can help you track products to help you verify that they perform as you expect, such as the sales volume, demand, and competition. Okay, so now that you understand the process of doing product research and how a tool can help you, having a tool is useless if you don't know how to use it, so let's dive right in. All right, so first things first. Head on over to Helium 10's website and create a new account if you haven't already done so. Now, Helium 10 has several plans that you can choose from, like you can see here. However, to get unlimited access to all of the powerful tools that I'm going to talk about in this video, I suggest going with the Platinum plan. It's really all you need. Helium 10 also has a free trial if you want to test it out first. Now, for my followers, I actually worked out a huge discount with Helium 10 for all of you. You can save a ton of money on their plans by using the link down in the description below, so if you decide to upgrade, make sure you take advantage of that discount. Next, you'll need to download and install the Chrome extension. It's important that you do this because the Chrome extension is what provides detailed data for the product analysis step. So head on over to helium10.com/extension and click on Add to Chrome and follow the instructions. Okay, now that the technical stuff is done, we can start with step 1, product discovery. The first tool I'm going to show you is called Black Box. There's several ways they can use Black Box, but we're going to start with the Products tab. Some people might call it the product database. In fact, using the product database is how I found my very first product. Now, it's called Products or Product Database because Helium 10 has gone through and analyzed the millions of products in the Amazon marketplace, and we're able to find a list of products that meet the specific filters that we can set here. Now, you'll notice that we're on the advanced option here. You can try the simple option if you want. In the simple mode, you can simply choose the marketplace, which categories you want to look in, how much improvement you'd like to make to the product, the level of competition, a price range, and monthly revenue. However, I actually suggest using the advanced mode as it gives you a much higher level of granularity. Okay, so to get started, you want to choose the marketplace you want to research. In this case, I'm selling in the US, so I'm going to choose the US marketplace. Then pick the categories you want to find products to sell in. You can select all of them. However, I personally only choose specific categories like the ones you see here. I specifically avoid categories like clothing, shoes, and jewelry because there's way too many variations with all the different sizes and colors, and people always change their minds after buying them, so the returns are high, and that's not something that I want to deal with. Cell phone accessories and electronics break all the time and can be difficult to use. It's also difficult to improve or differentiate because the manufacturing process is usually complicated or expensive. I also avoid anything that you eat, ingest, or put in or on your body like lotions and creams because I just don't want to be liable if someone was to get injured or hurt. And I also avoid the toys and games category because they have too many restrictions and is way too competitive, and the life cycle of these products is often very short. The review count is how many people have left a review for the product, and this metric is how we determine how competitive a product or niche is. I suggest keeping it under 300 reviews as anything much more than that is too competitive. The review rating is the feedback score the listing has or how many stars that it has. This is a range between 0 and 5. I typically leave this alone to start, but if you want to find products that need improvement, meaning people are buying this product even though it has poor reviews, you can set it to an upper limit such as 3.5 or 4 stars here. That way you can come in with a better improved product. BSR is the bestseller rank. You can use this to find products that are more or less competitive. The lower the BSR, the better the product is selling. I typically leave this alone. Now, I suggest sticking with only standard size products. This keeps your shipping and Amazon fees low. Oversized products can be a logistical nightmare with high storage, shipping, and Amazon fees, to the point where it may not even be cost effective to do FBA. And for the same reason, I suggest keeping the weight 2 pounds or less. For fulfillment, check them all. Now, for the rest of this column, leave everything blank for now, except I suggest excluding specific keywords like I have here. You can use this field to remove common products that keep showing up in the search results that you don't want to sell. For example, I don't want to sell clothes, but quite often clothing makes it through the filters that I set. So as you can see here, I have a huge list of keywords I want to exclude here, like men's, women's, shirt, pants, and so on. And if you're doing private label, you're not going to be reselling other brands' products, so you can exclude those brands here, like Nike, Under Armour, NBA, and so on. And if you want to use my list, I'll post these keywords down in the description below. Okay, under the competitors column, leave everything alone. If you want to know what these filters do, you can always hover your mouse over the icon here and you'll see a tooltip. Now the sales section here is where you can fine tune everything to find specific micro niches. The key here is to understand what each one of these filters does so that you can use them effectively and not use the same settings that everyone else is using. That way you can find products that other people aren't seeing. The first filter is the price. This is where you can set the minimum and maximum price of the products to show in the search results. What I suggest is setting a range between $15 and $50. The reason is because anything less than $15, if you subtract your manufacturing costs and Amazon fees, there won't be any money left for profit. Amazon fees are going to be at least $6 to $7 or so. So if we use the rule of thirds here, typically 1/3 will go to manufacturing, another third to fees, and the last third is your profit. So at $15, you can expect 1/3 of that will be your profit at around $5. But I do want to point out that with the recent Amazon fees update, products priced below around $20 are seeing more around 50% going to fees. So be cautious and do your due diligence to make sure you are selling profitable products. And I'll post a link to the new Amazon fee structure below if you want to take a look at it. Now for the upper end of the price range, I wouldn't suggest going anything higher than $50 because products beyond that price point, buyers will typically put more thought and research into it, and it's no longer an impulse buy. Now, like I said, with the current climate with e-commerce and Amazon, I suggest actually setting the price range somewhere between $30 and $50. This will help you avoid a lot of competition because most beginners or people with smaller budgets are looking in that lower price range. Higher priced products also generally have higher profit margins too. And the price change percentage, leave it alone. Monthly revenue is how much gross revenue the product is making each month. Revenue is how much total money is made in sales without subtracting anything such as fees and costs. I suggest setting this range between $6,000 and $18,000. The reason is because typically around 1/3 of the revenue is profit, like I said. So if the product is generating around $6,000 per month, a rough estimate of the monthly profit is $2,000. But you can always adjust this to suit your own needs. I don't suggest setting the upper limit to something astronomical in an attempt to find a golden nugget. Products that have huge monthly sales are generally from major brands or top sellers, and those products are on everyone's radar and are way too competitive, so stay away from those types of products. Sales change percentage, leave it alone. Start with the minimum monthly sales at $300. That's a good starting point if you're looking for products in the $5 to $10 profit margin range. If you do the math, 300 monthly sales with a $5 to $10 profit margin puts you around $1,500 to $3,000 profit per month, which is in line with the $6,000 monthly revenue we set earlier. And leave the rest of the filters alone. Now keep in mind that none of these filters are set in stone. You can play around with them to find different products. I know a lot of you will, but don't just copy what I'm showing you here. For example, you can set a maximum review rating like 3.5 so you can specifically look for products that are selling well in spite of the fact that they have poor reviews. Or you can combine strategies such as looking for products that have low BSR, meaning that they're selling well, while still having poor reviews. And a pro tip here is I like to not use whole numbers in the price and revenue fields. Most people will just put $30 or $50 and roll with it. But what I like to do is think outside of the box, and instead I'll use something like $29.68 and $52.42 or whatever. It doesn't matter what the pennies are, just so that I can find those outliers that are right at the border of those price points. Sometimes I'll even search right at the breakpoint since sellers like to set their prices there to see what I can find. For example, I'll look right at the $20 breakpoint and set the range between, say, $19.52 and $20.13. Again, the decimal points don't matter. Just choose something at random. And I'll check at the $30 and $40 breakpoint and so on. Thinking outside the box is what separates the winners from the losers. Again, there's no right or wrong way of doing product discovery, so play around with these filters and see what you can find. Now, another pro tip, you can save these settings so you can pull it up again in the future, or save several different ones by clicking on Save as Filter Preset. You can also use Helium 10's preset filters by choosing one of them from here. However, again, I suggest learning what these filters mean and using your own strategy so that you can find products that other people aren't seeing. The lazy people will just copy what I'm doing here or use Helium 10's presets. And with that said, click on Search. Helium 10 will then pull up all the products in the marketplace that will match the filters that we set. You can see that Helium 10 pulled up 500 results, and that might seem overwhelming. So you can always tighten up the search filters to reduce the number of search results. For example, only look at products within a smaller price range today. Then tomorrow, using the same filters, set a different price range, and so on. That way it's more manageable for you on a day-to-day basis. Okay, so now in the search results, you can see that Helium 10 has pulled up a ton of products that match the filters that we set, along with the data such as the BSR, monthly sales, reviews, total sales, and so on. But we're not going to worry about those. The key here is that instead of having to think up product ideas on our own, we have a list of products that we can search through to see if any of them look promising to sell. But the thing is, just because these individual products match our search criteria, it doesn't mean that they're good products to sell. That's an important fact to remember. Now, a pro tip here, instead of starting on page 1 of the search results, I actually like to work backwards. That's because everyone else is going to start on page 1. Again, thinking outside of the box, I want to try to find products that other people aren't seeing. Okay, so the key to efficient product discovery is to not waste time doing a deep analysis on everything that you see. Browse through these listings and specifically look for products that you don't immediately recognize or appear strange and out of the ordinary. These are the best products to do a deeper analysis on. Products that you immediately recognize or you're familiar with are almost always too competitive, so don't waste your time looking at them. So I'll scan down the list, looking at the photos and titles, and when I find a product that catches my eye, like this Woodhaven the Hunting Public 3-pack, I actually have no idea what this is, so let's open it up on Amazon and take a look. Okay, I still have no idea what this is. Okay, wait, it looks like they're turkey calls for hunting. Like you blow on them or something and it makes turkey sounds. Yep, that's exactly what this is. Gobble gobble. Okay, so now that we know what this is, we need to analyze the entire niche to see if this is a good product to sell. By analyzing the entire niche, we can determine if there's enough demand, how much competition there is, and if it meets a number of other factors. So in order to do that, we need to do a search on Amazon for the main keyword for this product. I think it's obvious that the main keyword is turkey calls. Now, if you're not sure or you want to verify what the keyword is, you can take a look at the other listing titles and see what the other sellers are calling it, or simply head on over to Amazon and make sure you choose all departments, and then in the search field, type in what you think is the main keyword, in this case, turkey calls, and Helium 10 will pull up an extremely helpful search volume summary here. And we can quickly and easily see that turkey calls is the most relevant keyword phrase for this product that also has the most searches here. Now, you can also verify this by browsing through the search results to make sure that the majority of the listings are indeed the same product that you're interested in. If you see a ton of unrelated products, then you've probably used the wrong keyword. Now, I want to point out that it's extremely important that you choose the correct keyword phrase when you're analyzing niches, because if you choose the wrong keyword phrase that is too long tail, meaning that it's too specific, you're still going to see similar products in the search results, but you're looking at a smaller subset of all of the listings that you'll actually be competing against. Now, I have a separate video that goes into detail on this, which I'll leave a link to down in the description below. This is a very important step that you need to get right, otherwise you're going to be analyzing the wrong data. So in this case, everything looks right, so we can pull up the Helium 10 Chrome extension by clicking on the icon at the top here and use a tool called X-Ray. Now, as you can see, X-Ray has pulled up all of the details for these top listings in the search results. Isn't that awesome? This is data that you wouldn't be able to get by any other means. Amazon themselves simply doesn't provide this data to the public. We can see each listing's monthly sales, sales history, revenue, how much their fees are, and so on. Now, one super important point I want to mention here is do not sort these listings or rearrange them. I see way too many people doing this. You always want to analyze niches with the listings in their organic order. That's the order as they appear in the search results. This is because these top listings are the listings you'll be competing directly against. So don't resort the listings by sales or revenue or whatever that I see other people doing. You also want to ignore all these sponsored listings. These are listings that have the SP icon next to them. These are listings placed on the page based on Amazon's PPC advertising system. They're not organically ranked there. You can actually turn these off so they don't show up at all by going up to the settings here and then check mark hide sponsored products. Now, by analyzing the data such as the price, sales, volume, revenue, and reviews, you can determine if this niche meets the criteria you've set out for yourself to be able to hit your profit and sales goals. The first thing I like to check is to see if this niche is too competitive. So scan down the top 15 listings or so and see if the majority of the listings have less than 300 or so reviews. That means that out of the top 15 listings, you want to see at least 10 to 12 listings have less than 300 reviews. Actually count them. Don't rely on the summary at the top. Again, too many people rely on this summary here. Averages don't tell you the whole story. A few listings that have a lot or very few reviews will throw off an entire average. For example, if only one or two listings have extremely high sales, but all the other listings have barely any, an average will still make it appear that the entire niche has decent sales, when in fact only one or two sellers do. So only use these averages as a reference. Never base any decisions on them. Now we can see that most of the listings here have more than 300 reviews, but not by much. So I'd say the competition here is borderline too competitive. So let's keep analyzing. Keep in mind though that for a niche to be a viable product idea, it needs to pass all of the criteria. So if it fails any of these metrics, just skip the product and move on to the next one and don't waste any more of your time. The key is to analyze as many product ideas in the time that you're spending to do product research because most of them aren't going to pass. Now, if it does pass for low competition, or in this case it's borderline, let's check to see if it meets your sales and profit goals. Do most of the listings have 300 or more sales per month? Again, count them. Don't use the averages at the top. Do most of the listings generate $6,000 in revenue or more per month? Now, another extremely convenient tool that Helium 10 has is a built-in profit calculator. It's important that you take a look at what the potential profit margin is because the sales and revenue that you see here is just a small picture. For example, you can choose a couple of the top sellers and get a rough estimate of their profits by opening up their listing, then click on the Chrome extension, and then choose Profitability Calculator. What's great about this is that by doing it this way, you can see that it pulls up all of the product details for you as far as the size and weight and other relevant information. It's important that you have the actual product details when figuring out the profit margin because these factor into the FBA fees. Now you can see the sale price here. You can adjust it if you want. The estimated manufacturing shipping costs, the FBA and referral fees, as well as the storage fee. And down here, it shows you what the net profit is. How great is that? Of course, you can adjust all of these parameters. For example, if you head on over to Alibaba and you see that the average manufacturing cost is different, or you've added value to the product so you want to increase the price point, you can change it here and you'll get a pretty good estimate of what your profit will be. Now, if you don't have Helium 10, you can also use the Amazon FBA calculator. It's free. Just do a search on Google for FBA calculator and it'll be the first link, or I'll post a link down in the description below. And while we're here on the listing page, Helium 10 also has a convenient summary at the top here. For example, you can see the listing quality and how you can possibly improve on it, as well as the top keywords this listing is ranking for here. And if you scroll down, you can find a historical graph of the price and BSR, which can give you a good idea of how well this product has been performing over time. You can also get an estimate of their inventory levels and other tools here, including the calculator that we just went over. Okay, now moving on with the data analysis. An important metric that sellers don't consider is the listing age. This is how long a listing has been available for sale on Amazon. You want to avoid niches where there's a lot of new listings. This is what I call niche saturation. If you see too many new listings, that means a lot of people have recently discovered this niche and have launched their products, and there's probably going to be more coming. This increases the competition and drives up the PPC costs. You also need to keep in mind that because these are new listings, you can't trust their sales and revenue data. Their sales are most likely generated from doing deep discounts, coupons, promotions, and rebates in order to generate those sales. They're not organic sales. Therefore, out of the top 15 listings, you want to make sure that you don't see more than 4 or 5 new listings. These are listings that are less than 3 months old. Now, you also want to make sure that the niche isn't brand dominated, meaning that there isn't any brands that have more than 3 or 4 listings in the top 15, and that there aren't any major well-known brands. The reason is because top brands are well established and have brand loyal customers that will only buy from them. They may also be generating traffic from direct traffic outside of Amazon, so you won't be able to compete with them. Not to mention, major brands generally have unlimited advertising budgets, so it'll be difficult to outcompete them. Another factor you need to consider is seasonality, meaning products that only sell well during a small period of time during the year, like pool noodles or Halloween costumes. You want to sell products that sell well all year round. An easy way to check is to click on the sales graph of one of the top sellers that's been selling for more than a year, select all time, and it'll be pretty obvious if a niche is seasonal, like you can see here. This sells well only between February through April, which I assume is hunting season. Now, if you don't have Helium 10, you can check for seasonality by doing a search on Google Trends. Do a search for the main keywords, change the period to past 5 years, and again, you can see the trend. It has the most search volume between February and April. Now, some niches may have spikes during Christmas if they're giftable products or like stocking stuffers, so that's okay. I wouldn't recommend selling seasonal products until you have more experience, since managing inventory levels and predicting sales is difficult. Now, I'm just scratching the surface here when it comes to product analysis. There's much more factors you need to consider, such as patents and trademarks, restricted and prohibited products, and so on. So if you want to learn more about how to do detailed product analysis, I'll post a link to a video down in the description below. All right, now if you find a viable product that meets all of these analysis criteria, or at least comes close, you can move on to step 3 of product research, which is product tracking. This is an important step because sometimes things can change between the time you discover the product idea to when you fully commit to it by making your payment for manufacturing. In fact, this has happened to me before in the past. Sometimes while you're moving forward with a product idea during the following weeks or months, the climate changes that affects the market for whatever reason, and the niche tanks. And suddenly demand and sales fall to the point where the product is no longer viable and it just doesn't make any sense to sell. This is a situation where you want to be able to be aware of as soon as possible so that you can pivot or abandon the product idea before you're fully committed, which in my case saved me from making a huge mistake and investing money into a bad product idea. So to track the product, you can check the niche every day to make sure it's still viable. And if you want to track specific listings, such as the top sellers, you can checkmark the listings you want to track in X-ray and click on Track Competitor. You'll be able to see your tracked products on your product list back on Helium 10's website here. And a pro tip, if there's any new sellers, you can track them too and see how well they're doing. It'll give you an idea of how difficult it will be to break into the niche once you launch your product. So what I'm saying here is, don't just identify a viable product idea and then assume it will always be viable. Continue to track it until you're fully committed to selling it, which is typically once you've paid for your inventory. Until then, you can always back out and minimize your losses if necessary. All right, so that's how you can use the products option or the product database. Again, this is the best way for new sellers to get started with product research. And like I said earlier, this is the strategy that I used to find my first product. But that's not the only way you can do product discovery. In fact, there's no right or wrong way to do product discovery. Sometimes I'll find interesting product ideas just from going about my day-to-day activities. I've actually made videos about products that I've found while running errands. Remember, you always want to be thinking outside of the box. So I'll show you a couple of other ways you can use Helium 10 for product discovery. If we head on over to the keywords option in black box here, we'll find a different set of filters that we can use to pull up a list of product ideas that match the criteria, just like we did with the product database. So to start, I suggest setting a minimum search volume of 3,000. That's 100 searches per day. Anything less than that just doesn't have enough demand. Again, set the monthly revenue between $6,000 and $18,000. The minimum price range between $15 and $50. Again, be aware that the lower priced products are going to see a much smaller profit margin nowadays with the new Amazon fees. Reviews, set a max of 300. And if you want, you can set the review rating max to something like 4.2 to find products that you can improve on. Now, a tip here is I suggest setting the word count to a minimum of 3 words. This is because the shorter keyword phrases, generally speaking, have much more competition, but you can always play around with this and see what you come up with. In the advanced filter section, select the categories, excluded keywords, shipping tier, and monthly sales like we did before in the product database. And don't forget the fulfillment options. You can play with the other filters too, but this is a great starting point, and just like we did before, hit search and go through the results and see what you can find. Similarly, you can use the niche tab to do product discovery. This option is a little different than the last two. Instead of the typical filters, you want to enter a keyword phrase that describes a niche that you're interested in. For example, you can put gardening, fitness, home organization, or you can be more specific like golf or gifts for mom, or you can even try niches that you're familiar with, such as your own personal interests or hobbies. That way you'll actually have knowledge about the products, which can give you a huge advantage on what to look for or how to improve a product idea. Now again, having the right tools at your disposal and knowing how to properly use them will drastically improve your chances of success and speed up the process of finding new product ideas. If you want to try out Helium 10, remember, I have a link down in the description below for a trial period if you want to test it out, as well as a huge discount if you decide to upgrade. Now, using Helium 10's black box is just one way to do product discovery, and I suggest all beginners start here. Now, if you really want to be thinking outside of the box and avoid finding products that other people are seeing, I've found excellent product ideas using other simple yet powerful strategies that you'll learn about in the next section. This product, and this product all make over $10,000 every single month on Amazon. And in this video, I'm going to show you the exact product research methods that I use to find these incredible products. And no, you don't need to be a genius, have any special skills, or have an IQ over 150 to apply these strategies. All you have to do is pay attention, think outside the box, and smash the like button for the YouTube algorithm. Okay, so the last one isn't gonna help you find any products, but it will help other people find this video, and it lets YouTube know that you found value and to show it to more people, just like you, and I'd really appreciate it, so thank you. And with that said, let's get started. Okay, so product research is the most important part of your Amazon business, as selling good products makes your life so much easier, but trying to sell a bad product is just an uphill battle the entire way. And if you haven't already, you will eventually realize that product research isn't easy, so before I dive into my strategies, I'm going to share with you some valuable tips that I learned along the way, and you're not going to get from anywhere else. First, you need to understand that there's no such thing as the perfect product. Every product idea is going to have some inherent risk. The key to being successful is to mitigate as much risk as possible. And when it comes to product research, that's making sure that you understand your competition, how you can beat your competition by having a competitive advantage, and ultimately making sure that the product that you're selling is profitable. So if you follow my proven strategies, you'll already be miles ahead of everyone else. But I want to point out that if you follow my strategies exactly to the T, you're just going to see the exact same product ideas that I'm going to show you in this video, along with all the other people that are too lazy to apply a little bit of their own intuition and think outside of the box. The key is to take the techniques I'm about to show you and add your own little twist to them so that you can find product ideas that no one else is seeing. That way you can find product niches that aren't saturated and avoid much of the risk of dealing with competitive niches. Okay, so the first powerful method is exactly how I found my latest product, and I call it the letter method. And this is a technique that I came up with on my own, and up until now, I've only shared it with my students, but I won't tell if you won't. So the letter method is actually really easy. All we're gonna do is jump onto Amazon, and in the search bar, we're gonna choose a random letter and see what the Amazon A9 autocomplete pulls up for us. For example, if we start with the letter A, we can see that the autocomplete has pulled up a bunch of product ideas here. These autocomplete phrases are listed by popularity, so you know people are searching for these products. Now, what I like to do is scan down the list of phrases and see if any of them catch my eye. The key here is to look for products that you don't immediately recognize. If you know what the product is, I would skip it. It's most likely gonna be way too competitive. You wanna focus on strange and out of the ordinary products. So as you can see here on this list, I'm sure we all know what these products are, so to get a new list of product ideas, add another letter. For example, B. Scan on the list and see if anything else catches your eye. If not, add another letter. Let's try O. Let's see here, so above ground pool cover clips. What's that? That sounds interesting. Okay, so I've never heard of above ground pool clips, but I assume this is something every pool owner is going to need to keep the cover on. Okay, so let's analyze this niche. First, we want to make sure we're using the correct keyword phrase. This is very important. You always want to use the shortest, most relevant keyword phrase. In this case, I'm assuming these clips don't apply to just above ground pools, so I'm going to do a search for just pool clips. You can see that the same products pulled up in the search results, so this is the better keyword phrase. Okay, so to analyze the niche, we need to use a product research tool that will give us data to look at, such as how well these listings are selling and how much money they're making. The tool that I use is called Helium 10, and they have a Chrome extension called X-Ray that's going to give us access to a ton of data that you would never be able to get on your own. I'll leave a link in the video description below to a coupon that you can use to get a huge discount. Now, if we pull up X-Ray, we can see exactly how many units each listing is selling every month, how much money they're making, their sales history over the last few months, and a ton of other metrics. Now, to fully analyze and validate a niche is an entire video on its own, but just to give you a brief idea of what's involved, you want to make sure that the niche meets a few specific minimum metrics. So to do that, first, we want to ignore the sponsored listings. These are the listings that have the SP logo next to them. We can actually turn them off in the settings so we don't have to see them. For example, most of the top listings should be selling their products for $15 or more. And if we take a look here, it looks like they are. You want to make sure that the top listings are making at least $6,000 to $9,000 in revenue every month. And it definitely looks like this is the case here. In fact, these listings here are making over $40,000 each month. Wow, isn't that amazing? And we also want to make sure the niche isn't too competitive. And we judge competition based on the number of reviews that each listing has. We want to make sure that most of the top listings have less than 300 reviews. Now, if we take a look at the reviews, it looks like we're pretty close to a low competition niche. Most of the listings here have less than 300 reviews. And what also is interesting and catches my eye here is that most of these listings have great sales despite having average reviews. Like this one here, it has 3.9 stars, but they're making $44,000 a month. And you know what? I'm actually recording this video in real time, and I can decide right now if I actually want to share this product or keep it a secret and not share it on YouTube, since I honestly can't believe I think I found my next product idea. So yeah, this is actually pretty crazy. Can you see how powerful this letter method is? Anyways, if I do decide to share this product idea on YouTube and you're seeing this now, then I hope you appreciate it. And I know most people keep it for themselves and know from firsthand experience how frustrating it is when you can't see for yourself what a good product idea is. Anyways, if you're seeing this video and you appreciate it, smash the like button for me. It'll make it worth my while. Okay, so like I said earlier, analyzing a niche is an entire video in itself. So if you want to learn more about it, I'll leave a link in the description to a video on this topic. So as excited as I am right now that we found this product, let's get back to the letter method. So if going down this path doesn't lead you anywhere, you can go back one letter and choose a different one and see where that leads you. Or you can start all over and choose an entirely new letter from the beginning and start over. Okay, that was pretty easy, right? The next strategy I'm going to show you is actually just as easy. I call it the random string method. Okay, so I didn't put too much thought into coming up with some catchy names for these strategies, but they work, like I just inadvertently showed you. So anyways, the random string method is just that. We're going to jump back onto Amazon and choose a category that you want to find products in, like home and kitchen. And in the search field, we're going to enter a random string of letters. Make sure you enter at least 8 characters for this to work. And it's not rocket science. You can literally just hit any random keys on your keyboard. But make sure you put a dash in the beginning of the string. The dash is the minus key next to the backspace button. And when you hit search, you'll see a random list of products in the search results. How this works is each time you search for a random string, you get an entirely different list of products in the search. This is perfect because you want to always be thinking outside of the box to find product ideas that no one else is seeing. Now, what you want to do is pull up the X-Ray Chrome extension again so we can analyze the products that were pulled up. Hit load more at the bottom so that all the listings are pulled in. And then in the filters menu, we're going to filter out the listings that don't meet our minimum criteria. So let's hide the sponsored listings, set the minimum price to $14.95, the minimum sales to 300, and set the minimum revenue to 6,000 and the max weight to 2 pounds, the maximum reviews to 300, and hit apply. Now we can see that these listings here meet the criteria that we set. So if any of these listings are strange and out of the ordinary, then like we did before, we can analyze the niche to see if it's a valid product idea to pursue. If not, then go to the next page of the search results, open up X-ray, and repeat the process. Now, if you want to start all over, you can always enter in a totally new random string of characters and start again. Pretty easy, right? Like I said in the beginning, anyone can do this. You just need to put in the time and use a little bit of your own intuition. Okay, so moving on. The next strategy I like to use is called the Inception method. Okay, I have to admit, this one has a pretty cool name. And if you haven't seen the movie, it's all about diving deep into your dreams, like dreams within dreams. So with that same idea, the Inception method is looking for new product ideas within other product ideas. For example, when you're using any product discovery method and you find a product idea, so let's say we're looking at these reusable coffee pods. Actually, while we're here, let's take a look at the niche. I'm pretty sure it's going to be way too competitive, but let's take a look anyway. So let's do a search for reusable coffee pods and open up X-ray. And let's take a look at the numbers. If we take a look at the reviews, we can see that this niche is way too competitive, just like I thought. So anyways, to use the Inception method, one place to dive deeper is to look at the seller's store. If this product happened to meet the criteria we had set in our filters, maybe the seller has other products that might meet the criteria. So if we click on the store, Brick and Night, we can see all the other products this seller has. Now, if we open up X-ray, let's see if any of these products are viable. Again, let's set the filters here and click apply. So we can see that none of the products are good. Okay, so the store didn't produce anything for us, so let's go back to the original product detail page. And if we scroll down, we can take a look at the frequently bought together section for ideas. We can see these items are frequently bought together. Now, if any of these catch your eye, you can always dive deeper into these products. Or we can take a look at the related product section. You can scroll through all these different products here and see if anything here catches your eye. Don't forget, there's also another section at the very bottom. So as you can see, as you dive deeper into other product ideas, it can lead you down different paths to products that you wouldn't normally find using the original product discovery strategy. Okay, so this next strategy I'm going to show you is actually how I found my very first product. I actually suggest using this method if you're new to Amazon and you're still learning how to find product ideas and analyze niches. This strategy uses Helium 10's product database called Black Box. Basically, Helium 10 has analyzed all of the products in the Amazon marketplace, and the tool lets you set filters to find products in the marketplace that meet those specific parameters. How powerful is that? Okay, so this is what the product database called Black Box on Helium 10 looks like. It's a great place to start looking for viable products, and it'll let you get used to looking at specific data and metrics and familiarizing yourself with what the different filters mean. Now, this strategy will work in any marketplace, but if you're planning to sell in the US marketplace, choose US. Then pick the categories you want to find products to sell in. I personally only choose specific categories, as you can see here. I avoid certain categories because, like clothing and shoes, there's way too many variations and returns to deal with. Electronics break all the time and can be hard to use. I avoid anything that you ingest or put in or on your body, like lotions and creams, because I just don't want the liability if someone was to get injured or hurt. Toys and games is way too competitive, and the life cycle of the products is way too short. So here, set the maximum reviews to 300. Reviews is how we determine how competitive a niche is, so you want to find niches that have low competition. Niches where most of the listings have a lot of reviews will be much more difficult and expensive to break into. I suggest sticking with standard size products. Oversized can be a logistical nightmare with extremely high fees. Set the maximum weight to 2 pounds. Anything heavier will be considered overweight and the fees will be higher. And for the seller types, select all. Now in the sales section, I suggest setting the price range between $15 and $50 to start. Anything less than $15 and there won't be any money left for profit. Basically, if we use the rule of thirds, 1/3 will go to manufacturing, 1/3 to fees, and the last third is your profit. So at $15, you'll make around $5. And anything over $50, the product won't be an impulse buy and the buyers will tend to do more research and comparisons before making their buying decision. Okay, so a pro tip. Instead of just putting $15 here like what most people would do, most people will just set a round number here, but what I like to do is think outside the box and go slightly beyond the price range to capture any listings that are priced close to the minimum and maximum price range, since sellers like to use different pricing strategies. So I'm gonna put $14.75 and $50.27. Again, this isn't rocket science, you can use any decimal point. Now remember the rule of thirds I just mentioned? If your goal is to make $3,000 of profit every month, then using the rule of thirds, we can roughly estimate that you'll need to find a product that generates around $9,000 in revenue every month. So set the minimum revenue to $9,000. But hold on, again, always think outside the box. I'm actually going to set it lower to $6,000. I want to capture any outlier products that might be selling decently well, but if I can improve the product, then perhaps it'll meet my revenue target of $9,000. Make sense? Okay, set the minimum monthly sales to 300. That's a good starting point based on a product that has a $10 profit margin in order to hit the monthly profit goal of $3,000. Okay, so keep in mind that none of these search criteria are set in stone. You can play around with them to find different products. For example, with the review rating, which is how many stars a listing has based on its reviews, you can set the maximum to 3.5 or something so that you can specifically look for products that are selling well despite having average or poor reviews. Okay, now when you click on search, Black Box will pull up a list of all the products on Amazon that match the search criteria that we set. You can see the product image, title, price, monthly sales and revenue, the number of reviews, and the review rating, how old the listing is, and a ton of other metrics. So again, browse through the products and look for anything that's strange or out of the ordinary that catches your eye. And a pro tip here is if you notice, a lot of the listings made it past the filters that we set. Listings such as clothing, food, and brand name products like you see here. So what I do is I have a ton of keywords that I want to exclude from the search results. Now this is an evolving list of keywords that I've built over the years, and if I keep seeing the same type of products showing up in the search, then I'll add the product keyword to the list. For example, you can see here I have men's, women's, Nike, Under Armour, shirt, pants, sock, and so on. The key is making your product research as efficient as possible, so anything that you can do to save time and energy will help. Now I'll post this list of keywords in the description below if you want to copy and use them. Okay, so the next strategy I'm going to share with you is a method that I've been using more recently. I call this strategy the barrier method. I call it the barrier method because I'm looking for product ideas that generally have some sort of barrier or have some difficulty for most people to get involved with. For example, in today's economy and for how popular e-commerce and selling on Amazon has become recently, I highly recommend selling high-ticket products. High-ticket products are products that sell for around $50 and up. The barrier here is the higher startup cost since the products are typically going to cost more to produce or manufacture. But high-ticket items typically have higher profit margins. And because of the higher costs, those niches typically have far less competition due to the barrier of entry. Now, another barrier you can explore is by looking at products that are difficult to sell. These are products that may need special handling, are easily breakable, require special certifications, or are only accessible behind categories that are difficult to get ungated in. For example, beginners tend to stay away from large or oversized products and seasonal products. If you can navigate around the hurdles surrounding selling those types of products, you can access products that most people can't or won't even attempt to sell. However, I would still stay away from patented and trademark products though. Trying to sell those products are just way too much of a hassle and risk to deal with. And the last strategy that I'm going to share with you is what I call the intuition method. This method doesn't involve sitting in front of your computer, but rather taking a new outlook on how you view your day-to-day activities. Whether you're just driving around town, shopping, watching TV, visiting a friend's house, or whatever, take notice of the items and products you see or interact with. You never know what might catch your eye or didn't even know was something you could buy. In fact, this is exactly how I found another product that I actually shared in a video a while ago. It's actually a pretty funny story. I was shopping at the grocery store and on my way back to my car, the paper bag I was holding ripped and everything scattered all over the parking lot. So not only was I embarrassed, I was super frustrated since I basically had to balance everything in my arms and juggle them back to my car. But anyways, to make a long story short, when I got home, for whatever reason, I decided to look up the paper bags niche on Amazon, and literally within just a few minutes, it ended up leading me to a product that was selling for over $40,000 a month. I'll actually leave a link to that video in the description below if you want to check it out. So basically what I'm saying here is to just keep your eyes open and you'll start seeing the world in a slightly different way. There are endless product idea possibilities around you every day. You just have to take notice of them. All right, so now that you understand how to do proper product research to find viable product ideas, there's one very important factor that I'm going to discuss with you that so many beginners overlook, which results in massive time and financial losses, so pay attention to what I'm about to say. You can't just sell anything you want on Amazon. One of the biggest problems I see beginners running into is selling patented and trademarked products. Many of them actually investing thousands of dollars into these products, only to find out that they can't sell them on Amazon. In fact, I've even seen some of them not only get their listing shut down, but also get sued. In this video, I'm going to show you how you can avoid going down the same path as these people and show you 4 ways how you can easily do a patent search as well as a trademark search a crucial step that you must do before investing a single penny so that you don't get yourself into trouble and end up wasting a ton of your valuable time and money. But first, as a disclaimer, I want to point out that I'm not a patent or trademark attorney or a professional. I'm just sharing with you my experience and how I approach this. This isn't professional advice. If you need professional advice, consult a professional. Okay, so I think a lot of people simply don't understand why it's important to make sure that the products that you want to sell aren't patented or trademarked. Well, patented or trademarked products are protected and are the sole intellectual property of the holder who has expressed legal rights to manufacture and sell them. No one else is allowed to manufacture or sell the product or use the name or logo without their permission. So if you violate their intellectual property, in the best case scenario, Amazon will shut down your listing and you won't be able to sell the product on Amazon. However, in the worst case, you can get sued. So in my opinion, you want to avoid selling patented and trademarked products altogether simply because most of the time, you won't get legal permission to sell them, and if you do, the fees involved will make it cost prohibitive. Now, without going into too much detail, there's actually 3 types of patents, but really only 2 apply to selling on Amazon. That's the utility patent and there's the design patent. Basically, a utility patent protects a novel function of a product, a unique construction or method that a product is manufactured, functions, or operates. Whereas a design patent protects the physical appearance of a product. Basically, a design patent only protects how a product looks. For example, imagine an inventor develops a new and more efficient solar panel technology. The solar panels significantly increase the efficiency of converting light into electricity. A utility patent would protect this novel technology and prevent others from making, using, selling, or importing a similar device without their permission. Whereas a design patent would only protect how the device looks, the physical appearance, shape, and placement of any buttons or other design features. A design patent would not protect the unique technology of how it converts light into electricity. Basically, around 90% of design patents get approved. However, less than 60% of utility patents are granted. And patents can take a few years to get granted and are generally good for 20 years. One thing I want to make clear is that violating someone's IP is a serious issue. The excuse of you didn't know, or other people are selling it, or my supplier told me it's not patented aren't valid excuses. The intellectual property owner does not have to disclose that there is a patent or trademark on the product in their listings, and Amazon itself doesn't enforce intellectual property rights. It's up to the patent owner to police and enforce their own intellectual property rights. So just because you see other listings or other people selling the product doesn't mean it's not patented. The other sellers could be legally licensed resellers, or they could be illegally selling counterfeit products and they simply haven't been caught yet, or the patent owner hasn't made a claim against them yet. It's your sole responsibility to make sure you're not violating someone else's IP. Now, how can you find out if a product you want to sell is patented or trademarked? For example, let's say you want to sell these snorkel masks. These look pretty cool, right? Well, one way to check if there is a patent or not is by using Google Patents at patents.google.com. What you want to do is do a search for the main keywords for the product that best describes the product or its function. In this case, we want to do a search for full face snorkel mask, since this keyword phrase clearly describes exactly what this product is. You don't want to search for diving mask or diving gear or foldable 180-degree panoramic view snorkeling mask. In some cases, you should try different search terms, since what you call the product might not be how other people refer to it or what term the patent owner registered it under. So if we do a search on Google Patents for full face snorkel mask, we can immediately see that there are a couple of hits right at the top here. In fact, we can already see from the thumbnail images here that this is the exact product on Amazon. And if we take a look at the first hit here, we can actually browse through these images here, and this definitely is the product we saw on Amazon. And if we take a look over here, we can see that on October 5, 2017, Shenzhen Link Electronic Co. applied for this patent, and on May 6, 2020, the patent was granted. It says here the patent is currently active and that it doesn't expire until 2037. So you might be asking yourself, how are these sellers selling this product on Amazon then? Well, they could have purchased this inventory directly from Shenzhen Link Electronic Co., or from an authorized distributor, or if they didn't, then they're selling counterfeit products and they just haven't been caught yet. Now, just to show you an example of what an expired patent looks like, I'm sure everyone is familiar with these slap chop food choppers, right? I always enjoyed their commercials.
Breakfast to go. You're gonna love my nuts. Watch this.
Anyways, so if we do a search for food chopper, we can see here that this thumbnail looks like the slap chop. And if we take a look at the patent itself, we can see that it actually expired way back in July of 1974. Okay, so now a second way that you can do a search for patents is actually on the US Patent and Trademark website at uspto.gov. Click on Search for Patents, Patent Public Search, Advanced Search. So just like on Google Patents, you can do a search using the best keyword phrase and then browse through the results to see if there's a patent. Now, I actually prefer using Google Patents since it's way easier to use and navigate. Now, another way to search for patents is to just do a search on Google. For example, if you simply do a search on Google for full face snorkel mask patent, you can see that it pulled up several results, the top hit being the one we found already on Google Patents. Sometimes, if there isn't a direct link to a patent, you can find info on the owner's website or related websites that might say that there's a patent or a patent pending. For example, if we scroll down, we can see that it says it's patented here, and here, and here, and so on. Now, one thing to keep in mind, if you do a search and you don't find anything, it doesn't necessarily mean that there isn't a patent. You might be using the wrong keyword phrase. It could be patented under a different term or name. That's why this fourth method, which is extremely important, especially if you're serious about pursuing this product idea, is to actually hire a professional patent attorney. The thing is, you don't have to spend hundreds of dollars to hire one. You can actually hire a patent attorney to do an in-depth search for you for $5 or $10 on Fiverr.com. Just do a search for patent search. Okay, now moving on to trademarks. Trademarks are completely different than patents. A trademark protects a name or logo, such as your business name, logo, or brand. For example, Apple, Sony, Batman, Nike, or Lego are all registered trademarks. You can't use them without their permission. The thing is with trademarks is that you don't actually have to register them to have legal protection. Common law takes effect the moment anyone starts using their brand name or logo. Amazon doesn't always enforce this. With most of the major well-known brands, Amazon will automatically prevent you from using their brands in your product listing. However, with the lesser-known brands, the intellectual property owner has to enforce their legal rights, just like with patents. Either way, you can't use other people's brand names or logos in your listing or on your product without permission. If you do, you might get away with it for a while, but once the legal owner notices or decides to take action, Amazon will shut down your listing, and again, you can be sued. If the brand name or logo isn't obvious like Nike or Apple, then you can do a trademark search on uspto.gov. You also need to be very careful with brand names that have become synonymous with a type of product, like Velcro, Kleenex, Lego, or Xerox. Those are actually trademark brand names that people now use in common language to describe similar products. For example, instead of using Velcro in your listing, you can use Hook and Loop. Or instead of Lego, you can use building blocks. And lastly, let's quickly talk about copyright. Unlike patents and trademarks, copyright protects works of art like literature, lyrics, or photos. And this is very important because I see people using other people's photos all the time in their product listings. Don't do that. This includes using random images you found on Google. People have been sued for doing this. Basically, the rule of thumb here is that if you didn't take the photo or write the copy yourself, don't use it. Even if you found the photos on Google or if your supplier gave you the photos, those photos are owned by someone else. Always have your own professional photos taken and write your own product descriptions. You've been warned.
All right, now once you've found a product that you want to sell, where can you get the product from? Well, for the most part, the best and cheapest solution is to source your products overseas in China.
Alibaba.com has become one of the best resources to find high quality products to sell, as well as manufacturers to make them. But if you're new to selling online, I realize that it can be a little bit overwhelming sourcing products and finding a reliable manufacturer to work with on Alibaba.com. So in this video, I'm going to show you how easy it is to use Alibaba.com to discover new product ideas or find a manufacturer for a product idea that you may already have. I'll also show you the best practices for selecting and contacting manufacturers, including a free initial contact template that I've put together that you can use when contacting manufacturers so you can sound professional and cover all of the necessary details on the first correspondence. All right, so let's hop on to Alibaba.com, and the first thing you'll need to do is create your Alibaba account. Just click the sign in button at the top, and you can click the join button or log in by linking one of your existing online accounts like Google or Facebook. Now, if you're looking for a manufacturer for a product idea that you already have, with over 40 industries and more than 5,900 different categories, Alibaba.com makes it super easy for you to find countless manufacturers for you to choose from. Just type in the product you're interested in into the search, and you'll find a massive list of manufacturers that make them. For example, if you want to sell soap dishes, just do a search for soap dish, and you can see that there's a list of over 10,000 manufacturers available. Now, in order for you to narrow down the results to show only the best, most reliable, and trustworthy manufacturers, make sure you select Trade Assurance and Verified Suppliers option in the filters. What this means is that Trade Assurance is Alibaba's secure form of payment for both the buyer and the manufacturer. Instead of paying the manufacturer directly, you send Alibaba the payment, and they'll essentially hold the funds like an escrow until the transaction is complete. When all conditions of the contract are met, such as the quality of the product and on-time delivery, and once both parties are satisfied, the funds will be released. Otherwise, you can get a refund. And verified suppliers are manufacturers that have been vetted by Alibaba and have a proven historical track record. By selecting the Trade Assurance and Verified Supplier filter, only the manufacturers that agree to use Trade Assurance and are verified will appear in the search results. So make sure you choose these filters to help reduce the risk of any potential problems dealing with manufacturers. Now you can see in the results that all of the listings show the verified and Trade Assurance icons. Okay, so if we take a look at the search results, it can be a little bit overwhelming, like, how do you choose a manufacturer? There's so many for you to choose from. Well, the first thing I do is smash the like button for the YouTube algorithm. Turn that thumb blue so YouTube knows to show this video to other people just like you so they can get value from it too, and it would really help me out and I'd appreciate it. So back to the search results. Take a look at the products themselves. You can easily ignore the listings that aren't the product that you want to sell. So if I want to sell these wooden soap dishes, I'll just ignore all the listings that aren't this style or type, like these plastic or glass ones. And then I'll only consider the manufacturers that have been on Alibaba for at least 3 years or longer. You can see here it shows how long each manufacturer has been on Alibaba.com. You can also take note of their overall rating here. It's a score out of 5 stars, similar to what we see for products on Amazon. Now, on the search results page, 2 factors you'll see are the price and the minimum order quantity, also known as the MOQ. The prices are usually shown in a range because the price you ultimately pay more or less depends on how many units you order. Typically, the more units you order, the lower the unit price. And of course, if you're a shrewd negotiator, you can also get yourself better pricing. So for example, if we take a look at this one here, the price is 52 cents to 60 cents, and the minimum order is 100 units. So because the order size is so small, the price you'll be paying is most likely on the higher end. You can see that for orders of 100 to 499 units, it's 60 cents per unit. And over 1,000 units, it's 52 cents. I also want to point out that some manufacturers also have a minimum order for customization. Like you can see here, if you want your logo printed on each unit, the minimum order quantity is 200 units. And if you want customized packaging, you need to order at least 500 units. Keep in mind though that everything is negotiable. Just because the price and MOQ is listed as such, doesn't mean you can't negotiate a better price or lower MOQ. For example, if you really want to work with a specific manufacturer, but the MOQ is too high, like you only want to order 300 or 500 units, but the MOQ is 1,000, offer to pay a little bit more per unit on your first order so you can place a smaller order size to reduce your risk. All right, now if you don't know what to sell and you're looking for product ideas, you can use Alibaba.com to browse through their different categories. So instead of using the search, you can choose a category here, or you can see what the top ranking suppliers are selling, or even browse by top ranked products by category, just to give you some ideas. During the March Expo, there's 50,000 suppliers that have been selected to participate. You can find new products being introduced, trending products by category,
and even participate in live streams that are put on by the manufacturers themselves. They're actually pretty entertaining to watch, and you can interact and ask them questions. And once you've discovered a few product ideas, you can analyze them over on Amazon to see if they're viable product ideas for you to pursue. Okay, so when it comes to contacting manufacturers, you want to contact many of them. Don't be afraid to contact around 20 or 30 or more. I want to point out that they're just people too, just like you and me, and they welcome new business. So don't be afraid to contact several manufacturers, and this is for several reasons. First, many won't respond, so don't be surprised if you don't hear back from them, and some may be slow to respond, taking several days or even weeks. You obviously want to avoid working with those manufacturers. Others may have poor communication skills, and that's nothing against them, but you want to stick with manufacturers that are easy to understand and communicate well, and also thoroughly answer the questions that you have. This is so you can avoid having any potential miscommunications or misunderstandings. And of course, the more people you contact, the more quotes you can get to find the best price and option to go with. Now, one crucial point when communicating with manufacturers is to be sure to sound professional. If you send an email with slang, a bunch of spelling mistakes, and emojis, well, that's not very professional, nor would anyone take you seriously. Okay, because I know this will be the first time contacting manufacturers for many of you, a common question I get asked is, well, what do I say when I contact them? How can I sound professional? Well, I've made that easy for you. I've made the exact initial contact template that I use available to you to download and use for free. It covers all the necessary details, questions, and information you'll need from the supplier in a single correspondence, so you don't have to go back and forth several times to get all the information that you need. Otherwise, because of the time zone difference, this can take several days. Just customize the template for each manufacturer, edit the fields I have enclosed in brackets with your own information, fill out the product information and any customization you'd like, and then on Alibaba.com, click the Contact Supplier button. Customize the form for your needs like the MOQ, warranty. Always choose on-site inspection, and if you need any other services, you can choose it here. Then copy and paste the template into the form. If you have any files or images of details, any customization like materials, color, or features that you want them to see, you can attach them here, and then click on Send Inquiry Now. And make sure you're not contacting the same manufacturer more than once. Quite often, manufacturers have multiple listings, so take note of whom you've already sent an inquiry to so you don't contact them again. It doesn't look professional. You can see who you're contacting here. Another option you can use to find manufacturers, especially if you have something in mind that's particularly unique or customized, is to use the RFQ option. RFQ stands for Request for Quotation. So it's up to you if you want to select this option here. If you do, you may end up getting contacted by suppliers that you may not want to work with. But if we go to rfq.alibaba.com and click on Submit RFQ, you can fill in the details for the product you want made. Just like on the contact template, be as specific and detailed as you can, and suppliers that are interested and can meet your requirements will contact you. You'll typically get replies within the hour. Now, a pro tip. I like to stay organized, especially when there's a lot of information or data involved. What I like to do is make a spreadsheet to keep track of all the suppliers that I'm talking with. As replies come back, I'll note the company and what their quote is. I like to keep a separate column for each item, such as the price per unit, shipping per unit, labeling costs, packaging, or any customization costs. This way, I can see who's offering me what and at what price, and I can use that information to negotiate between suppliers to get the best deals and prices. For example, if one supplier is willing to do free labeling but another has a better price per unit, I can negotiate to get a better deal and narrow down the list of suppliers. And one thing to note, most suppliers aren't going to give you quotes based on a per unit price, or the quote includes the production and shipping costs together. In those cases, ask them to give you a quote for the product separately from the shipping or the EXW price. Or even better is to itemize everything. Then just divide the quote by however many units you're ordering to get the price per unit and the shipping price per unit, as well as the itemized cost for each bit that you want done, like labeling and packaging. It'll make comparing quotes between suppliers much easier. All right, you can find links to everything I discussed on Alibaba.com in the video description below, as well as a link to download the free contact template.
Now, sometimes depending on the circumstances or depending on what you're selling, it can be beneficial to source your products locally in North America. For example, if you are looking for a cheaper alternative, better quality product, better or faster turnaround times, or even just to find a backup supplier in case your main supplier runs into some logistical issues, it would have the least impact on your business. Okay? We're going to take a look at how you can find suppliers here in the US, and we'll go over the pros and cons of choosing a US supplier. All right, so let's start with the pros of sourcing your products here in the US and why you would choose this route over sourcing overseas in China. As I mentioned, because of COVID-19 and the government mandates with shutdowns, quarantines, and social distancing, the speed and efficiency of the global economy has taken a huge hit. And although the production times of Chinese manufacturers may still be pretty short, relatively speaking, the biggest advantage we're sourcing in the US in terms of lead time is with shipping. Again, because of COVID-19, shipping times across the ocean are taking much longer than normal, mostly with sea freight. Incidences like the one last week in the Suez Canal with the container ship Ever Given blocking the entire shipping lane hasn't helped, preventing around $10 billion per day of merchandise from passing through. Shipping by air has also been affected too due to delays at the ports. So sourcing your products in the US not only cuts down on the shipping times, but it can also cut down on the shipping costs for obvious reasons, as the shipment doesn't need to travel as far. It also dramatically reduces the lead times by not having to deal with customs when commercial goods are being imported, further cutting down on the lead times by days or even weeks. And depending on where the goods are being imported from, you also avoid having to pay duties. Now, one thing you don't want to overlook is the fact that it's also much easier to communicate with suppliers. Because they're here in the same time zone as the rest of us in the US, you get much faster communication, and because English is the primary language, it's much easier to communicate with far less of a chance of having a misunderstanding or miscommunication, especially if you're making design changes. Furthermore, another advantage you can consider is the fact that the products are made here in the US. Depending on the product you're selling and its perceived value, being able to claim that it's made here in the USA can certainly help with sales, as buyers tend to relate that with quality, because as it stands, there's still a common perception that Chinese manufactured goods are of poor quality, which isn't so much the case nowadays like it was a few decades ago. Okay, so what are the cons of sourcing here in the US? Well, mainly because of the higher labor costs here, the manufacturing costs are going to be much higher, so you can expect to see higher quotes despite having lower shipping costs. You can also expect to see higher MOQs, which is the minimum order quantity. Because of this, sourcing here in the US may be a more viable solution for those that are ready to scale their business and place larger orders rather than those that are just starting. Okay, so choosing to have your products manufactured here or overseas kind of depends on your own situation. So if you're experiencing or expect to have problems with overseas suppliers, then explore your options here in the US and compare the costs. Because remember, business is all about providing the most value at the lowest possible cost to maximize your bottom line. All right, so now that you know what the pros and cons are, where can you find US suppliers? Well, you can start by smashing the like button for the YouTube algorithm. It's not going to help you find any suppliers, but it will help other people find this video and get value from it like you, and I'd appreciate it. Unfortunately, there isn't a single resource like Alibaba for US suppliers, so you'll have to use a few different options to find a supplier. First, there's thomasnet.com. Thomasnet is free. However, they're more geared towards industrial and commercial type products rather than consumer goods. You can also use a website called wholesalecentral.com. This is the closest resource to something like Alibaba. It's also free, and you can do a search for the product you're looking for, and it'll pull up a list of manufacturers that make them. Wholesale Central also lets you find upcoming trade shows that you can attend. Trade shows are a great place to find suppliers. Trade shows are usually specific to a certain niche or category, like there's boat shows, home shows, or what have you. So depending on what you're looking to sell, you can do a search here to see if there's any trade shows in your local area or you'd like to travel to. Another great option is a service from makersrow.com.
It's different than the previous websites I've mentioned where instead of just searching for a manufacturer for your product, Makers Row is an end-to-end service. If you have a product idea, they'll help you with the resources to develop the idea, design it, and then manufacture it. Makers Row isn't free though. There's a monthly subscription ranging from $35 to $99 per month. And lastly, if all else fails, you can always use Google. Just jump on Google and type in the product you want to sell, followed by the word manufacturer, supplier, or wholesaler, and see what comes up in the search results.
Okay, so I think right about now in this tutorial is a great time to talk about taxes. You're gonna have to pay personal income tax, business tax, and if you purchase your inventory from Alibaba, they're also gonna charge you sales tax. But in the next section, I'm gonna show you how you can avoid having to pay that sales tax.
Let's be real, no one likes to pay taxes. Well, the long arm of the tax man has finally reached all the way to Alibaba. And if you haven't already noticed, there's a new line on the Alibaba invoices that says tax. Ick. And of course, no one wants to pay taxes if you don't have to, so why is Alibaba suddenly charging sales tax? Well, in this video, let's talk about that and how it affects you, and I'll show you how you can easily avoid paying this new tax added by Alibaba. And do you know what else you can do easily? Smash the like button for the YouTube algorithm. It doesn't cost you anything, but it does help me out tremendously by letting YouTube know to show this video to more people, and I would really appreciate it, so thank you. And with that said, let's begin. So if you've tried to make a purchase or ask for a quote recently on Alibaba, you've probably noticed a new tax line on the invoice. Alibaba never charged sales tax before, so why the sudden change? Well, recent changes in legislation has deemed Alibaba as a marketplace facilitator to third-party sellers, similar to eBay and Amazon, so Alibaba is now required to collect and remit sales tax. That's why we're seeing this new tax line on the quotes and invoices. But in case you didn't know, having to pay sales tax only applies to the end user, not the retailer, wholesaler, or supplier. The end user is the person that is actually going to use the product for its intended purpose. For example, if you buy a tube of toothpaste and you're actually going to use it to brush your teeth, then you're the end user, so you have to pay the sales tax. However, if you're Target or Walmart and you're buying toothpaste with the intent to sell it, then you're a retailer and you don't pay sales tax. This is the same if you're doing private label and you're manufacturing products to sell under your own brand. You don't pay sales tax. So if you're watching this video, then I'm assuming you're not the end user. So how do you get around having to pay the sales tax on Alibaba? Well, if you already have an Alibaba account, then you probably already got an email notification letting you know about the change and what you can do about it. You can see here that it says, to get verified as a tax-exempt buyer, you can sign up for our Alibaba US sales tax exemption program called ASTEP. And if we jump over to the help section, it says, the ASTEP is a program that can easily help buyers identify himself or herself as an eligible tax-exempt buyer for US sales tax purposes. All you have to do is enroll in the ASTEP program by completing a few steps and answering some questions, which I'll go over with you in a second. And subject to tax law requirements and changes, once Alibaba confirms you as an eligible tax-exempt buyer, your future purchases eligible for exemption will not be subject to sales tax at checkout. And I should mention here that if you haven't already figured this out, this new sales tax issue only applies to US-based buyers. All right, so in order to enroll in ASTEP, you'll need to have the following information: the states which you have sales tax exemption certificates or qualification, entity type of your organization, organization's address and exemption numbers or exemption form, if applicable. Now, as for the tax exemption certificate, this is typically issued to you by the state where you registered your business. How you get that tax exemption certificate varies by state, so it's beyond the scope of this video, but if you don't have one already, you can visit your state's government website and you'll probably find information on how to get it. For example, my business is registered here in Washington State. If I do a quick search on Google for Washington State Sales Tax Exemption Certificate, the first link conveniently takes me to what I need to do. You can also find more information on how to apply for sales tax exemption certificates for your state on this website here. And I'll leave a link to it in the video description below. Okay, now, once you have your sales tax exemption certificate, you'll need to jump onto Alibaba to enroll in ASTEP. Now, if you don't already have an Alibaba account, you'll have to create one. Just click on the My Alibaba button at the top and create a new account. Now, after you've signed in, click on Alibaba, My Account, My Profile. In the My Company section, click on Edit and fill in your details. If you have a registered business, enter the business name here. Otherwise, you can just make one up. All right, now once you've done that, you can apply for the ASTEP program. So click on My Alibaba, Account, Tax Information, Add Modify Tax Exemption. Now on this first page, make sure you read through the terms and conditions here so you understand what's going on here and that it's applicable to you or not. Now once you've done that, click on the checkbox to agree and then click on Start Your Application. Now in this first step, click on the state that your business is registered in or has tax exemption status. Now it doesn't matter if you're selling on Amazon or Shopify or whatever and you're selling products all over the country. This is the home state where you're conducting your business in. If you don't have a registered business, this is the state where you live. In my case, my business is registered in Washington State. Okay, and on this next field, you're gonna need to choose the exemption type. Here's where you need to provide a reason why you need a tax exemption. Now, there's a lot of options to choose from here, but most are not going to apply to us. For most of us here, we're doing private label or wholesale, so we're gonna choose resale, which is one of the two most popular options. We're buying inventory or products with the intent to resell it. The second most popular option is industrial production / manufacturing. You would choose this option if you're selling a product that requires you to buy parts and assemble them together for the final product. For example, if you're selling a lawnmower and you need to buy the plastic wheels and the engine from another manufacturer and then assemble those parts into the final lawnmower to sell, you don't need to pay sales tax on those subcomponents. Okay, so then click on Continue. All right, so on this step, you're gonna have to provide your business details. Again, if you don't have a registered business, just use your personal information here and make up a business name. Once you've filled in all of the fields, click on Continue. All right, and on to the next step. You're gonna need to answer a few questions on this page. The answers you provide here will help pre-fill the tax exemption form or resale tax certificate for your state. So keep in mind, the tax exemption form or resale certificate varies by state. So the questions you see on this step may differ from what you're seeing on my screen. So in this case, for Washington State, I need to choose the exemption type. And in my case, I'm going to choose resale. And I need to select the type of business. And I'm going to choose manufacturing. And finally, do I have a Washington registration number? I do. And in my case, I have a business tax account ID. And then click on Continue. And now in this step, we're going to make our signature. So just scribble something with your mouse. That looks terrible, but anyway, click on Continue. Okay, so now you can download the completed application form. And based on all of the information you just entered, it filled in the proper tax exemption form for you, as you can see here. And this is what's going to be submitted to the state. Now, once you have it downloaded, make sure you go over everything to make sure everything looks correct and the information is accurate. Make sure you look through this thoroughly so that the application isn't rejected. So once you've done that, click on Submit. All right, so now you can see that the application was submitted successfully. So click on Return to Homepage. All right, so now on this page, you can see the status of the current application. You can see that the current status is in the reviewing state. Now the approval process will take some time, so you'll just have to come back and visit this page to see what stage your application is in. Once the status changes to verified, then you'll know you've been approved. All right, and that's it. Once your exemption is active, you should no longer see you're being charged tax on Alibaba. However, if for some reason you still see the tax line, contact Alibaba support. Don't contact the supplier that you're working with, they can't help you. All the transactions are taken care of by Alibaba, not the supplier.
And a pro tip here, when you fill out your purchase order on Alibaba, it's gonna ask you where you're shipping your products to. If the destination address you put in isn't the same state as where your business is registered, Alibaba will still charge you sales tax. In those cases, just put your home state or the state your business is registered in to avoid having to pay the sales tax. Alibaba isn't going to know where you're really going to be shipping your products to, since your manufacturer or freight forwarder is the one that's actually going to be dealing with the actual shipment, not Alibaba. Now, speaking of shipping, the whole process can be quite daunting for most beginners, since shipping commercial goods around the world isn't quite the same thing as sending a letter or package to a friend. So let's go over how that process works now.
What can be more confusing and frustrating than trying to figure out how to ship your products from China to Amazon's warehouse here in the US? Well, if you're in that boat, you're not alone. The entire process is unfamiliar to the vast majority of people, and I was surprised that it was far more complex than I expected when I dealt with it for the first time. So because I get so many questions about this, and since there are so many little details, pitfalls, and unusual terminology, I'm going to break down the entire shipping process from end to end so you can see exactly how the process works and what needs to happen at each step along the way. Okay, so first off, let me give you an overview of the entire process before we get into the details. So when your supplier completes manufacturing of your product starts its journey from your supplier's warehouse in China. The product then moves from their warehouse to the local port in China, whether that's an airport or a seaport, then crosses the ocean to a port here in the US. Then it continues on its final leg of the journey to Amazon's warehouse. With me so far? Now for the confusing part. When it comes to the actual shipping process, your supplier is the party that's selling you the product, so they can also be known as the seller. Or if they're the ones arranging the shipment for you, they can also be known as the exporter or the consignor. On the other hand, because you're buying the product from your supplier, you can be referred to as the buyer, or as you would expect, you'd be the opposing side, so also the importer or consignee. All right, now you nor your supplier are the actual parties physically shipping the product. Another party that does the shipping, like UPS, FedEx, or DHL, would be the ones that are physically shipping the product. They're called the carrier. The carrier is the person or company that's physically shipping the product. So how does that work? Well, there's several ways that you can ship the product, either by air, by boat, by train, or truck. When your product starts its journey, in order to get the product from your supplier's warehouse to the local port, it can go by train, truck, or plane, or any combination of the three to get there. Then it'll cross the ocean either by plane or boat. And finally, from the port here in the US, it'll travel to Amazon's warehouse either by air, train, or truck, or a combination of the three. What dictates which method is taken depends on how quickly you want your shipment to arrive at Amazon. Shipping by air is the fastest way, but it's also the most expensive. If you're shipping a small quantity, like during your product launch, I suggest shipping by air so you can start selling right away. Shipping by air typically takes around 7 to 10 business days, whereas shipping by sea, it's a lot cheaper, but it can take anywhere from 3 to 8 weeks. I suggest shipping by sea if you have large or heavy products, or if you're ordering a large quantity. And if you plan your inventory stock levels accordingly ahead of time, you can actually save a lot of money shipping by sea. And what else I suggest is smash the like button for the YouTube algorithm. It really does help me out and I'd appreciate it. All right, so in order for your shipment to leave China, cross the ocean, and enter the US, a lot of things need to happen behind the scenes besides just physically moving the products from one place to another. You need a customs broker. That's someone that files all the import and export paperwork and deals with customs, duties, and the fees. Proper documents need to be filled out. Insurance, the arrangement of the shipment itself between all the parties involved also need to be done. So who does all of this? Well, you can do it, but I don't recommend that. As you can see, it's pretty complex, and if you don't do it right, it can cause massive delays, fines, and even have your shipment sent back, or all of the above. So here's where a freight forwarder comes into play. A freight forwarder is someone who is going to handle the entire shipment process for you from soup to nuts. They'll talk to everyone, take care of all the paperwork, take care of the insurance, and they'll usually have their own customs broker that will file all of the import-export documents and handle the duties and fees. All right, let's go over this one more time now that you're familiar with the process and terminology. Okay, so your supplier sells you the product. A carrier picks up the shipment from your supplier's warehouse in China and transports it to the local port in China. A customs broker will then file all of the necessary import and export paperwork. Your shipment then gets on a plane or a boat, goes across the ocean, and arrives at a port here in the US. Once it clears customs and the duties are paid, a carrier will come and pick it up from the port and transport it to Amazon's warehouse. And again, if you hired a freight forwarder, they'll handle the entire process dealing with the supplier, shipping carriers, customs broker, and customs for you. Make sense? Okay, so now let's go over some of the shipping terms like FOB, EXW, and DDP. These are called Incoterms and are used in the shipping industry to describe who's responsible for what during the shipping process. There's actually quite a lot more terms, but the most common ones you'll run into are FOB, EXW, and DDP. EXW stands for Ex Works. This is when your supplier is responsible for manufacturing your product and having them ready for pickup at their warehouse. You'd be responsible for arranging the pickup and the rest of the shipment, or like I said earlier, hire a freight forwarder to handle it. FOB stands for Free on Board or Freight on Board. This is where your supplier will be responsible for transporting your shipment from their warehouse to the local port in China. Then that's where you take over and you would be responsible for arranging the shipment from the port to Amazon's warehouse. And DDP stands for Deliveries Duties Paid. This is the easiest and simplest method for you, especially if you're a beginner. This is where your supplier will handle the entire shipment for you, basically acting like a freight forwarder. They'll arrange the shipment from their warehouse to Amazon, including all of the paperwork, customs, and duties. All right, I hope that cleared things up for you and you understand how the process works now. And one pro tip before we finish up though, when you're shipping your products to Amazon's warehouse, you need to create a shipping plan in Seller Central in order to find out which warehouses to ship your products to and download the shipping labels that need to go on each of your shipping cartons. I have a video that goes into detail on how to do this, which I'll leave a link to in the video description below. However, if the shipment isn't going to Amazon, for example, if you're shipping it to your house or a 3PL facility, or if you're only shipping a small portion of your inventory to Amazon, you don't need to create a shipping plan for the shipments not going to Amazon. Amazon doesn't care about those shipments. They have nothing to do with them. They only care about the shipments that are going to show up at their warehouses so they can identify and process them properly.
All right, so now that you understand how the shipping process works, before you can actually send anything to Amazon's warehouse, you need to create what's called a shipping plan. The shipping plan lets Amazon know what you're shipping, how many units to expect, and who sent it. However, in order to create a shipping plan, you have to first create a new product listing for your product. The product listing is what shoppers see on the Amazon website. But creating a new product listing isn't a straightforward process. You need to first buy a UPC barcode. So let me explain what that is and where you need to buy them from, since this is probably one of the most confusing parts of selling on Amazon.
Are you selling one item? Or 1,000 items? Multiple different items together? Whether you're doing FBA or FBM, wholesale, arbitrage, or private label, I'll show you which barcodes are required, how they need to be placed on your product, exactly how many barcodes you'll need to buy, and the best place to buy them from in order for you to sell your product on Amazon. Okay, so first off, let's go over why you need a barcode in the first place. If you're selling on Amazon, Amazon requires all of your products to have a barcode on it. If we take a look at the Amazon barcode guidelines page here, it says, fulfillment by Amazon uses barcodes to identify and track inventory throughout the fulfillment process. Each item that you send to an Amazon fulfillment center requires a barcode. In order to satisfy the barcode requirement, you need to have one of the following 3 barcodes on your product. The manufacturer barcode, such as an UPC, EIN, JAN, or ISBN. The Amazon barcode, also referred to as the FNSKU or FNSKU, or a transparency barcode. But the 2 main types we're going to be concerned with are the manufacturer and the Amazon barcodes. So what is the manufacturer barcode? The manufacturer barcode is the UPC barcode we're all familiar with that's found on the exterior packaging that you or a cashier would scan at a checkout counter when you purchase something at the store. It lets the computer know what the item is and how much to charge you, as well as update the store's inventory tracking so they know what they sold and how many of that item they have left in stock. So with that said, it should be pretty obvious that the barcodes need to be unique for every product in the store. Otherwise, there will be no way to know what you bought, what to charge you, and to track how many of them they have left in stock. To put it simply, the barcode is like a social security number or VIN number of a car. No 2 people will ever have the same social security number, just like no 2 cars in the world will ever have the same VIN number. Now, the manufacturer barcode, which is also called the UPC or EAN, it's an international standard, so they're recognized worldwide. That's why if you're doing wholesale or arbitrage, which means you're reselling other manufacturers' branded products like Colgate toothpaste or Nike shoes, Regardless of where you bought your inventory from, the UPC barcodes found on those products are recognized anywhere around the world. Similarly, the Amazon barcode, which is also called the FNSKU, it's also used to track products. However, it's only used on the products that are sold by FBA within Amazon's marketplace. It looks something like this. And just like the name entails, the Amazon barcode is only recognized internally by Amazon. If you try to scan the FNSKU at a retail store like Costco or Walmart, it's not going to work. So what's the difference? Why are there two types and which one should you use? If we take a look back at the guidelines, we can see here that it says, by default, Amazon will use the manufacturer barcode to track eligible inventory throughout the fulfillment process unless you change the barcode setting. What that means is your inventory will be commingled with the inventory of all the other sellers selling the same product. Now that's fine and all, but what that means is if you're not the only seller of that product, Amazon will ship whatever inventory they have on hand to send to the buyer. That includes inventory that other sellers have sent in where you don't have any control over the quality or the condition of the product. Now, if you're doing wholesale or arbitrage, this isn't such a big deal since all the inventory everyone buys was originally manufactured by the brand themselves. But if you're doing private label, this can become a huge problem since you don't know where the inventory is coming from. And because you own the product listing on Amazon, any bad reviews you get will hurt your sales. So ideally, you want the inventory that you ship to Amazon to sell to be separate from the other seller's inventory. So in order to do that, to keep your inventory separate from everyone else's, even if you're doing wholesale or arbitrage, you can't use the manufacturer barcode. You must use the Amazon barcode or the FNSKU. You can see here that it says, Amazon barcodes must be applied to all products that are not tracked using the manufacturer barcode. Okay, so to summarize, if you're doing wholesale or arbitrage, your inventory is already going to have the manufacturer barcode or UPC on it. However, if you're doing private label, you'll need to get your own UPC barcode. And what I suggest is, regardless if you're doing wholesale, arbitrage, or private label, always use the Amazon barcode or FNSKU so that your inventory is kept separate from any other seller's inventory. Okay, so now that we understand what the difference is between the UPC and FNSKU barcode and why you should use the FNSKU, how does the barcode need to be put on your products? If we take a look at the packaging and labeling guidelines, we can see here that it says, any FNSKU you use on a unit must be unique and must correspond to one unique product. For example, each assortment type, such as size or color, must have a different FNSKU. This is what I mentioned earlier about the social security number and VIN numbers and that every product needing to have their own unique barcode. I'll show you a detailed example of this to walk you through it later on in the video. Now, each unit must have an exterior scannable barcode or label, which includes a scannable barcode and the corresponding human readable numbers that is easily accessible. This means that the barcode needs to be on the outermost packaging of your product, just like in the store, so someone can quickly and easily find it and scan it. It can't be on the inside or covered up by anything. Remove, cover, or render unscannable any existing scannable barcodes on the outside of shipping boxes. For example, cover existing barcodes with opaque tape, or use a black felt tip marker to render the barcode unscannable. This prevents the incorrect barcode from being accidentally scanned during the receiving process. Now, this should be pretty self-explanatory. Only one barcode can be visible on your product, so if you're doing wholesale or arbitrage, you need to cover up the existing UPC barcode if you're going to use the FNSKU barcode. What I suggest is to just cover up the UPC barcode with the FNSKU barcode sticker. Okay, so does that make sense so far? Now, the next issue is if you need to get the UPC barcode, where do you get it? Or if you plan to use the FNSKU like I suggest, where do you get that? Okay, again, if you're doing wholesale or arbitrage, the products you purchase are already going to have the manufacturer barcode or UPC on it that you can use. Otherwise, if you're doing private label like I do, then you are the manufacturer, so your product isn't going to come with a UPC barcode. So you're going to have to buy a UPC barcode for your product. And in both situations, once you have the UPC barcode, you can then get the FNSKU barcode. You can't get the FNSKU without a UPC barcode. Okay, so where do you buy a UPC barcode? If we take a look at the barcode policy on Amazon, we can see here that it says, we verify the authenticity of product UPCs by checking the GS1 database. UPCs that do not match the information provided by GS1 will be considered invalid. We recommend obtaining your UPCs directly from GS1 and not from other third-party sellers selling UPC licenses to ensure the appropriate information is reflected in the GS1 database. And you can also see here that it says, if you don't buy directly from GS1, your listings may result in your ASIN creation or selling privileges being temporarily or permanently removed. Now, in the past, people have been buying UPC barcodes from third-party sellers like Barcodes Mania and Nationwide Barcodes because they are cheap. You can typically get barcodes from them for around $10 each, whereas GS1 barcodes used to cost $250 plus an annual fee. However, GS1 has recently lowered the cost of their barcodes. You can now buy official GS1 barcodes for $30 each. So as you can see, it's not worth it anymore buying from third-party resellers and putting your listing and account health at risk. And for that same reason, I don't suggest trying to save some money by applying for a GTIN exemption. It's not worth the hassle and having to jump through a whole bunch of hoops dealing with exemptions. Just buy a GS1 barcode for $30 and save yourself a ton of headaches. Okay, so now to the crux of this video. How many barcodes do you need to buy? This is actually one of the most common questions I get asked, so I'm gonna try to make this as simple as possible. Remember when I said every product needs to have its own unique barcode, like the social security number or VIN number? That's not quite accurate. Let's say you're selling this blue fidget spinner. This blue fidget spinner is considered one unit, and every unit that is 100% identical to the blue fidget spinner will have the same barcode on it. So it doesn't matter if you have 1 unit or 10,000 units to sell, the same UPC barcode will go on every single one of these blue fidget spinner units. So with that said, you'd only need to buy 1 UPC barcode. Make sense? Basically, every product that is exactly the same from the product itself to the packaging, if you can't tell the difference between them all, they'll all have the same barcode on it. If there's any difference in the slightest way, you'll need to buy a separate barcode for that product. So as in another example, let's say you want to sell the blue fidget spinner and a red fidget spinner. Each different product needs to have its own unique barcode, remember? These 2 separate products are considered 2 different units. So you'll need to buy 2 UPC barcodes, one for the blue fidget spinners and another for the red fidget spinners. All the blue units will have the same barcode on them, and the red units will all have their own separate barcode on them. Now, what if you want to sell a package of fidget spinners? Let's say you want to sell a package of fidget spinners that's an assortment of different colors. It doesn't matter how many fidget spinners are included inside the package. The entire package of fidget spinners is considered 1 unit. So you'll only need to buy 1 barcode. That barcode will go on the outside of the box or package that all the fidget spinners come in. Okay, so hopefully that makes sense. And to help you understand, here's a quick little test. Let's say I'm selling the blue fidget spinners, this light pillow in 2 different colors and 2 different sizes, and you want to sell this snorkel mask bundle that comes with a GoPro case and charging cord. How many barcodes would you need to buy? You can pause this video right now if you want to take a moment to think about it. Okay, did you figure it out? If you said 6 barcodes, then you're right. You'd need 1 barcode for the blue fidget spinners, 1 barcode for the snorkel mask bundle, and for the light pillows, since there's 2 sizes and 2 colors, you'll need an additional 4 barcodes for a total of 6. Now, I also created this barcode flowchart to help you figure out how many barcodes you'll need depending on how you're selling on Amazon and what you're selling. You can download this flowchart for free on my website, and I'll leave a link to it in the video description below. Okay, so where do you get the barcode graphic to put on your product? Once again, if you're doing wholesale or arbitrage, your product will already have the UPC barcode on it. If you're doing private label and you purchased your UPC barcode, you'll get a PDF of the barcode that looks like this. You'll need to have this printed on the product packaging or printed onto a sticker label to put on your product. Now, if you want to use the FNSKU barcode, which I suggest you do, you'll need to change the barcode setting in Seller Central to use the Amazon barcode. Click Settings, Fulfillment by Amazon, scroll down to FBA Product Barcode Preference, click Edit, and choose Amazon barcode. I have a detailed video that shows you several other ways you can switch to the Amazon barcode, and I'll leave a link to that in the video description below. Now, if you navigate to your inventory management page in Seller Central, and in the drop-down menu, you can now click on the Print Item Labels option here to get the new FNSKU label. You can download and save the label as a PDF and then email this to your package designer or supplier to have them put it on your product. If you want to learn how you can customize the barcode label, change the design, or add other labeling requirements such as the country of origin, I have a video that goes into detail on that, and I'll leave a link to that video in the video description below. All right, now remember, if your product already has a barcode on it, you need to cover it up so that only 1 barcode is visible. So if you're going to use the FNSKU, just cover up the UPC with the FNSKU sticker. And a pro tip, If you plan to sell your product at brick and mortar stores like Walmart or Target, as well as on Amazon, instead of having to create two different package designs, one with the UPC barcode and another with the Amazon barcode, you can just have your package design made with the UPC on it, and the units that you're shipping to Amazon cover up the UPC barcode with the FNSKU sticker. Doing this will help you save some money by not having to stock two different package designs. Now be aware, the requirement to have a barcode on your product only applies if you're doing FBA. If you're doing FBM, the products that you're doing FBM with will not require you to print any barcode on the packaging, since Amazon is never going to see or handle your inventory. And last, some people are running into errors when they use their new UPC barcode when creating a new product listing. If you just purchased the UPC barcode from GS1, you may need to wait 24 to 72 hours, sometimes a little bit longer, for the GS1 database to update before you can use the new barcode on your product listing. And in other cases, Amazon may require you to prove that you are the brand owner of that barcode. In those cases, you'll need to send Amazon the certificate of authenticity, which looks like this. You'll receive this certificate when you buy your barcode from GS1.
Okay, so once you've purchased your GS1 UPC barcode, you can continue on to creating your actual product listing.
Log into Seller Central and click on Menu, Catalog, Add Products. Or on your Manage Inventory page, at the very top, click on the Add Product button. Now, if you're doing wholesale or arbitrage, your product is going to already have a barcode on it, so you can enter the UPC barcode in the search field here. Or you can type in the product keywords, and the search results will pull up similar products for you to select the correct listing for you to list your product under. Selling on Amazon is unlike eBay, where everyone creates their own listing for whatever item they're selling. On Amazon, all products that are the same must be listed under one listing. So if you're doing wholesale or arbitrage, the product you're selling most likely already has an existing listing on Amazon, so you have to list your units for sale under that listing. Now, most of you here are probably doing private label, so you'll have to create a whole new listing. So don't use the search. Click the link below that says I'm adding a product not sold on Amazon. Now, the first thing you'll need to do is select the category your product falls under. The easiest way to do this is to use the search field here and type in the product that you're selling. You can also choose the category manually from the list here. If you don't know which category to choose, you can find the correct category by looking at a competitor's listing. Just scroll down and you'll find the category here. Then you can manually select the category. If you see several category options, just choose the one that best fits your product. One thing to note, some products are prohibited or have restrictions in order for you to sell them on Amazon. With prohibited products, you can't sell them on Amazon, period. So make sure you find out ahead of time before you invest any money on inventory. Restricted products need approval before you can sell them. Some products fall under gated categories. That means you need to apply for approval in that category before you can sell products in that category. Many of these gated categories are actually easy to get approved for. You just have to answer a few questions and you'll get instant approval. Others may be more involved and will require you to submit invoices or certifications. It'll tell you what you need if you need them. You can see what the requirements are on this list. Now keep in mind, some main categories that are not gated may have subcategories that are gated. Also, some products must meet specific compliance requirements or certifications in order to sell on Amazon, such as hazmat, FBA, or CPC certifications. Amazon actually just released a new compliance tool to make it easier for sellers to check if the product has any of these requirements. I'll leave a link to this new tool in the description below, but it's actually really simple to use. Just do a search for the product keywords and the tool will tell you what requirements are necessary for you to sell it on Amazon. For example, if you want to sell baby pacifiers, you can see that it says you need to have the following requirements: CPSIA, as well as these certifications, as well as test reports from a CPSC accepted lab. Also be aware that if you don't find your product using this tool, it doesn't necessarily mean that there isn't any requirements. Make sure you refer to the prohibited and restricted products page, as well as speak to a seller support agent to verify. Always do your due diligence. And last, products that are patented and trademarked will require you to get permission from the IP owner in order for you to sell it. I personally suggest avoiding patented and trademarked products altogether. Again, I'll leave links in the description below if you want to learn more about these restrictions and requirements. Now moving on, The first page you'll see here is the Product Identity tab. We're going to have to fill in some information on this page, but before we do so, I want to point out that as a bare minimum, you'll have to fill in all of the required fields in order to save the new product listing. You'll notice that the Save button is dimmed and you can't click on it. That's because you haven't filled in all of the required information. All the fields with a star or highlighted in red need to be filled in. Also, if you see a red exclamation mark icon on any of these tabs here, then there is incorrect or incomplete information that you need to fix on those pages. And also take notice of these messages here. If you're doing wholesale or arbitrage, this first message is letting you know that all sellers of the same product that are on the same product detail page, Amazon will combine and present the best product data to ensure customers get the best experience. And as I mentioned earlier, Amazon upgraded the Add a New Product Listing workflow tool, so this message is just informing us of the update. Alright, so the first field is the product name. This is the listing title. The title is what you see when you're searching to buy something on Amazon. You're going to want to make sure you've done your keyword research here before you create the title to make sure that it's keyword optimized. If you haven't done that yet, then you can just enter a temporary title for now and edit it later. I do have a video that goes over how to do keyword research, and I'll leave a link to that in the description below. Alright, next is the brand name and manufacturer. If you're doing private label, then you are the manufacturer, so put your brand here. It doesn't matter if you have a registered trademark or not. If you don't have a brand name, you can just make something up. It can be your name or anything else meaningful to you. If you've chosen something that's already taken on Amazon, you'll get an error message and you'll have to choose a different name. Now, if you don't want to sell under a brand, then you can just put something generic or just put NA here, or just choose this option here. Now, one thing to point out here is that if you don't have a registered trademark, you can run into an error when you enter your brand name. This is typically an error called the 5665 error, and it's because Amazon wants you to verify your branding ahead of time by getting brand approval first to avoid IP violations and counterfeit products.
So if you do run into this error, I highly suggest never setting the brand as generic. You'll run into a whole bunch of problems in the future if you do. So in the next section here, I'm going to show you 2 different ways for you to get brand approval. So if you don't have a trademark or you haven't been brand approved yet, that's okay. I'll explain what all of this means and go over how you can resolve this error in the next section.
Now the next field is the product ID. Here's where you're going to enter the barcode. Then choose the barcode type. If you purchased the barcode from GS1, you most likely purchased a UPC. Take note that there's a lock icon here. Once you enter this and save the product listing, the barcode cannot be changed or reused again on another listing. Now, if you bought an EIN barcode and you're getting an error here, check to see if the barcode number you have has 13 digits. If it doesn't and it only has 12 digits, then you need to add a 0 to the beginning since EIN barcodes need to have 13 digits. If you're getting any other errors such as the barcode doesn't match or isn't found, then if you just bought the barcode from GS1, you may have to wait 24 to 48 hours for the GS1 database to update before using the barcode on Amazon. However, if it's been longer than 24 to 48 hours, then contact seller support to help you. Now, if you want to learn more about barcodes, which type of barcode you need to buy, how many, where to buy them from, and where do you need to use them, I'll put a link to a very detailed video in the description below. Now at this point, if you need to stop, you can click on Save as a Draft and you can come back later to finish the product details. Otherwise, click on Continue. Now you can see here that we're on the Vital Info tab and that there's required fields that we'll need to fill in on these other tabs. So first things first, the fields you can see from this point forward may look different than what you're seeing when you create your product listing. The fields can change depending on the type of product and the category it falls under. Okay, so the first field here is the item type name. Now, if at any time you don't know what the field is asking for, you can hover your mouse over the question mark and you'll see a tooltip pop up. So in this case, we need to enter a 1 or 2 word phrase that describes the product. All right, the model number and model name. These are for your own bookkeeping purposes, so just make something up. I like to make them descriptive so that I can identify what it is. For example, for the model number, like pillow blue. If I have different sizes, then I might add a large or a small at the end of it. You can use whatever method works best for you. And for the model name, I generally keep it the same. And again, if you're doing private label, the manufacturer is you, so put your brand name here. If you're doing wholesale or arbitrage, put the manufacturer's name here. All right, now let's click on the Offer tab. What I suggest doing first is hopping down to the Fulfillment Channel option and choose if you're doing FBM or FBA.
This is because the fields will change depending on what option you choose. So in our case, we're doing FBA, so choose Amazon will ship and provide customer service. All right, so you can see that some of the fields disappeared. Now, if you're doing FBM, the quantity field is how many units in total you have available for sale. And the merchant shipping group is how you're planning to ship your product. You'll have to create templates for this. Now, you don't need to enter anything into the first field, so just leave it blank. In the Your Price field, I suggest setting this to the highest price you imagine ever selling item for. This is so that if you ever need to change the price or raise it significantly, you won't lose the buy box. Then in the sale price field, which we can't see right now, and I'll go over later on in the video, you can set the price to the actual price you want to sell the item for. This way, for some products and categories, when you look at your listing, it'll actually show the higher price with a line through it and show the sale price next to it, which can help with conversions. The condition type, select New. And if for whatever reason you're selling an item that isn't new, then select it from the list. If you want to sell your product in other marketplaces, you can set the price here. Now keep in mind, if you plan to do this, the fees are much higher, so make sure you've adjusted the sale price accordingly. Okay, moving on to the product details tab. Here's where you can enter the description and bullet points of your product listing. In the description section, you can enter any additional details of your product that you didn't already mention in the bullet points or show in the product photos, or anything that you just want to highlight again, such as the product dimensions, weight, color, or material. Or if it requires any special instructions, you can put those details here too. Try to cover all of the details and questions a buyer might have so that you can make the buying decision easier with the least amount of resistance. Another pro tip here is don't put everything you want to say into this one field. If you do, all the text will just end up in one giant paragraph like you see here. If you hover over the question mark, you can see that it says the information will appear in a paragraph form. So break up what you want to say into meaningful full paragraphs and enter them separately by clicking on the Add More. You can add up to 5 paragraphs. Now, once you save your listing, you'll see that it's much nicer and easier to read. Now, if you have a registered trademark and you applied for and got approved for brand registry, you can create a much more content-rich product description. Instead of just a few text paragraphs, you can create a beautiful theme with images like you see here. I highly recommend registering your brand and applying for brand registry, as it not only gives you access to A+ content, but you also get a ton of benefits such as brand protection. Okay, now onto the bullet points. The bullet points is the section you see at the top of the product listing here. You can add up to 5 bullet points. Just click on the Add More option. And pro tip here is, I see a lot of sellers just putting some generic product features in the bullet points. Don't do that. Really put some thought into choosing 5 key benefits your product has. How is your product uniquely solving a problem that your buyer has? What is your product's competitive advantage? Don't just put something generic that doesn't help sell your product. Basically, a test that I like to use is if I can take my bullet points and place them on a competitor's listing and they apply to their product, then that's a bad bullet point. All right, onto the generic keywords. Here's where you can enter a list of relevant keywords you want Amazon's A9 algorithm to index for the search. Keep in mind that, as I mentioned at the beginning of this video, you should do in-depth keyword research to put together a list of highly targeted keywords for your product that you can use in your title, product description, bullet points, and in this keyword section. How to do that is beyond the scope of this video, but I'll leave a link to a video in the description below if you want to learn more about how to do keyword research. Now, keep in mind that you're limited to only 250 characters here, so what you want to do is enter a list of keywords that you haven't already used in your product description and bullet points. There's no need to duplicate any keywords. You'd just be wasting the limited space that you have available. And one thing to note, if we hover over the question mark, it says no repetition, no competitor brand names or ASINs. So make sure you're not using any other seller's brands or trademarks here, as well as any other prohibited keywords that you can see here in the guidelines. Again, the video on keyword research goes over this in detail if you want to learn more about it. All right, now most of the fields here are going to be specific to the product or category, so I'm not going to go through all of them here, but a few you want to take note of is the number of items field. This is how many of the same item the buyer is getting. In this case, if they're just getting 1 pillow, then put 1. If it's a pack of 4 pillows, then put 4. The part number is again for your own bookkeeping purposes, so you can put whatever you want here. I just put the same as the model number as it suggests here. Okay, and moving on to the safety and compliance tab. Here's where you're going to fill in any compliance requirements your product needs to have. You need to make sure you're answering these correctly. The compliance tool I went over earlier in the beginning of this video will tell you what the requirements are. So again, what you see here may be different for your product. First, where is the product coming from? In most cases, they're being manufactured in China. These pillows are not considered dangerous goods or contain any dangerous or hazardous materials. Again, you can get more information by hovering over the mouse. It doesn't require any product compliance. This is also not applicable, and no warning applicable. Okay, so now onto the shipping tab. Here's where you're going to fill in the size and weight of your product. You can get this information from your supplier. This isn't the size and weight of your entire inventory shipment that you ordered from your supplier. This is the size and weight of one individual item. These dimensions is what your FBA fee will be based on. Now, if you're just creating a test listing and you don't know what the actual size and weight of your product is going to be yet, you can always find a similar product from one of your competitors, and on your competitor's listing, scroll down to the bottom and use their product dimensions. Alright, so now you can see that all the required fields and required tabs are done, and you can click on Save and Finish. Now, if the Save and Finish button isn't clickable, then you have invalid fields or incomplete data that you need to fix before you can save the listing. So if you can't click on the Save and Finish button, look for any highlighted fields that are in red or any tabs at the top that have a red exclamation mark. Okay, so before finishing up, let's take a look at the Images tab. Here's where you're going to upload your product photos. Now, I can't stress enough how important it is to get professional photos taken. Just because you have a nice camera or you know a friend that has one, doesn't mean that they're experienced product photographers. The quality of your photos alone can determine the success of your product. Professional photos aren't that expensive and typically cost from $75 to $300 range, and you can find really good photographers on Fiverr.com or even look for one locally. Now, I do have a video that goes into detail on how to get the best professional photos, and I'll post a link to that in the description below. Now, if you don't have professional photos yet to upload, you can always upload a temporary photo for now. In fact, it doesn't even have to be a photo of the product that you're selling. You need to upload at least one image in order for the listing to go live once you have inventory. But be aware though that if you decide not to take your own photos, that you're not inadvertently using someone else's photos. That means be careful using some random photo on Google. It may be copyrighted. And don't steal a photo from a competitor. Use your common sense. Violating someone's intellectual property is a serious offense, and you can have your listing shut down, selling privileges revoked, or worse, you can get sued. So don't use copyrighted material on your listing. The photos you upload also need to meet Amazon's image requirements. For example, you can see here that images must accurately represent the product that is for sale. Images must match the product title. Main images must have a pure white background. Main images must not include text, logos, borders, color blocks, watermarks, or other graphics over the top of a product or in the background. Make sure you follow these guidelines, otherwise your listing will be suppressed until you resolve the issues. Okay? And now onto the Variations tab. Here's where you can enter variations if you have any. And here's a pro tip. If you think you're going to sell variations in the future, I suggest setting up at least one variation for now and just not use that variation until you need it. Otherwise, trying to convert your listing to include variations in the future is much more difficult, which usually requires you to use a flat file. In this situation, if you do have variations, you won't be able to use this Add a Product Tool workflow to add them. You'll have to download a flat file, edit it with the products and variations, and then upload it. How to do that is beyond the scope of this video, but I'll post a link to how to do that in the description below. And now the last step, and a very important one, once you've saved the listing, you can now download or print the FNSKU barcode label. You need this barcode label because it needs to go on every one of your products. You'll need to send the label to your manufacturer so that they can put it on your product for you. You can download or print it by going to the Manage Inventory page, click the drop-down menu, Print Item Labels. Now, if you're wondering how you can print or even customize the barcode label so that it has more info on it, like any warnings that you might need or the country of origin, or just to make it look nicer to fit in with your custom product packaging, I'll post a link to a video in the description below that shows you how to do that. Now remember, if you're doing private label, the listing you created is yours. You have control over the entire listing and all of the info in it, including the details and photos. So if you need to make any changes to the product listing, you can click on the edit option here and make those changes anytime you want. Just keep in mind that sometimes it can take up to 15 minutes to 24 hours for those changes to take effect. So if you don't see your changes after 24 hours,
Or if you're having problems trying to edit your listing, contact seller support. And if you notice here on this product, there's now a sale price field that I mentioned earlier for setting the actual price that you want to sell your product for. Set your price to the highest price you'd ever imagine selling your product for. Then set the sale price to the actual price you want to sell it for. Then set the start date to something in the past and the end date to something way in the future. This way, you'll see the higher price with the lower sale price next to it, like you see here. And by doing your product pricing this way, it'll help prevent losing the buy box. Again, you can find a link to how to price your product so that you don't lose the buy box in the description below. And lastly, a couple of bonus tips for sticking around to the end. First, I suggest always turning on the gift wrap option. This way, if someone wants to send your product as a gift, they can. And second, I always suggest setting the max order quantity to something other than 0. Leaving it at 0 means someone can buy as many units from you as they want. Now you might think, well, why would you want to stop someone from doing that? Well, I've seen this happen way too many times where you create a promotion, coupon, or a sale, and you don't set it up correctly where it only applies to one item, or that can only be used once, and a buyer will use that coupon and wipe out a seller's entire inventory for pennies. So make sure you set this field to something other than 0.
Okay, so if you do run into an error when you enter your brand while creating your product listing, then you have two options to resolve the issue. I'm going to go over the first option, which is enrolling in Amazon's brand registry. Enrolling in brand registry is simple and painless only if you follow 5 specific steps in the proper order. And right now, Amazon is offering $50,000 worth of savings for new sellers that enroll in Amazon Brand Registry, and I'm going to show you how. But why would you even want to enroll in Brand Registry? Well, like I said, you can save up to $50,000 right now, but besides that, the biggest and probably the single most important benefit of Brand Registry is that it gives you brand protection. That means it prevents other sellers from infringing on your intellectual property and stealing your sales. In fact, Brand Registry stops 99% of those bad sellers. That means you have an active defense against hijackers and counterfeiters. And there's tons more benefits than that, and I'll tell you more about them later on in the video. Okay, so head on over to brandservices.amazon.com and click on Get Started. Now, as you can see, it says you can get started in 3 steps, and although getting enrolled in Brand Registry is an extremely simple process, there are some prerequisites in order for you to begin your application. So as you can see here, in order to enroll in Brand Registry, you need to have these eligibility requirements. First, it says here that your brand must have an active registered trademark in each country where you wish to enroll or have a pending trademark application. So what that means is before you can enroll in Brand Registry, you have to first register for a trademark. And that's why I said that you need to do these 5 steps in a specific order, and I'll jump to step 1 in a second. Now, although your trademark application doesn't have to be active, you can enroll in Brand Registry if your application is still pending. That's a huge benefit because in the past, in order to enroll in Brand Registry, you had to wait until your trademark was approved and active, which can take 6 to 8 months or longer. However, now, once you've applied for your trademark and you get your application number, you can enroll in Brand Registry right away. So the first step you need to do is sign up as a seller on Amazon and get yourself a verified Amazon professional seller account. Getting a verified account isn't a simple process to navigate, and a lot of beginners end up getting stuck or the application denied. So if you want to get your seller account verified as easily and quickly as possible, I have a detailed video that goes over how to do this, and I'll leave a link to that video in the description below. Okay, once you have a verified professional seller account, step number 2 is you need to create a new product listing, and you need to pay very close attention here. You cannot create a new product listing where the brand is listed as generic. You must create it using your brand. But in order to do that, step number 3 is you need to get brand approval. Again, this is a very important step that you must do first. Brand approval is a completely separate step than enrolling in Brand Registry, and there are specific guidelines that Amazon has that you need to follow in order to get brand approval. So again, to learn how to properly complete step 2 and step 3 and get your brand approved, I'll leave a link to a detailed video in the description below. Now, before moving on to step 4 and 5, where I'll show you exactly how to enroll in Brand Registry, you might be thinking to yourself that all of this sounds extremely complicated. Why would you go to all this time and effort just to enroll in Brand Registry? Well, let me take a minute to explain to you the benefits and importance of Brand Registry. As I said earlier, the biggest and probably the single most important benefit of Brand Registry is that it gives you brand protection. This is going to help you stop 99% of hijackers and counterfeiters who can completely destroy your sales. And not only that, brand registered sellers get access to A+ content. A+ content allows you to create detailed, information-rich, and themed product listings. For example, as you can see here, sellers that aren't enrolled in brand registry have low-quality, boring product descriptions. However, once enrolled in brand registry with A+ content, you can create beautifully themed product descriptions like you can see here. You can include header images, infographics, more product details, and even product comparisons to promote your other products. In fact, by having A+ content, you can increase your conversion rate by as much as 3 to 5%. Now, if that's not enough, brand registry also has a huge host of other benefits. As a brand registered seller, you can get access to new seller incentives. So check this out. Get started with $50,000 in incentives. Get 10% back on your branded sales. That means you'll get 10% back on your first $50,000 in branded sales, then 5% back through your first year until you reach $1 million. That's a massive savings. Basically, you're cutting down your Amazon fees that you would normally have to pay, which is around 15%, down to 5%. You also get $200 in credits for Amazon Vine. That makes enrolling your product in Vine to get your first 30 reviews absolutely free. That's a huge advantage since reviews play such a huge role in giving your product social proof and increasing your sales. You also get a bunch of discounts and rebates, as you can see here. But it doesn't end there. Two additional massive benefits you get is a $400 credit that you can apply to your FBA inbound placement service fee. Now, this is a new fee that Amazon has added whenever you're shipping your inventory to Amazon's warehouse when you're doing FBA. So that's a huge savings. And the second massive benefit is you get a brand referral bonus. That means if you drive traffic from outside of Amazon, Amazon will reduce your referral fee by 10%. They're offering you this huge discount because you did all of the work to make the sale. Amazon didn't have to do anything to put your product in front of the buyer. That's another massive savings, again dropping the referral fee from 15% down to 5%. You also get access to branded PPC advertising avenues. So, in addition to running sponsored product ads, you can also run sponsored branded ads. These are the ads that you can see at the very top of the search results where you can showcase your brand and multiple products. You can also create your very own brand store on Amazon. It's like having your very own custom branded website on Amazon where shoppers can find more information about your brand and product lines. And best of all, shoppers won't see any of your competitors on your branded store. You also get access to create virtual bundles, allowing you to bundle multiple ASINs together without you having to pre-package them as bundles before shipping them to Amazon. You can also create subscribe and save deals. This is where shoppers can get a deal on their purchase and automatically get refills sent to them on a regularly scheduled basis, increasing your sales without any extra effort or expense from you. You also get access to so many more benefits than I have time to mention here, but I'll mention one last one here, which is brand analytics. The biggest benefit here is you get access to Amazon search term reports. So unlike the search term reports you get from your PPC ad reports, where you can only find out what people are searching for in your PPC campaigns, with Amazon search term reports, you can now see what shoppers are searching for outside of just your PPC campaigns. Now that's a massive game changer to optimizing your sales strategies and boosting your sales. Now with that said, it should go without saying that if you're serious about building your business on Amazon, you absolutely need to enroll in brand registry. So moving on, once you have a verified seller account and you've created a product listing with your approved brand, you can continue on to step 4, registering your trademark. Now, registering your trademark is actually a pretty straightforward process. You can actually apply yourself by going to uspto.gov and follow the step-by-step instructions that you can see here. Now, of course, when you apply for your trademark, you're going to need a brand that you want to register. You can register either the name of your brand, meaning the text form or actual words that make up your brand, or you can register the mark or logo that represents your brand. Or you can register them both. You can see that it says here, the trademark must be in the form of a text-based mark or word mark, or an image-based mark with words, letters, or numbers, a design mark. What that means is if, for example, your brand is Pepsi or Target, you can register the text form of your brand, which is just the letters or words that make up the brand. Or you can register the logo or image that represents your brand, or both. Now, what I suggest is registering both at the same time, just so that you can have both with brand protection and save time and money by not having to update your trademark later on in the future. Now, as I mentioned earlier, the trademark application process can take 6 to 8 months or longer to get approved since USPTO is so backed up. You can see here that if you apply today, they're currently processing applications that were submitted between August 31st, 2023 and September 14th, 2023. Now, applying for your trademark isn't expensive. As you can see here, it only costs $250 per class. However, as I've shown you earlier, with all of the incentives, discounts, and rebates that you get, you're essentially getting this for free. And who doesn't like free? Now, one thing to note, if you do decide to apply for the trademark on your own and you end up messing up the application, it will delay your application and can result in you having to pay penalty fees. So if you're not comfortable with doing it yourself, Amazon does have a service called IP Accelerator where you can hire a vetted law firm to do it for you. You can also find a lawyer on Fiverr.com or LegalZoom.com, or you can even find someone local to you. Just do a Google search. Now, hiring someone will typically cost around $400 to $800 on top of that registration fee. So explore your options and choose the best option for you. So once you've applied for your trademark, you'll get an application number right away. And once you have your registration number, you can move forward with step number 5, enrolling in brand registry. So scroll on to the bottom here and click on enroll now, and let's begin. Now, the first step you're going to see here is enroll your brand on the left, or if you haven't registered your trademark yet, you can register using the IP Accelerator program, which I went over earlier. So assuming you've done that, or you've registered your trademark yourself already, click on enroll your brand. All right, so now as you can see here, we're on the first step of 3. The first thing you need to do is enter your brand name here. Now, this is the brand name that you trademarked, not the Amazon store name or your business name. It needs to match exactly what you registered on your trademark application. Now, take note that it also says here, this includes the preferred form of capitalization for your brand name. Now, here's where you can upload a brand logo. And this doesn't have to be the mark that you registered on your trademark application, especially if you didn't. But take note, the logo must represent your brand and should fill the entire image or be on a white or transparent background. If you don't have a logo, upload a high-resolution image of your brand name. Do not upload images of your product. Okay, now select the trademark office that you registered with. In most cases, you're going to register through uspto.gov, so choose United States. Then enter the trademark registration number that you received when you filed the application. Now, upload the design mark or logo that you registered. You can see here that it says the image should be an exact match to the design mark image on the trademark record and should not be used to upload the trademark certificate. Okay, and next, you need to specify if you own the trademark that you're submitting. If you do own the trademark, and in most cases we do, select the first option here. If you don't own the trademark, then choose one of the other 2 options that apply here. Now, upload a copy of the trademark registration certificate, filing receipt, filing notice, filing certificate, or e-filing of the application that you received here. Okay, now choose the category that your product falls under. Make sure you select all of the categories that apply. Now, since you've already created a branded product listing in step 2, enter the ASIN here. You can find the ASIN from the Manage Inventory page under the product name. It starts with a B0. If you have more than one branded product listing, then you can also add them here. Next, and this is optional, if you have a website for your brand, you can enter the URL here. If you don't have one, that's not a problem, so don't go through the trouble of creating one. Having one just helps with verifying that you are the brand owner. Now, if you're selling your product on other websites or marketplaces like eBay or Walmart, you can enter the URLs here. Again, this is also optional. All right, and in this last step here, it's very important that you do this properly. You need to upload at least one photo of your product that clearly shows your brand permanently affixed to it. Your branding needs to be either on the product itself or on the packaging. Now, it can't be photoshopped or be a sticker or label. And you can read the exact requirements by clicking on this link here. Now, if you don't have your product yet, which most beginners don't, then what you can do is ask your supplier if they can make a sample unit with your branding on it. However, this might not be possible since it's most likely cost prohibitive, but it never hurts to ask. Or if you're in the middle of manufacturing, have your manufacturer pull the first unit off the production line and expedite the shipping to you so that you can have the photos taken. Or a third method, and here's a little secret tip which I've actually done in the past, is if you're having custom packaging done, such as a custom designed box, then have the box printed out and take photos of the box following these guidelines. And since you don't have to take photos of what's inside the box, you don't actually have to have the product inside. Got it? Okay, so upload at least one photo, and I suggest actually uploading 2 or 3. And once you've done that, click on Next. All right, now on to step 2. You need to choose whether you're a seller or a vendor. And in most cases, we're all sellers of the brand that we're enrolling, so choose seller. Then select the Amazon seller account that you're enrolling the brand for. And since you own the trademark, choose Yes here. Okay, we need to enter our business details here. So in the first field, enter your business name. Make sure it matches exactly how your business name is registered. Then choose the country where your business is registered in. So in my case, I'm going to choose United States. Now choose the state your business is registered in. Then enter the city and zip code. Then choose the type of identifier you want to enter and then enter that number here. You should be able to find these details on your business license. Then click Next. Okay, now in the final step, we need to choose how we're currently manufacturing and distributing our products. In the first field, for most of us, we're doing private label and we're manufacturing our own products with a manufacturer from overseas, like in China. So choose I have my own manufacturing. Now, since we're not actually manufacturing the products ourselves, we're hiring a third party to make them for us. You don't need to upload anything here. Now, upload a copy of your invoice. This is the invoice you would have received from your supplier or manufacturer proving that you bought and paid for your inventory. A pro forma invoice or a receipt will not work here. It must be an actual invoice. You can see that it says, upload a copy of any recent sourcing, manufacturing, supply invoice, one or more, published in the last 6 months, which includes one or more of the brand's product names. So make sure the invoice is within the last 6 months and shows your branded product on it. Okay, and now for most of us, we're selling the products ourselves. We're not wholesaling the products to distributors, so choose No here. And since we chose No, we do not need to fill this field in here. And last, does your brand license trademarks to others who manufacture products associated with your intellectual property? And again, for most of us, we're selling the products ourselves. We're not licensing it to other sellers or manufacturers. For example, Nintendo owns the Mario Brothers brand and trademark, and they license it to other sellers and manufacturers to make Mario Brothers products and merchandise. We're not doing that, so choose No. And once you've done that, click Submit and wait. The approval process usually only takes around 4 to 7 days, but it can take longer. So check up on it every few days or weeks if it takes longer. And in some rare instances, you may need to reapply. But once you're approved, don't forget to take advantage of all the new seller incentives. All right, so if you don't have a registered trademark or you're not prepared to register one right now, you can still use your brand on Amazon by getting what's called brand approval, and I'll show you how to do that next. There's 3 huge mistakes people make listing their branded products. If you're getting an error when you try to list your branded product on Amazon, pay attention. You're not stuck. You don't need to have a registered trademark to list your branded products on Amazon, and today I'm going to show you how. The first mistake is this. Most people believe that you need to have a registered trademark in order to sell branded products on Amazon. Well, you don't. Most people don't know this, but there's actually 2 ways to get approval to sell your branded products on Amazon. One way is to get a registered trademark and then applying for Amazon's brand registry. This is actually the preferred method, but it costs money and can take more time. The other method, which I'm going to show you today, is called brand approval. And this is actually how I got started with my first product on Amazon. I didn't have a registered trademark and I didn't want to list my product as generic. And this is the second mistake people make, and that's listing their products as generic. You don't want to do this. In fact, I highly suggest never listing your products as generic, as it's going to create a whole bunch of problems for you. For one, you won't be able to change it to your brand in the future, and if and when you do want to brand it, you'll have to start all over by creating an entirely new listing, and you'll end up losing all of the work that you've done. You'll lose all the reviews, sales history, listing rank, basically everything. So don't do it. So to start off on the right foot, the first thing you need to do is create a new product listing, even if you don't have a product or if you're not ready to start selling yet. So if you haven't already done so, log into Seller Central and at the top, click on Add Products. If you don't see this option, click on the menu, Catalog, Add Products. And since you want to list your own branded products, these are typically private label products, you need to click down here. Do not search for a product using this field here. Then on the first page, fill in your product details. It doesn't have to be perfect. You just want to fill it in with some accurate information for now. You can always go back and edit it later. So in this case, I'm just going to make up something for the purpose of this video. Then choose the correct category for your product. It should automatically choose the category for you, but if it's not correct, then choose the right one here. Otherwise, just click on confirm. Okay, so now on this page, here's the most important step. In the brand name field, here's where you need to enter your brand. This is the brand name that you want to use and get approved to sell under. Again, you don't need to have this brand name registered as a trademark. So in this case, I'm just gonna make up a name here. Cutest Cats. Now make sure you do not check this option here. This product does not have a brand name. If you check this box, this indicates that you want to list this product as generic, and you do not want to do that, so don't check this box. Now in the product ID field, here's where you need to enter the UPC barcode that you purchased. Now buying barcodes, where to buy them from, and how many you need to buy is an entirely different topic on its own, and I have a very detailed video that goes over this, which I'll leave a link to down in the description below if you want to learn more about it. But in a nutshell, do not buy your UPC barcodes from third-party sellers. Only buy them directly from GS1. The GS1 barcode only costs $30 and you only need to buy one, so don't get a G10 exemption. So once you've done that, enter the barcode here, choose UPC, then click on next. Now, notice that this error just popped up. Brand name approval required. You have entered a brand name that has not been approved by Amazon. You need to apply for approval to list products using this brand name. Now here's where you need to go through the brand approval process so that you can use your brand on Amazon to sell your branded products. Once you've completed this approval process and you get approved, you can come back later to this listing and complete it. Now, if for whatever reason, when you create your new product listing and you do not see this error message prompting you to go through the approval process, then you'll have to get to the brand approval page in a slightly different way. On the top here, click on Help. Scroll to the bottom and then click on My Issue Isn't Listed. Then type in error 5665 and click on Continue. And you'll see that the first option here is the recommended one, Fix Brand Protection Errors. So click on it. And you can see that it's telling you to create a new listing and basically go through all of the steps that I just showed you earlier. And then when the brand approval error pops up, then go through the brand approval process. But since it didn't pop up, you can see it says, if you are unable to create the error or if the selling application is not available, click on Create a Case and provide the required information in the next step so we can assist you further. So in this case, click on the Create a Case button here. Now basically, this form that you're seeing here is the same form that you're normally going to see if the error message did pop up. So let's hop on back to the previous page and continue from there. Okay, so when this error pops up, click on Apply to Sell. All right, so now we're on the brand approval application form. You can see that it says here, this is a brand approval application for Cutest Cats. Brand names need to be approved by Amazon before they can be used by sellers. Again, if you do have a registered trademark, it says here, are you a brand owner and have a registered trademark or pending trademark? You may be eligible to enroll in brand registry. Please leave this workflow and enroll in brand registry instead. So if you do have a registered trademark, you do not go through this brand approval process. You need to enroll in brand registry, which will give you access to a bunch of more advanced selling features, such as brand protection and A+ content. Okay, so in this field, if you have a website for your brand already, you can enter the URL here. This will help your product and brand validity and make the whole approval process easier with Amazon if you do have a website. But as you can see here, it says that this is optional, so you don't need to have a website. So if you don't have one, don't go through the trouble of creating one. But what you can go to the trouble of doing is smash the like button for the YouTube algorithm. It lets YouTube know that you're finding value in this video, and I would really appreciate it. So thank you. And my name is Crescent. If you want to learn more about selling on Amazon and connect with me, join my Amazon Facebook group. It's one of the largest with over 30,000 members. You can find a link down in the description below. And with that said, in the next field here, choose the category for your product. You can use the search field like before, and it should find the best category for you. Again, if it's not the right category, choose the best category that fits the product you are trying to sell. It should match the one you chose earlier. All right, now onto the Submit Documents section. This is where you need to provide photos of your product with your branding on it to prove that you are the brand owner. You need to Include an image of your brand's logo without other products in the picture. Label the image files as your brand name, and upload at least 2 images of your brand's product and packaging. Sounds simple enough, right? But no, it isn't. You need to pay extremely close attention here, because here's where so many people make the third biggest mistake, which gets their application denied, and that's not following the guidelines that you can see here. You can see that it says, documents must meet the following requirements. The branding on your product or packaging must match exactly. Now, this should be pretty self-explanatory. The branding that's on your product must match exactly what you entered in your application. But like it says here, the capitalization can be different. So for example, if I put cutest cats in my application, it can't say cutest cat or cute cats. Okay? Next, the pictures are taken by you and items are handheld or placed on a table. Digitally altered or photoshopped images will result in your application being rejected. Again, these must be real life photos, not fake or photoshopped photos. Like photos of your product where you photoshopped your branding or logo on it. That's not going to work. And I've found that it helps if you're actually holding the product rather than just having photos of it on a table. Just make sure your hands or fingers aren't covering your brand, the logo, or the barcode. Now, I probably shouldn't suggest this next option because so many people get it wrong and get their application rejected, but I've had many of my students get away with photoshopping their logos on their products. And they had to do this because they didn't have a product yet, or their manufacturer didn't have their production units ready for them to take real photos of it with their brand on it. Now, the litmus test here is if you do decide to Photoshop your brand on the product, the final image must look 100% real. Meaning if you showed the image to 100 people, none of them will be able to tell that it was Photoshopped. Now, I've seen so many people attempt to Photoshop it themselves or have a friend do it that has such poor Photoshopping skills that the final result was just terrible. So again, unless the final result is indistinguishable from real photos, do not attempt this. So if you're in the situation where you don't have a product to take real photos of, then ask your supplier if they can make a sample unit with your branding on it. But this is unlikely due to it being cost prohibitive, but it never hurts to ask. Or another option is if you're in the middle of manufacturing, have your manufacturer pull the first unit off the production line and expedite the shipping to you so that you can have the photos taken. Or a third method, and here's a secret tip which I've actually done in the past, is if you're having custom packaging done, such as a custom design box, then have the box printed out and take photos of the box following these guidelines. And since you don't have to take photos of what's inside the box, you don't actually have to have your product inside it. Get it? Okay, so next, the branding, in this case, cutest cats, must be stamped, stitched, printed, or stuck on the product and or packaging so that it cannot be easily removed. What this means is that your branding or logo must be permanent. It can't be a sticker or a label. So like I said earlier, if you're designing a custom box, then your branding or logo must be printed on the box. If not, then printed or molded directly on your product, like you can see here in this example. Now, I also want to point out, as you can see here, the branding cannot be easily removed. The branding may not be manually written or temporarily attached to the packaging. However, in some categories, such as apparel or jewelry, branded hang tags or stickers are considered to be permanently affixed. So if you're selling clothing or jewelry, tags with your branding on it is okay. And last, the branding is not infringing on another brand's trademark. So this should be pretty obvious. The branding on your product must be your own and not someone else's intellectual property. So you can't have Apple's logo or someone else's branding on it. Okay, so checkmark all of these options to verify that you followed these guidelines, and then once you have the photos ready, you can upload them here. What I suggest is actually uploading 3 or 4 photos, not just the 1 or 2 like it suggests. Take photos from different angles and from several different sides of your product so they can see all around your product. And make sure the lighting is good and that it's in focus. And a pro tip here, although it doesn't say it's required, it seems to help with the verification process if you also show the UPC barcode in the photos. Okay, so if you do happen to get your application rejected, 99.9% of the time it's because of your photos. So if you do get rejected, take better photos and resubmit your application. But don't worry, just keep trying until you get accepted. Now moving on, if you have any additional comments that you'd like to include, you can add them here and enter your email address here. And although it says your phone number is optional, I suggest including it here so that if they do need to contact you, it's often so much easier to clarify any issues when you can speak to an agent directly over the phone. Then click on submit and wait. And be patient here. This process can take several days to over a week, sometimes even longer. And again, if you do get a notification that your application was denied, then follow the suggestions in the notification, fix the problems, and resubmit the application. And like I said before, 99% of the time, it's because of your photos. Now, once your brand is approved, you won't have to go through this process again. You can list any of your future products under that brand, regardless of what category you're choosing. But that doesn't mean you're allowed to sell in any category you want. You'll still have to get category approval if the category is gated. Okay, so once your brand is approved, you can go back and complete that new product listing that you started earlier. Okay, so once you have your product listing created and you're ready to send inventory to Amazon, you can go ahead and create a shipping plan. Once again, Amazon has updated the process of shipping products to the warehouse. So in this video, I'm going to show you how to navigate the new workflow to create your first shipping plan and find out where to ship your inventory, along with common issues such as how to ship different products at the same time, how to deal with mixed or mismatched cartons, labeling, how to fix and avoid common mistakes, as well as a bunch of other tips and tricks that will make the whole entire process as smooth as butter. Alright, so first things first. Why do you need to ship inventory to Amazon? Well, it's for the sole purpose of using Amazon's FBA, or Fulfillment by Amazon service. This is when anytime you make a sale, Amazon will handle all of the logistics from storing your inventory, picking and packing your products, shipping, customer service, as well as handling any of the returns and refunds. If you plan to do FBM, which stands for Fulfillment by Merchant, where you plan to ship all the products to your customers anytime you make a sale, then you don't need to ship anything to Amazon. So at this time, I want to address a common question. I see a lot of sellers asking why they need to ship their inventory to Amazon when there's an Amazon warehouse close to where they live. Why can't they just drop it off? Well, you can't. Regardless if there's a warehouse nearby or not, you still have to create a shipping plan and ship your inventory to Amazon. You cannot drop it off. Okay, so if you plan to do FBA, then to get started, I'm going to assume that you already have an Amazon seller account. Of course, if you want to sell on Amazon, you need to have a verified account. So if you haven't done that yet, you can sign up by going to sell.amazon.com and register for a new seller account. Once your account has been approved, you'll need to log into Seller Central and navigate over to the Manage Inventory page. Now, in order for you to ship inventory to Amazon, you need to have created a product listing first. If you haven't done that yet, then you won't be able to ship anything to Amazon. So to create a new product listing, you can click on Menu, Catalog, Add Products. Now the specifics of creating a new product listing is beyond the scope of this video, so if you need help with that or with creating a new seller account, I'll leave links down in the description below that go over it. Now, once you've created a listing, you'll see your product listed here. Now, if your Manage Inventory page looks different than what you're seeing here, that's because you're still using the old version. You can toggle over to the new beta version by clicking this option here. Alright, so the whole process of sending your products to Amazon begins with what's called a shipping plan. The shipping plan is how you tell Amazon what products you plan to ship, how many units of each product, how the products are packaged, and when Amazon can expect the shipment to arrive. So as you can imagine, it's important that you fill out the shipping plan accurately. Now, you can see that I'm out of stock on this item here. So in order to restock this item, I can start a new shipping plan by clicking on the drop-down menu and click on Send Replenish Inventory. Now, if you don't see the Send Replenish option like you can see on this listing, then when you created the product listing, you didn't choose that you're planning to do FBA. You can tell the listing isn't set to FBA because you'll see the option Change to Fulfilled by Amazon like you can see here. If that's the case, then choose the option and then click Done. Now, it may take a few minutes for this to actually update on your account, so if the Send Replenish option still isn't there, just wait a few minutes and refresh the page. So once the option is available, click Send Replenish. Okay, you can see here we're on step 1 of 3 steps. And in the first step, we need to choose the products we plan to send to Amazon. You can see that we're on the pre-selected tab here, and down here it shows the SKU that we chose on the previous page. If you have more than one product that you want to ship to Amazon, you can click on the All FBA SKUs tab here and select the other products that you want to send. But in this case, we're just going to keep it simple and just send in one SKU. Now, if this is your first time you've ever created a shipping plan for this product listing, then you're going to have to enter the origin address. The origin is usually going to be your supplier's address or wherever you're shipping your products from. But it actually doesn't really matter what you put here. You can put your own address if you want, but I suggest putting your supplier's address. And a pro tip here is if you're shipping your products from China to the US, you can actually try to save some money by using a California-based address here. So by using a California address, Amazon will tend to have you ship your products to an Amazon warehouse that's located close to the port instead of having you ship your products to somewhere else in the middle of the country where you'd have to pay more in shipping costs. Now, doing this is actually against Amazon's guidelines, so do this at your own risk, but I haven't had or seen anyone run into any problems. If you're using a freight forwarder, see if they have a warehouse near the port that you can use. You can enter or change the address by clicking on the Ship from Another Address link here. Now, if you have a US Amazon seller account and you're shipping to the US marketplace, then United States should be pre-selected already. Otherwise, choose the correct marketplace here. Now, in the packing details, you can see that it already says case packed. That's because I've already shipped this product to Amazon in the past, and I've already created a packing template for this product. But if this is your first time, then you'll have to create a new packing template by choosing Create New Packing Template. Now, before filling this out, you can see in the template type that there are two options. You can choose case packed or single SKU pallet. For most people, you're not sending in a huge shipment, so your inventory most likely isn't going to be palletized. You can see that it says here, template type indicates how you plan to ship products to Amazon. Select case pack if you want to ship using boxes. Select single SKU pallet if you plan to ship using pallets, usually LTL, and the entire pallet contains only one type of product, or one SKU. So like I said, for most instances, just choose case packed. Now, before continuing, I think it helps if I explain what case packed actually means. By understanding this concept, it'll help you immensely moving forward. As you can see, directly from Amazon's packaging guidelines, it says, all products in a box must have matching SKU and condition, and must have been packaged together by the manufacturer. All boxes with the same product must contain equal quantities of that product in each box. For example, a case pack of 24 units must always contain 24 units. The case pack limit is 150 units per case. Okay, so what does that mean? It means inside each box, or it's also called a shipping box or shipping carton or master carton, it must contain exactly the same product. You can't mix and match. And each carton must also contain the same count of that product. You can't have different counts when you're shipping in multiple cartons. Now, to avoid further confusion, the product is also called a unit. A unit is what the buyer gets when they make one purchase from you. So for example, let's say you're selling a red toothbrush. The red toothbrush is considered one unit. Every case-packed shipping carton must only contain the red toothbrush. You can't mix in green ones or blue ones. And if your supplier packaged 100 units in a shipping carton, then all of those shipping cartons must also contain 100 units of the red toothbrush inside. Now, to drive the point home, let's say instead you're selling a pack of toothbrushes. It doesn't matter how many are in the pack. It can be a 2-pack or a 6-pack. The whole pack of toothbrushes is still considered one unit. It doesn't matter if you're selling a toothbrush bundled with toothpaste, for example. The bundle is still considered one unit. One unit is whatever the buyer gets when they buy one item from you. Okay, make sense? Now over here, give the template a name. I suggest giving it a descriptive name so you know exactly what the template is. For example, I'm going to call this template Case Packed 60 Units. That way I know what the template is just from the name. In the units per box, obviously enter the number of units, so in my case, 60. And in the box dimensions, enter the size and weight. You can get this information from your supplier. Make sure this is accurate. And if your supplier gave you the details and metric, make sure you convert it to inches and pounds. Now I want to point out that there are size and weight limitations here also. If you exceed them, you'll incur fees or penalties. Now, I'll post a link in the description below that goes over this in detail. Now, under prep category, if this is your first time, you can choose if any prep is required. For example, if you're going to do all of the prep, then choose by seller. If you need Amazon to do any of the prep, then you can choose what needs to be done here. And most important, you can choose which barcode you're going to use on your product. Now, in order to sell your product on Amazon, you're always going to need to have a UPC barcode. If you're doing private label, you would have had to buy a UPC barcode when you created your listing. Now, what I suggest here is always choose Use Amazon Barcode, which is the FNSKU, and put the FNSKU barcode on your product, not the UPC. Now, also keep in mind, in most cases, your manufacturer is going to put the barcode on your product for you since it's the easiest and cheapest way to do it. However, if you choose by Amazon here, you can have Amazon do it for you, but Amazon's going to charge you a 55-cent per unit fee, as you can see here. And a pro tip to save some money is to actually have the barcode directly printed onto your product packaging instead of having to use a sticker or a label. And lastly, under the prep category, you're going to have to let Amazon know if they need to do anything to your product when they receive it. You can choose the type of prep from the list here. If no prep is needed, then select no prep. Then click save. Okay, so one thing I want to cover, again, if this is your first time creating a shipping plan for this product, then you might notice that you can't click on the confirm and continue button here. It's grayed out and the boxes and units fields are inaccessible. That's because you need to complete the packing details that we just went over first. So once that's done, you can fill in the quantity fields here. So let's say I want to ship in 4 cartons. You can see it automatically filled in the units here since it knows how many units are in each carton from the packing template. Now, if you're done, click Ready to Send. And since we're not having Amazon do any prep, there's no additional fees, so click Confirm and Continue. Now you can see we've moved on to step 2. But before we do that, let's go back real quick and let's say you have a special situation where you have an extra shipping carton that you also need to ship that's not the standard case pack from your template. Well, in that case, you can click on the More Inputs and then click on Add a Packing Line. Here, you can now enter the details of your extra shipping carton. Again, if you want to create a new template for it, you can so that you can pull this up again in the future. However, let's say that this is just a one-off situation, so click on Individual Units. And let's say I have an extra carton that only has 10 units in it. Then click on Ready to Pack. Now you can see that I have a total of 250 units ready to send in here. Now click on Pack Individual Units. Now notice that instead of jumping to step 2, we're now on an intermediate step, 1B. So let's say these extra 10 units are all in one box, so choose Everything will fit in one box. Click Confirm. Now again, get the box details from your supplier and enter it here. Then click Confirm Packing Information. Now, if you see a warning here, double check that you've entered the box details and quantities correctly. It's warning you because based on the details you entered, it doesn't match what Amazon thinks the shipping carton size and weight should be for the number of units that you said you're going to ship in. It calculates this based on the size, weight, and volume of what a single unit is, so double check that the carton size and weight that you entered are in fact correct. Since I made up all of these details, that's why we're seeing this warning here, so this is just a way to help you make sure you didn't make any mistakes. So since we're all good here, click on Confirm and Continue. Alright, so now you can see that we're back on step 2. The first thing you'll need to do here is set the ship date. It doesn't have to be exact, but you should try to be as accurate as possible. You can always change it later if you need to. Okay, next is the inbound placement service. Here's where we can choose how you want to ship your inventory to Amazon. You can see in this case there are several options to choose from, each with an associated fee. If you choose the suggested option here, you can see that Amazon wants me to split the shipment up into 3, and there's a placement fee of $162.50. And if I only want to do a single shipment, there's a $675 fee. However, there is a no fee option here if I split the shipment up into 4. And you can see that when I choose this option, it shows down here the 4 different Amazon warehouses that it wants me to ship to, as well as how many units to ship to each warehouse. Now, you can actually set a default shipping option in the settings. Click on Settings, Fulfillment by Amazon, Inbound Settings, and you can adjust the options here. Amazon Optimized Shipping Splits is going to be the cheapest option, so you can set that as default. You can see that it says here, send your inventory to multiple locations yourself for a reduced or no fee if you select partial or Amazon Optimized Shipment Splits. If you want to learn more about these options, you can read more about it here, and I'll leave a link to this page down in the description below. Now, it helps for you to get quotes from your freight forwarder to see if in fact it will be cheaper for you to split up the shipments. For example, it might end up actually being cheaper for you to only ship to 3 warehouses instead of 4 and pay the fee, so get a quote and do the math. All right, next is the shipping mode. Basically, if you're just starting out on Amazon, you're always going to choose SPD, which is small parcel delivery. These are loose cartons that are not on a pallet. LTL and FTL is less than a truckload or a full truckload. This is when you're shipping in much larger quantities where your cartons are palletized, but that's generally for once you've built your business to a much larger scale and you're shipping in more than just a few hundred units. This way you can save a lot of money by palletizing your shipment by using LTL. Now select a shipping carrier. If you're shipping domestically, meaning your shipment is within the continental US, not from overseas or another country, then you can choose the Amazon Partnered Carrier Program. This option allows you to take advantage of Amazon's shipping discount through UPS and save as much as 50 to 75% or more to ship your inventory to Amazon. You can see that to ship what we have here, it only costs $103.37. However, if I were to hop on over to UPS's website and create the 4 shipments there, it would easily be far more expensive, sometimes double or more. But do take note though, if you choose the partnered carrier option, you'll get charged right away as soon as you complete the shipping plan. And if you decide to change your mind later, you only have 24 hours to cancel the shipment to get a refund. Now, in most cases, if you're shipping from outside the US, like from China, directly to an Amazon warehouse, then you're always going to choose non-partnered carrier and pick a carrier from the drop-down menu here. Now, it really doesn't matter which carrier you choose, it's mostly just for your own reference. So if you don't know, just choose other. So in this case, since we're choosing non-Amazon partnered carrier, you can see that the fees are $0. Okay, now let's review the shipments. You can see here that we have 4 shipments, each going to different Amazon warehouses, and the number of units to ship to each warehouse here. Now, you're required to enter a delivery window for each shipment. It's extremely important that you try to be as accurate as possible. Amazon has a new policy now that if your shipment misses the delivery window that you specify, it can affect your account health as well as slow down the shipment process. So if your delivery changes for whatever reason, make sure you update the shipping plan and adjust the delivery window accordingly. You can see here that it says, this delivery window can be edited in the final step up to July 1st, 2024. You can read more about the delivery window requirements on this page here, and I'll leave a link to this page down in the description below. Now, once you've set the dates, you can review the summary here, and if everything looks good, click on Accept Charges and Confirm Shipping. Okay, and now on to step 3, Print Box Labels. You can see here the summary of the shipments and the warehouses that Amazon wants you to send each shipment to. Here's where we can print or download the shipping labels that need to go on each shipping carton. Usually the default option here is fine, but if you want to change the label size, you can. Click on Print. Now, you can either print it or download it as a PDF and email it to your supplier or freight forwarder for them to place on your shipping cartons. And of course, you'll need to repeat this process for all of the shipments. But make sure the correct label goes on the corresponding carton, especially since Amazon is specifying different unit quantities in each shipment. Now, if you hired a freight forwarder, some of them might make this whole shipping process a lot easier for you by actually creating a shipping plan for you on your account. So if you want them to do that, make sure you ask them to see if they offer that service. Now, one very important topic that I want to cover is a mistake I see so many beginners make. These shipping labels are here for Amazon's internal use only. It's specifically for Amazon to identify the shipment when it arrives at the Amazon warehouse. These shipping labels have nothing to do with the actual physical shipping of your products. So if you didn't use the Amazon Partnered Carrier Program, then you or your freight forwarder still needs to arrange the actual shipping through a shipping carrier like FedEx, UPS, or DHL. And once that's done, you'll get a second set of shipping labels from the shipping carrier. For example, if you hired FedEx to ship your inventory, then you'll get a FedEx shipping label that looks something like this. And this FedEx shipping label will also need to go on each of your shipping cartons. So without actually hiring a shipping carrier to ship your inventory, you can't ship your products. Does that make sense? However, if you did choose the Amazon Partnered Carrier Program, then along with the Amazon shipping labels, you would also get a set of UPS shipping labels to print out at the same time, since, like I said earlier, you'll get charged right away by choosing the Partnered Carrier Program. Now, if your supplier or freight forwarder is handling the shipment for you, then there's nothing left for you to do. However, if you're shipping the products yourself, you can then drop off the shipment at UPS or FedEx or whoever the carrier is. If you have a big shipment, you can actually arrange to have UPS or FedEx come to your house and pick up the shipment for you, which can be beneficial, but they'll generally charge you a pickup fee. And that's it. Once you have your tracking details, you can enter them into the shipping plan. If you have them now, you can click on Proceed to Enter Tracking Details and enter the tracking number for each carton here. If you don't have them right now, you can enter them later. Just click on Shipments at the top of the page, Manage Shipments, then click on Track Shipment. Click on the Track Shipment tab and enter the tracking numbers here. Now back on the Shipment Events tab, you can see the entire status of your shipment. You can see when the shipment was created, when it was actually shipped, when it was delivered and checked in, when it was received, and the final summary here. Now take note that once your shipment is delivered to the Amazon warehouse, it doesn't actually mean your inventory is ready to sell in the marketplace. Your shipment still needs to be checked in and processed. What that means is Amazon needs to acknowledge that your shipment has arrived and then scan all of your units to verify what you've actually sent in matches what you entered in the shipping plan. This process can take a few days to several weeks. So don't be surprised if your shipment is in the receiving status for weeks. I've actually seen this take anywhere from 4 to 6 weeks or longer to complete. So if you're planning to sell your products during Q4 and trying to sell in time for the holiday season, or if you're trying to restock before you run out of inventory, make sure you send in your shipment way ahead of time to allow for any long delays. Now, if you want to learn more about what all of these statuses mean, you can find a list of them here, and I'll leave a link to this page down in the description below. Now, 2 mistakes I see a lot of beginners make. First, if you get this error when you're entering how many boxes you're sending in, this product exceeds your current FBA capacity limit. That means you don't have enough storage space to send that many units to Amazon. Oftentimes, you'll see this error even when you haven't even shipped anything to Amazon yet. That's because you created a shipping plan in the past, but you didn't actually use it, so the inventory you specified in that old shipping plan is being allocated towards your storage capacity. So go over to your shipment page and delete or cancel the old shipping plans to recover that storage space. And the second common mistake I see is mixing up the unit size and weight with the shipping carton size and weight. I actually see this happening all the time. Now, when you create your very first shipping plan, you'll be asked to enter the dimensions and weight of your unit. So don't mix this up with the size and weight of your shipping cartons. This will create a huge problem for you. You'll get storage errors, and you'll notice that the FBA fees and shipping costs calculations are astronomically high, and that's because Amazon thinks your individual product is the size and weight of your shipping carton. I've been getting a lot of people asking me how to edit, cancel, or delete a shipping plan that they've already created. Okay, so a common question I get all the time is, how do you edit a shipping plan? Well, the short answer is you can't. If you've already completed the shipping plan, meaning you clicked finish on the last step of the shipping plan, then you can no longer make any changes to it. In most cases, your only option is to delete or cancel the shipping plan and create a new one. However, there are a few minor things that you can edit. So to edit a shipping plan, click on Menu, Inventory, Shipments, and on the shipping plan you want to edit, click on Work on Shipment. Now, the few options that you are able to edit, if you click on Step 3,
you can change the shipment date. The date you set here is actually irrelevant. It's mostly just for your own reference. Amazon doesn't care when you actually ship it. You can also change the shipment name by clicking on the rename option here. I actually suggest you name your shipments to something more easily identifiable, especially when you get to the point where you have multiple products and multiple shipments, so you know what each shipment is for, rather than the default name, which can be confusing as you don't know what the shipping plan is actually for from the default name. Now, also on step 3, if you need to print or reprint the shipping labels, you can do so here. Now, if you need to enter the tracking numbers for your shipment, you can do so by clicking on the Enter Tracking Details button here. One thing to note is that you don't actually have to enter the tracking numbers. They're just for your own reference. Amazon will still accept your shipment when it arrives at the warehouse, even if you didn't enter the tracking numbers. Now, a pro tip. You can in fact change how many units you're shipping to Amazon, which is the most common reason why most people want to edit the shipping plan. However, there is a caveat. If you click on the View or Edit Contents link here, you can see that you're able to make changes to your shipment. So, for example, let's say I want to ship more units. You can see that I get an error. Cannot add box or boxes. Unit quantity changes cannot exceed 5% or 6 units per SKU per shipment, whichever is greater. So that's the caveat. You can only change the number of units you want to send in by 5% or 6 units, whichever is greater. Okay, so that's how you can edit a shipping plan that you've already completed. However, if you've started working on a shipping plan and didn't complete it and navigated away from the Create a New Shipping Plan workflow, you can go back and continue to work on it at a later time. The problem, however, is if you go to the shipping queue, the shipping plan you were working on doesn't appear on this list. For example, if I create a new shipping plan and only complete the first step here, and then go do something else, if I navigate to the shipping queue, you'll notice that the new shipping plan isn't here for me to continue working on it. So in order to continue working on it, click on Shipments at the top here, and then click on Send to Amazon. You'll notice that the original shipping plan pops up and you'll be able to continue where you left off. Now, if for some reason you need to cancel or delete a shipping plan that you've already created, and there's a number of reasons why you would want to do that, such as, like I mentioned earlier, you need to make a change to a shipping plan and you can't edit the old shipping plan, or you have unused shipping plans in your shipping queue that's using up your storage limit and you need to free up more storage space in order to send in more inventory. Remember, you can check your storage and restock limits at the bottom of the shipping queue page here. The storage and restock limits are grouped by tier now, not by product. The new storage limits can be confusing, so if you want to learn more about how the new storage limits work, I'll leave a link in the description below that goes over it. Now, be aware that each time you create a new shipping plan, the number of units you've entered into the shipping plan is allocated and deducted from your total available storage and restock limit. So make sure you delete unused shipping plans if you're getting an error that you don't have enough available storage space when you create a new shipping plan. All right, so to cancel or delete a shipping plan, again, on the shipping plan that you want to cancel, click on Work on Shipment. Scroll down to the bottom and you can cancel the shipping plan by clicking on the Cancel Shipment buttons here. Now, you don't have to cancel a shipping plan. You can actually leave them in your shipping queue in case you plan to use it in the future. However, shipping plans do expire after 90 days and the status will automatically be changed to closed, like you can see here. And a pro tip, if you have a shipment that's already on the way to Amazon's warehouse and the shipping plan gets closed by Amazon, that's okay. Amazon will still accept the shipment when it arrives at the warehouse. And again, remember, like I mentioned earlier, the number of units you entered into the shipping plan is deducted from your total storage and restock limits, even if the shipping plan isn't being used. So make sure you delete unused shipping plans if you're getting restock limit errors when you go to create a new shipping plan. Now, if the shipping plan you created is using the partnered carrier program, you can also cancel or delete it here. However, if it's been longer than 24 hours since you created that shipping plan, you'll no longer be refunded the shipping charges. You can see here that it says, Your fees will not be canceled, even if the shipment is canceled. All right, and that's it. Sending in new inventory for a single product is relatively straightforward. But what if you need to send in multiple SKUs or products or different variations, and you want to send them all together in one shipping plan? Well, it's actually pretty straightforward as well, and I'll show you exactly how to do that. If you have multiple SKUs or different variations that you want to ship to Amazon, you can always create a separate shipping plan for each SKU or variation. However, if you do that, it can increase your shipping costs since you're shipping multiple cartons to Amazon, and Amazon may require you to send them to different warehouses. But combining the SKUs into a single shipping plan, you can save a ton of time packaging the shipment, and Amazon may just have you send them all to one warehouse. Now, there's two ways you can send multiple SKUs in a single shipping plan. The first way is by navigating to the Manage Inventory page, checkmark all of the SKUs that you want to ship. Then in the drop-down menu at the top, click on Send Replenish Inventory. Now here you want to verify that these are indeed the SKUs that you want to replenish, and then click on Yes, Continue. Now the remaining steps should look familiar as they're exactly the same as when you're sending in a single SKU. Now the second method is similar, but you don't select all the SKUs on the Manage Inventory page. Let's say, for example, you started a shipping plan and you only selected one SKU, like this one. And then you realize that you want to ship in more SKUs. Then on this page, click on the All SKUs option, then select the other SKUs you want to include in the shipping plan. Specify the quantity of each that you want to send in, and then click on Pack Individual Units. One thing to note though, if you've never shipped the other SKUs in before, and therefore you've never created a shipping template for the SKU, then those SKUs will not show up on this list for you to select. So if you don't see the SKU, you'll have to use the first method. And once again, the remaining steps here are exactly the same as if you were sending in a single SKU. Now, a couple of things I do want to point out if you're sending in multiple SKUs at once. First, in most cases, you're trying to ship multiple SKUs in one shipping plan because you want to send them all in one single shipping box or carton. However, as I mentioned earlier, if the SKUs already have a shipping template created and they happen to be case packed, then trying to ship case packed SKUs alongside individually packed SKUs may not fit in a single shipping box or carton, at least not in a shipping box or carton that isn't going to be considered oversized by Amazon. So you may be forced to send the case packed SKUs as separate shipping cartons within the same shipping plan. Otherwise, you could always break apart the case packed units and create an individually packed template and put everything in a box, but I doubt you'd want to do that as it complicates things and it's more work for you. Second, if you are able to ship everything in a single shipping carton, be aware of what you're shipping inside that shipping box. If you have fragile products and you're throwing them inside a box together with other SKUs that aren't fragile, you can be inadvertently damaging your own products if they get banged around together during shipping. So make sure you're packaging them properly or split the products up into different boxes so you're not mixing fragile with non-fragile products together. Prepping and packaging Amazon shipments can be rather confusing, especially if it's your first time. So in this video, I'm going to show you how to properly package your products, including all the different ways that you can package them, how to properly label your products, as well as how to package and label your shipping cartons. I'll go over what the Amazon packaging and labeling requirements are, including which barcodes you need to put on your products. So to get started, let's take a look at Amazon's packaging and prep guidelines. These are the requirements that your product's packaging and shipping cartons need to follow. I'll post a link to this page in the description below so you can refer to it because, like you can see here, it says, follow these general requirements when shipping units to fulfillment centers. Certain products have other specific requirements. Amazon may refuse, return, or repackage any product delivered to a fulfillment center with inadequate or non-compliant packaging at your expense. Okay, so let's talk about the different ways you can package your product. There's basically three main types of packaging that you're going to encounter: a box, a poly bag, or a blister pack. The type of packaging you choose should suit the product based on how much overall protection it needs to prevent any damage from handling and shipping, keeping the contents together as well as the overall unboxing experience. For example, you can use a plain generic cardboard box like you see here, or for not much more cost, you can go with a custom designed box. For certain products, you can use a poly bag instead. These are clear bags you're probably already familiar with. Again, you have the option of going with a plain generic poly bag, or you can add value by going with a designer bag, or even bags with insert cards in them like you see here. The third type of product packaging you'll most likely encounter is blister packs. Some products are better suited for this type of packaging so that you can show off the contents, like a toothbrush or a pack of marker pens like you see here. Usually, a manufacturer will already have their preferred packaging that they use for the product, but that doesn't always mean that you have to use it. If you want to change how a product is packaged, ask them to see what options they have. In some cases, they may not be able to change the packaging. In those circumstances, you'll have to have your product packaged elsewhere with a supplier that has the packaging option that you want. And do you know what else you want? Smash the like button for the YouTube algorithm. It lets the YouTube algorithm know you found value in this video and to show it to more people just like you, and I would really appreciate it. So thank you. And my name is Crescent. If you want to learn more about how to sell on Amazon and connect with me, as well as surround yourself with other like-minded sellers, join my Amazon Facebook group. It's one of the largest with over 30,000 members. You can find a link down in the description below. Now, if we refer back to the packaging guidelines, regardless of which type of packaging you go with, everything that is included in your product must be contained within the package. As you can see here under loose products, it says, each unit, including multiple volume book sets, must be contained within a single, secure package. For example, if you're selling a product that has multiple pieces or parts, or if it's multiple items in a bundle, everything needs to be contained inside one single package. Like if you're selling a cell phone case bundled with a charging cable, the case and the cable need to be inside one single package. Now, designing and choosing your packaging is important because the overall size and weight of your product packaging will dictate how much your Amazon fulfillment fee is. As you can see here, to fall under the small standard size tier, your product needs to be less than 16 ounces and must be smaller than 15 by 12 by 0.75 inches. The fees go up significantly as you move up in tier, so don't make your product packaging any larger than it needs to be. Now, specifically, if you're using boxes, you want to make sure that it meets these guidelines here. Take particular attention to what it says here. Boxes must be 6-sided. Must have openings or a lid that will not easily open on its own. If the box can easily open on its own, use tape, glue, or staples to keep it closed. Must not collapse when medium pressure is applied to any of the sides. And if the boxed unit has perforated sides or openings, the product must pass a 3-foot drop test, consisting of 1 drop on each side and 1 drop on a corner. If the product does not pass the drop test, it must be placed in a poly bag with a suffocation warning. Now, when it comes to poly bags, you can see that they need to meet these requirements. The most important is this one here. Poly bags with a 5-inch opening or larger must have a suffocation warning either printed on the bag or attached as a label. Failure to apply a suffocation warning may lead to the items being rebagged. You can actually buy poly bags with the warning already printed on them, like you can see here. In fact, you can buy them on Amazon or from a supplier, or you can place them on the bag using a sticker. Now, poly bags also need to adhere to these guidelines here. However, I know Amazon doesn't actually check that the thickness is at least 1.5 mil, as you can see here. However, poly bags must be transparent. They have to have the UPC or Amazon barcode that is scannable through the bag or on the outside of the bag. They must be completely sealed, and poly bags must not protrude more than 3 inches past the dimensions of the product. Now, if you want to learn how you can make your own warning labels or print them along with your barcode, I do have a video that goes over how to do this, and I'll post a link to that video in the description below. And if you're using bubble wrap, or if you're selling perishable products, make sure you read up on this section. They need to have an expiration date on them. Or if you want to read up on the other stipulations, I'll leave a link to this page in the description below. Now, speaking of labels, it's crucial that you have them done correctly. Otherwise, you can have your shipment denied, delayed, or have to pay fines. Firstly, if you're importing your products from outside of the US, by law, US Customs requires that the country of origin be on every single unit. So for example, if your product is coming from China, every unit needs to have Made in China on it. You also need to have Made in China on the master carton as well, like you can see here. A master carton is the shipping carton your products are being shipped in from China. Additionally, every one of your units needs to also have a barcode on it. If you're doing private label, I suggest always putting the FNSKU or FNSKU on every unit. This barcode is also called the Amazon barcode. I don't suggest using the UPC barcode, also called the manufacturer barcode. By using the FNSKU, it prevents the possibility of your inventory being commingled with other sellers' inventory. You can download or print the FNSKU from the Print Item Labels option in Seller Central, or when you create a shipping plan, it'll have an option for you to print them there. And if you're not applying the barcode label yourself, you can save the FNSKU as a PDF and email it to your supplier so that they can place it on your product for you. Now, one important thing to note, the barcode label must be placed on the outermost packaging so that it can be easily scanned. It can't be on the inside, covered, or hidden. And to avoid any confusion, there can only be one barcode visible on the product. If there are other barcodes on the packaging for some reason, you'll need to cover the other barcodes up. Either Sharpie over them or cover it with your FNSKU barcode sticker. And a pro tip, if you're creating custom packaging for your product, you can have the country of origin and the FNSKU barcode incorporated directly into the package design so that it can just be directly printed onto the box rather than having to use a sticker. This will not only make your overall design look cleaner, but it also saves some money by not having to print additional labels and pay for sticker labels. Now, if for whatever reason your supplier can't do the labeling for you, or you don't want them to, you can actually have Amazon put the barcode labels on for you. However, Amazon will charge you a fee of 55 cents per unit. And keep in mind, if you incorrectly label your products, Amazon will charge you an unplanned service fee to fix them. And if you continue to send in inventory incorrectly, you can lose your FBA selling privileges completely. All right, now let's move on to the shipping cartons. These are the boxes that you or your supplier is going to package and ship your products to Amazon in. These are also called master cartons. Now, there's two ways that you can package your master cartons, either case packed or individually packed. Case packed means your shipment boxes consist of cases that contain identical items with matching SKUs in the same condition. They also must meet these criteria. All products in a box must have matching SKU and condition. All boxes with the same product must contain equal quantities of that product in each box. For example, a case pack of 24 units must always contain 24 units. And take note here, the case pack limit is 150 units per case. So for example, if you're shipping in 600 units of can openers and they're boxed up in 4 cartons with 150 units in each carton, the maximum, then this would be case packed. Each case has the exact same product inside. They're all in the same condition and in the same quantity. Now, individually packed means your shipment boxes consist of individual items with different SKUs or in different conditions. Individual products can contain different quantities of the same SKU in each case and can contain more than 150 units in any case. For example, let's say you're shipping in 400 stainless steel can openers and 100 plastic can openers. You can throw them all into one shipping carton or have multiple cartons with 2 SKUs mixed up inside the cartons with no specific organization. Now, a pro tip here is even if your products are case packed, always choose individually packed when you're creating your shipping plan to avoid some potential problems when creating your shipment. I go into detail on what these problems are in a separate video on how to create a shipping plan, and I'll leave a link to this video in the description below if you want to learn more about that. Now, for most people just starting out, you're not shipping a ton of inventory that's on pallets or taking up a truckload or an entire container, so you're going to be shipping your products in as SPD or small parcel delivery. In this case, the shipping cartons need to meet these SPD requirements. They must have an FBA shipment ID label and a carrier label. You'll get these from your shipping plan and shipping carrier or freight forwarder. They must not weigh more than 50 pounds and cannot exceed 25 inches on any side. And again, take note, it says here, important, box weight and dimension policies are strictly enforced. Sending overweight or oversized boxes to the fulfillment center may lead to blocking of future shipments. Again, if you want to read more about this yourself, I'll leave a link to this page in the description. Also, if we take a look at this section here, it says SPD shipments using an Amazon partnered carrier, the maximum units per box is 200 units. and 500 units per carton for non-partnered carrier shipments. Okay, so what's a partnered carrier shipment? Well, because Amazon does so much volume, they offer deep discounts on domestic shipments within the US versus arranging the shipment yourself through a shipping carrier such as UPS, FedEx, or DHL. Basically, if you're shipping within the US to Amazon's fulfillment centers, then definitely take advantage of the partnered carrier program. The savings are sometimes more than half the price. You can choose this option when you create your shipping plan. All right, so moving on to the shipping labels. There's two labels that need to go on your shipping cartons, and what's confusing is that they're both called shipping labels, so pay close attention here. For shipments going to Amazon, Amazon requires you to create a shipping plan. The shipping plan lets them know what you're shipping in, and the shipping plan will tell you which fulfillment centers you need to ship your products to. When you complete the shipping plan, you'll be giving shipping labels that look like this that you'll need to print out and affix to your shipping cartons. One label for each carton. You can also download these shipping labels and email them to your supplier or freight forwarder if they're the ones handling the shipment so that they can put them on your shipping cartons for you. Be aware though, if you're shipping multiple cartons of different products or different quantities, make sure the correct label goes on the corresponding carton so that they go to the right fulfillment center, as Amazon may not have you ship everything to the same warehouse. Now, these Amazon shipping labels are simply to identify the shipping cartons when they arrive at Amazon so that they know what it is and who it belongs to. So these Amazon shipping labels will not actually let you ship your products with a shipping carrier like UPS or FedEx. These labels have nothing to do with the physical shipping of your products. In order to physically ship your products, you or your supplier or freight forwarder need to arrange the shipment with an actual shipping carrier like UPS, FedEx, or DHL. The carrier will then provide you with their own shipping labels that look like this. These labels also need to go on each one of your shipping cartons, one label for each carton. But keep in mind, unless you're shipping the products to Amazon yourself, you most likely won't be dealing with any of this. Your supplier or freight forwarder that's arranging the shipment will get these labels and put them on the cartons for you. And lastly, another source of confusion for a lot of people is how your product will be packaged and shipped to your customers. Now, if you're doing FBA, which stands for Fulfillment by Amazon, this is where Amazon handles all of the packaging and labeling for you. When someone buys one of your products, Amazon will pick your products off the shelf, package it in a shipping box or padded envelope, and label it for shipping. This is all included as part of the Amazon FBA fees that you're paying each time you make a sale. So these packages are the Amazon labeled boxes and padded envelopes that everyone easily recognizes. You don't need to worry about or handle any part of this final step. Amazon takes care of it all for you. However, one thing to note, if your product is fragile, you'll want to make sure that your product packaging is sufficient to protect it from damage during handling and shipping. Never rely on the Amazon packaging. They may not even put any extra padding material inside. The responsibility falls on you if the item gets damaged during shipping. You'll get bad reviews otherwise. And one last thing I want to point out here, sometimes Amazon will ship your product in a padded envelope rather than a box. This is so that they can cut down on their costs. In those cases, if your product or product packaging is fragile and can be easily damaged or crushed because it's not in a shipping box, you can actually contact Amazon and request to have your product always be shipped in a box. Unfortunately, you can't just contact them to make the request. You'll need to prove to them that your product is being damaged and that it's not your fault with your product's packaging method. And the damage is due to the fact that Amazon is shipping it in a padded envelope. What you want to do is collect any bad reviews or returns you received where the buyer left a message indicating that your product was delivered damaged. You'll need more than one or two of these though. Then submit them to Amazon as evidence along with your request in order to get them to approve the change.
All right, so we spoke about barcodes earlier in this tutorial, but in some cases, you may want to customize the barcode label, whether that's to save money or to simply add or remove information on it. So in the next section, I'm going to show you how you can do that.
In this video, I'm going to go over what barcodes you need, where to buy them, how to download and print them, where they need to go, as well as how you can customize and edit them to include the country of origin and any safety warnings yourself for free. What's up guys? My name is Crescent and let's get started. All right, first things first. Let's quickly go over what barcode Amazon requires. You can see here that it says Fulfillment by Amazon uses barcodes to identify and track inventory throughout the fulfillment process. Each item that you send into an Amazon fulfillment center requires a barcode. There's 3 types of barcodes that you can use. The manufacturer barcode, like the UPC barcode, the Amazon barcode, such as the FNSKU, and the transparency barcode. Now, the 2 main barcodes you're going to run into are the manufacturer barcode and the Amazon barcode. And without getting too deep into what all of these different types are, basically, if you're doing arbitrage or wholesale, then your products will most likely already have the manufacturer's barcode on them. This is normally the UPC barcode. If you're doing private label, then your product isn't going to have a barcode, so you're going to have to buy a UPC barcode for it. The reason you need to buy a UPC barcode is basically because every product that is sold worldwide needs to have its own unique UPC barcode so that it can be tracked in stores. No 2 products have the same UPC barcode. You can see here that UPC stands for Universal Product Code. The Universal Product Code is a barcode symbology that is widely used worldwide for tracking trade items in stores. And if you didn't already know, the UPC barcode is this striped block that you can find on products which gets scanned when you buy something at the store. The Amazon barcode, also known as the FNSKU or FNSKU, stands for Fulfillment Network Stock Keeping Unit. This barcode is how Amazon tracks all of the inventory kept at Amazon's warehouses, and it only works within Amazon's system. The FNSKU isn't recognized outside of Amazon. Now, when you're sending your inventory to Amazon to do FBA, Amazon requires your products to have one of these barcodes on them so that they can be tracked. You cannot have more than 1 barcode on each product. Each unit must have an exterior scannable barcode or label and remove, cover, or render unscannable any existing scannable barcodes on the outside of shipping boxes. For example, cover existing barcodes with opaque tape or use a black felt tip marker to render the barcode unscannable. This prevents the incorrect barcode from being accidentally scanned during the receiving process. It's important that you follow Amazon's labeling requirements precisely, otherwise Amazon will charge you an unplanned prep fee to fix them. Okay, so now that you understand what the different barcode types are and what Amazon requires, which barcode do you put on your products? What I suggest is, regardless of whether or not your product already has the manufacturer's UPC barcode on it, always put the Amazon barcode, the FNSKU, on it. The reason is because if you use the manufacturer's barcode, your products will be commingled with other sellers' products, and because you can't guarantee the quality or condition of the other sellers' products, you risk getting bad reviews. If you use the FNSKU, the products that you send in will be kept separate from other sellers that are selling the same product. Make sense? Okay, so with that said, where do you get the FNSKU? Well, in order to get the FNSKU, you first need to create a product listing. So if you haven't done that yet, you'll need to do so first. However, in order to create a new product listing, you need to buy a UPC barcode. Amazon requires that you buy official GS1 barcodes. Now, I see a lot of people trying to save money by buying cheap barcodes from eBay or third-party websites. Now, I don't suggest doing so because there's no guarantee that those barcodes are real, haven't been used already, or in fact are valid as GS1 barcodes. GS1 drastically reduced their prices recently, and official GS1 barcodes now only cost $30, so buy directly from GS1. And because the price is so affordable now, this is also why I don't suggest getting a GTIN exemption anymore. It's simply not worth the trouble and hassle having to deal with the issues that come with getting an exemption. I'll leave a link to the GS1 website in the video description below. Now, if you want to learn more about how to create a product listing, I have a video on that too, which I'll leave a link to in the video description below. Just make sure that when you're creating the new product listing, that you choose Fulfillment by Amazon. Otherwise, you won't be able to print or edit the FNSKU without having to change the listing to FBA first. And with that said, there's a couple of ways that you can download the FNSKU. The first way is on the Manage Inventory page in Seller Central. If you click the drop-down menu on your product, you can see that it says Print Item Labels. If you don't see this option, then that means you didn't choose Fulfillment by Amazon when you created the product listing. If that's the case, then you'll see the option change to Fulfill by Amazon, like you see here on this other listing. If this happened to you, then just click on Change to Fulfilled by Amazon. And make sure you choose Amazon barcode in the barcode type so that you're using the FNSKU, not the manufacturer barcode. Then click on Convert Only. Now you should see the Print Item Labels option. If you don't, you may need to wait 15 minutes for the listing to update. Now, once you click on Print, you can choose different barcode sizes from the drop-down menu here. For example, the default you see here is 63.4 by 29.6 millimeters. But if you don't like that size, you can choose a different one. So just to give you an idea of what that is, if we download the default size and click on Print Item Labels, this pop-up message is just to remind you that you can only have one barcode on your products and to remove or cover up any existing labels. Click OK. Now, we don't actually want to print this, so save the label as a PDF and open it. You can see that this is what this barcode size looks like. Now, if we choose a different size and open it up, you can see it's different. So pick one that you like or suits your package design. If it's not perfect, that's okay. I'll show you how to modify it later on in the video. Okay, so you can also print the FNSKU while you're creating a shipping plan. On step 1, if you set the Who Labels option to by seller, you'll see the Print SKU Labels option here. If for whatever reason you want Amazon to label your products for you, you can set it to Amazon, but Amazon will charge you 30 cents per unit. And again, you'll be able to choose the label size here and set the number of labels to 1. Now, if this shipping plan workflow looks different, Amazon recently changed the shipping plan workflow. So if you want to learn how to create a shipping plan using Amazon's new workflow, I'll leave a link to a new video on this in the description below. Now, if you've already created a shipping plan, you can also print the FNSKU from your shipping queue. Just click on the shipping queue link at the top of the page. Click on the shipping plan. Click on Send to Amazon. Then in step 1, click on View. Then click on the Print SKU Labels link. Now, the easiest though is to just print from the Manage Inventory page. The FNSKU barcode is almost never going to change for the lifetime of the product, so it doesn't matter if you've created a shipping plan or not, the barcode is going to remain the same regardless of where you download it from. Alright, so once you've downloaded the barcode, you can see that it has the barcode itself, the FNSKU number under it, the title of your product, and the condition. And like I said earlier, this barcode and the barcode number, or FNSKU number, is never going to change for the lifetime of your product. I mean, in rare circumstances, it can, but for the most part, it will never change. Also, take notice that the FNSKU in this case starts with an X0. This means that my product listing is using Amazon's barcode. If you see your FNSKU starts with a B0, in fact, that number is your product's ASIN, then you're still using the manufacturer's barcode option, and your products will get commingled. So to change this, make sure you set the barcode type to Amazon's barcode when you create your shipping plan like I showed you earlier. And to change this default setting on your seller account to always just use the Amazon barcode, you can go to Settings, Fulfillment by Amazon, scroll down to FBA Product Barcode Preference, click on Edit, and set the option to Amazon barcode and click Update. Now, going back to the barcode label, a pro tip. You may notice that the title that it shows here doesn't match the title you have on your product listing. I'm not sure why this happens, but the title it shows on the label is usually whatever the title was when you first created the listing. And if you change the title later, it doesn't always update the title on the label. That's okay though. You can edit it yourself or remove it altogether. It's not required. Just like the condition, it's not required to be on the label too. The only thing that's required is the barcode and the barcode number. I'll show you how to remove the title and the condition later on in the video. Okay, now how do you edit or customize the label? Well, obviously you can always hire someone to do it from websites like Fiverr.com, or if you have Photoshop or Illustrator, you can use that too, but I'm going to show you how you can do it for free using Canva. Canva is absolutely free to use. Just sign up for a free account. And just to let you know, this video isn't sponsored by Canva. Okay, so once you've signed up and you're in Canva, click on Create a Design. In our case, we're going to choose Create a New Poster. And the reason is because we want the dimensions to be in inches, not pixels. Like you can see here,
For poster, it's 18 by 24 inches, whereas if you choose logo, it's 500 by 500 pixels. The size actually doesn't matter. What we want here is that the units to be in inches, not pixels, so that we can easily size our barcode design here to fit our sticker label or package design. Now, in order to import the FNSKU label into Canva, the easiest way is to open the PDF we downloaded from Amazon and take a screenshot. If you're on a Mac, press the Command-Shift-4 keys at the same time, then drag a box around the barcode and save it. If you're on a PC, then you can use the snipping tool to do the same thing. Now we can go back to Canva, click on Uploads, then click on Upload Media, and select the file we just saved. Now click and drag the barcode onto the canvas. Okay, pretty easy so far, right? Now with the blue box, we can grab the handles to resize the barcode to whatever size we want. You can see that when I click and drag it, it shows the width and the height of the barcode. And you can use this tool to make the barcode the exact size that you need. So if the barcode needs to be a specific size to fit on a sticker label or in your package design, you can set that size easily. Okay, so what can we do to customize the barcode? Well, if you're OCD like me, I want it to look perfect. So like I said earlier, the only requirement is that the barcode itself and the FNSKU number needs to be on the label. So you can grab the handle here and crop the title and condition out like this. Now, if you want to include the title and condition, you can add it back in yourself and make it look nicer by using a different font. And while you're at it, make the title how you want it. For example, we can click on the text option here and then the add a little bit of body text option. And let's say we want the title to say Acme Stainless Can Opener or whatever brand name yours is. Then we can resize this so it all fits on one line. And let's choose a different font. And let's resize it so it fits nicely under the barcode. Okay, let's say you want to change the font of the FNSKU too. Let's click on text again, choose this body text option, and type in the FNSKU. X0028MJV63. Let's make it bold. And let's choose a new font, like this one. Now let's crop the old FNSKU out, like that. And let's resize and move the new FNSKU. Okay, now let's center everything so it looks nicely aligned. And there you go, a much nicer looking barcode label. What you can do now is select everything here and click on the group button here. This groups everything together so you can easily resize it all at once to whatever size you need. Pretty cool, right? Now, what you can also do is add the country of origin and any safety warnings onto the same label. This can save you some money not having to use multiple labels. For example, if we take a look on Google, we can see some of the examples of labels with the country of origin and warnings on them. Like you can see here, these barcode labels have the Made in China on them. And if your product is in a poly bag with an opening 5 inches or larger, it needs to have a suffocation warning on it. This warning can be printed directly on the bag or on a sticker like we can see here. So if you're importing your products into the US, US Customs requires every unit to have the country of origin on it. It can be a sticker or printed directly on the package design. Okay, so how can we add this to our label? Like before, click on text and on body text again. Now let's type in Made in China or wherever your product is manufactured. Let's choose a different font like this one. Resize it and let's put it here on top. You can see that it automatically snaps to the center to align everything. And you can use the arrow keys to make small adjustments to make it perfect. Actually, I don't like that font. Let's change it. Okay, that one looks better. All right, now, if you need to add the suffocation warning too, let's do that. First, let's take a look at an example on Google again. Okay, so the warning has this warning icon, and then there's this warning text. So let's find this icon first. Let's do a search for warning icon. Now let's find one that we like this one here. Let's click on it and save it to the computer. So let's right click it and save image as. Okay, let's go back to Canva and click on Uploads
upload media. Let's choose the icon we just downloaded and saved. And now let's drag it onto the canvas. Okay, so this is way too big, so let's resize it to fit. Okay, that looks pretty good. Now let's add the warning text. Click on text, body text again. Now let's copy what the other labels say. Now let's take a look at the other labels. It looks like it says warning with an exclamation. So, okay, so let's type that in. Now let's bold it. And let's resize it to fit next to the icon here. Okay, now let's add the warning message. It looks like it says, keep away from small children and a bunch of other stuff. Now, I'm not going to type it all out. I think you kind of get the point. So let's click on text, body text again. Let's copy and paste this in here and resize it to fit. And I don't want this text center aligned, so let's left justify it here by clicking this. Okay, now that looks pretty good, don't you think? Actually, I think it's a little bit too big though, so let's group it all together like this. And let's resize it. All right, so like that, there. That looks good. Okay, perfect. And that's it. Canva actually auto-saves while you work, so you don't have to worry about losing any of the work that you do. You can see at the top here that it says all changes saved. Now, once you're done, you can download it by clicking the download button here. Save it as a PNG or JPEG. Now, if we open it up, you can see the final barcode label. Pretty cool, right? Now, you can email this to your supplier and they can print it out and put it on your products. If you plan to print it out yourself, it's actually pretty easy to do. You don't need a thermal printer or anything special. All you need to do is buy pre-made sticker labels. Avery makes a ton of different sizes, like you can see here. So choose a label size that you want to use, and you can design the barcode to fit that label size. Then you can use Avery's free label printing software to print the labels at home. I'll leave a link in the description below to the software. To use it, all you need to do is sign up on Avery's website. It's free. Then click on Start a New Project. Choose the label that you want to use from the list. So for example, let's say we're using this one here. We want a blank horizontal label, so click on Select this design. Now click on Image on the left, Add Image, and choose the file we saved from Canva. Now you can resize the barcode to fit on the label. And once you've got it how you want it, you can click on Preview and Print. And that's it. You can stick the label sheets into your printer and print away. Okay, so that was pretty slick, right? I hope you found this helpful. And a pro tip to make sure the barcode you created actually works, print out your final design and then open up your camera app on your phone or use any barcode scanner app and try scanning the barcode. If the app recognizes the barcode, then you're good to go. If it doesn't see a barcode there, then the barcode in your design is too blurry, too small, or is formatted incorrectly. Just be aware that if the app does recognize it as a barcode, it won't actually do anything or link anywhere because the barcode doesn't actually do anything. You're just verifying that the barcode is recognizable as a barcode. Okay? Now again, if you don't want to label your products yourself, you can have Amazon do it for you, but Amazon will charge you 30 cents a unit. It's almost always cheaper to have your supplier do it. They may do it for free or for just a few pennies each. And another option, if you want, you can buy pre-made, made in China or suffocation labels too. In fact, you can buy them straight off of Amazon. Just do a search for suffocation warning label, and you can see that these come in rolls like these, or search for made in China label. And a reminder that only one barcode can be visible on your product, so make sure to cover up any existing barcodes that are on them so the FNSKU is visible. And a pro tip here to save some money, if you plan to sell your products on Amazon and in brick and mortar stores, then what I suggest is printing the UPC barcode directly onto the package design. Then for the units that you're sending into Amazon, cover the UPC barcode with the Amazon FNSKU barcode label. That way you don't have to have two different package designs with two different barcodes on them or two separate barcode labels for products going to Amazon and others that are going to retail stores. All right, so does that make sense? Okay, so by this point, you should have a pretty clear understanding of how to find and source your products and ship it to Amazon's warehouse. However, before you actually launch your product and try to make your first sale, you need to have a strategy on how to get your first reviews, since reviews play such a huge role in getting your product social proof, which leads to higher conversions. In this video, I'm going to show you 5 ways you can get reviews that won't get you banned on Amazon, including 2 secret strategies that me and my students use that I'm positive that you haven't seen before. Okay, so because Amazon has become extremely strict on enforcing their review policy to prevent sellers from gaming the system to get fake reviews, we need to be very careful implementing any review strategies so that you don't get caught, or worse, have your selling privileges revoked. So let's take a look at Amazon's guidelines first and see what they specifically say that you can and cannot do. If we take a look at Amazon selling policies and seller code of conduct page, I'll leave a link to this page in the description below if you want to read more about it on your own. It says, you may not attempt to influence or inflate customers' ratings, feedback, and reviews. You may request feedback and reviews from your own customers in a neutral manner, but may not pay for or offer an incentive, such as coupons or free products, in exchange for providing or removing feedback or reviews. Ask customers to write only positive reviews or ask them to remove or change a review. Solicit reviews only from customers who had a positive experience. Review your own products or a competitor's product. And although it doesn't say it here, it also includes having your friends and family leave you a review. Okay, so if you're launching a new product, you don't have any reviews, and that will seriously affect your sales and product launch. So how do you get your initial reviews? Let's first go over a few black hat methods of getting reviews. These are strategies that are 100% against Amazon's terms of service, but I'll show you that if you're very careful and follow some specific strategies, you can get away with it. The first and most obvious way is to have your friends and family leave you a review. Again, it's strictly forbidden, as I went over earlier. However, if you're the type of person that's a little less risk averse, then you can have your friends and family leave you a review if you follow these specific guidelines. First, be aware that in order for someone to leave reviews on Amazon, their Amazon account must have already spent at least $50 on Amazon. So if you want to use your friends and family, make sure that they've made enough purchases first. Also make sure that you've never shared the same Wi-Fi, don't live in the same household, don't have the same last name, don't live in the same zip code, and aren't friends on Facebook. Basically anything that can connect you two together online. And remember, you have to make this appear to look like a real review, so your friend or family members must buy your product. And make sure that they wait a few days or a week after they've received the product before leaving the review. It's a huge red flag if they don't buy your product or if they leave a review before the product has even been received. How can someone comment on a product if they haven't received it yet and had a chance to use it? And a pro tip here, don't just have your friends and family write you some random review. You know your product best and what all of its features and benefits and competitive advantages, so you write the review and have them post it. Also take some photos and video and have them post it alongside the review so that other potential buyers can see even more information about your product. And also keep in mind, the average sales to review ratio is around 1%. That means for every 100 sales, you might get around 1 review. So don't go crazy getting reviews from your friends and family all at once. Again, it's a huge red flag if you suddenly get 10 sales and all 10 buyers leave you a review. Okay, another black hat method is to get reviews from Amazon-related Facebook groups or review trading specific groups. I actually highly discourage you from doing this. Don't underestimate the reach Amazon has. They've infiltrated a lot of these groups and communities, and they will shut down sellers that they find using this strategy. Now, if you don't believe me, you can actually do a search on Facebook or Google, and you'll find countless stories of people getting caught using this method. You've been warned. All right, before moving on, let's actually go over some gray hat strategies that you can employ. The first is using review services that offer buyers deals on products where the buyers kind of know ahead of time that they should leave a review. Services like Jungle Scout's Jump Send or Rebate Key. These services are extremely easy to use and set up, and I'll be honest, I've used them before in the past, and they do get you reviews, and rather quickly sometimes. However, I also know that Amazon has been frowning on these types of services and cracking down on them too, so use them at your own risk. And a second and even more powerful gray hat strategy is a method that I personally developed and use with excellent results. I'll go over this method at the end of the video. But first, let's talk about some white hat strategies. These are strategies that get reviews that are 100% legitimate and Amazon doesn't have any problems with you using them. The first method, which is the best and easiest way to get your initial reviews, is by using Amazon's own Vine program. The Vine program is where you can offer your products for free to trusted reviewers on Amazon, and they'll leave you a detailed review in return. However, they may not always be positive though, so you want to make sure your product is top-notch, high quality, and doesn't have any defects. The Vine program is available to sellers that have the following prerequisites. You must be a professional selling partner. You must have registered a brand in Amazon Brand Registry. You must be identified as a brand owner. You must have eligible FBA offers, and your products must meet the following criteria. Be brand registered in Amazon Brand Registry. Have fewer than 30 reviews on the product detail page. Have a buyable FBA offer in the new condition. It cannot be an adult product, digital, or heavy and bulk item. Have already launched at the time of enrollment. Have available inventory. Have an image and a description. I'll leave a link to this page in the description below if you want to learn more about it. Okay, now a second method is by using insert cards. An insert card is a card that you include inside your packaging alongside your product that typically has more information about your product, warranty details, or any marketing or ads that you want to mention. It may also thank the buyer for their purchase, or in this case, ask them to leave a review. If you've ever purchased anything from Amazon or any other online store, you've most certainly seen these before. Now, you can't just put anything onto these insert cards. Amazon has strict guidelines on what you can and cannot do. You can see here that it says, Amazon's policies prohibit box inserts and product packaging that direct customers to write a positive review, even if no incentive is offered for their review. That means you can't specifically ask the buyer to only leave a positive review. It also says, similarly, directing customers to contact you instead of leaving a negative review on Amazon is also prohibited. Please ensure your product packaging and box inserts are compliant with these policies before shipping your products to a fulfillment center or to customers. So basically, what that means is you can ask them to leave a review, as you can see in this example here. It doesn't specifically ask them to only leave a positive review or a 5-star review. Now I have a video that goes into detail on how to use this strategy specifically, and I'll leave a link to that in the video description below. And a third white hat method to get your initial reviews is of course organically. That simply means getting reviews by generating sales. Remember, the average sales to review ratio is around 1%. So for every 100 sales, you can expect to get around 1 review. Now, I know what you're thinking. 100 sales? That's a lot. It's going to take forever. Well, not really. If you're expecting to sell 8 to 10 units a day, that's approximately 100 sales every 10 days. So you can expect to get at least 1 review every 10 days or so. Slow and steady wins the race and won't raise any red flags. You can also help boost your sales by running aggressive PPC campaigns. PPC, which stands for pay per click, is Amazon's advertising system where sellers can bid on keywords to have their product ads displayed in the search results. These are the listings that you see that say sponsored next to them. By running aggressive PPC campaigns or offering promotions or coupons, you can boost your sales to help you get more reviews in the process. You can learn more about how to do PPC, promotions, or coupons by clicking the link in the description below. And of course, when you have sales, Amazon gives you the ability of sending email reminders to your buyers asking them to leave a review. You can access this option in your order history. However, keep in mind, Amazon already sends out reminders automatically on your behalf, and you can only send 1 reminder. All right, now I want to show you 2 powerful secret review strategies that you won't find anywhere else. The first is an extension to using insert cards. The problem with insert cards is that most people will just take a look at it and then toss it away in the garbage. There's no incentive for the buyer to leave you a review. However, with my strategy, it's so powerful because we're not going to ask them to leave a review on the insert card. Instead, we're going to offer the buyer a free gift. All they have to do to claim it is to visit my website. You can either offer them an extra unit of what they bought for free or a free Amazon gift card. The easiest being a gift card, since you can just email a digital Amazon gift card instead of having to pay to send a package in the mail. And as you can see here on my website, after going through a few quick and easy steps to gather their information to claim their free gift, not only do we get their contact info so that we can advertise and sell to them directly in the future, contact details that Amazon doesn't provide to you, on the final step, it also asks them to leave a review. Now, how to employ this exact strategy is beyond the scope of this video, but if you want to learn more about how to do it, I'll leave a link to a video in the description below. All right, and lastly, the second secret strategy to get your initial reviews is by using online review websites. To give you an idea of what I'm talking about, let's jump onto Amazon and let's take a look at this ceramic soap dish sold by Lofekia. Now, if we do a search for soap dishes, we can see that their product is actually sold here and it's on the first page. Okay, so now if we jump onto Google and do a search for soap dish reviews, we can see a list of websites that have a lineup of top soap dishes. And if we jump onto this website, for example, we can see that that ceramic soap dish made by Lofekia is the #1 rated soap dish. And not only that, if we scroll down, we can see that this wood soap dish ranked #2 can also be found on Amazon, and it just happens to also be on the first page of the search results. And the #3 soap dish made out of bamboo, no surprise here, it's also on the first page on Amazon. So how can this help you get reviews? Basically, these review sites are top websites in their niches, and they get tons of traffic, as you can see here. If you contact the site owners of these top review websites in your niche and get them to list and review your product on their websites, it'll help drive a ton of traffic and sales for you. More sales means more opportunities to get reviews. And these site owners are incentivized to do so because if we take a look back on this review site, you'll notice next to each review, there's a link to buy the product on Amazon. And guess what? These are affiliate links. If someone clicks on that button and buys the product or anything else on Amazon, the site owner gets a small commission for that referral. Now again, going into the specifics of this strategy is beyond the scope of this video, but I'll leave a link in the description below if you want to learn more about how to do it. Again, I want to make absolutely clear that Amazon takes review manipulation very seriously. If you decide to do any of the black or gray hat methods, you must follow the strategies that I laid out here. If you get caught, in the best case scenario, the review won't get posted. However, in the worst case scenario, you risk having your listing shut down or your selling privileges revoked altogether. And the minimum ban is 12 days or a full account suspension. Also keep in mind that Amazon tracks your review history. If you get 3 unverified reviews in a single day, Amazon will block that ASIN from receiving any additional unverified reviews. And if you get 6 to 8 verified reviews in a single day, Amazon will block that ASIN from receiving any additional verified reviews. Remember, the average sales to review ratio is around 1%, so try to stick to that. Amazon knows this and is monitoring your review rate, and if it goes over this ratio, they'll take action to stop any fraudulent reviews. And if you're not sure what a verified or unverified review is, a verified review is a review left by someone that purchased the item at close to full price. These reviews will say verified next to the review, as you can see here. Whereas an unverified review is a review left by someone that got the product for free, at a huge discount, or didn't actually buy the product from you at all. These are the reviews that don't say verified purchase next to them. All right, so if you're already selling on Amazon and you have a seller account, then you probably received a newsletter from Amazon a couple weeks ago about their policy reminder on product packaging and inserts. And you can see here that this reminder says the following. Customer reviews help customers make informed purchase decisions and are a great source of suggestions on how to improve your products. Authentic customer reviews help new customers find and evaluate your products before purchasing. We want to remind you that Amazon policies prohibit box inserts and product packaging that direct customers to write a review, even if no incentive is offered for the review. Similarly, directing customers to contact you instead of leaving a negative review on Amazon is also prohibited. Please ensure your product packaging and box inserts are compliant with these policies before shipping your products to a fulfillment center or to your customers. Okay, so this was alarming because of the exact wording that Amazon decided to use in this reminder. They say right here that we want to remind you that Amazon policies prohibit box inserts, and product packaging that direct customers to write a review. So with that wording, it was interpreted that you're not allowed to ask for reviews at all in your product inserts. Now, Amazon actually sent out a updated policy revision immediately after this and stated that this was a mistake. So if I pull up the updated policy reminder, it now reads this. We have a correction to the article included in our October seller newsletter. The product packaging and inserts policy hasn't changed, and please see the updated news article below. We apologize for any confusion caused by this omission. So again, if we come down here, it says policy reminder, same deal, except they slightly updated the wording. It says here, everything's the same except for one word. It says right here, we want to remind you that Amazon policies prohibit box inserts and product packaging that direct customers to write a positive review. Okay, this word positive was omitted in the first newsletter, and they've put this back. All right, it's very important that that word's there, because now when you read this statement, it now reads that you're allowed to ask for a review in your product inserts. You're just not allowed to ask for a positive review in the inserts, okay? So you can ask for an unbiased review. You can't ask for 5 stars or a positive review specifically, okay? So let's go into this in detail. Now, if you log into Seller Central, a pro tip here is that at least once a month, you should be reading the updated news that Amazon posts all the time. Now, I check up on the news at least once a week just to make sure there isn't anything updated that might affect my account. Now, if we scroll down, you can see there's an update right here on November 8th, the policy reminder, product packaging inserts. So let's click on that and we can see the updated verbiage here, right? And like I showed you earlier, it says right here, we want to remind you that Amazon policies prohibit box inserts and product packaging that direct customers to write a positive review. So unlike the original newsletter, this word positive was omitted, okay? So it's been put back. Now what's important here, they have another link that says review our customer review policy on Seller Central. Now this is something you should always be familiarizing yourself with all the terms of service and guidelines related to Amazon. So not just for reviews, but for example, your shipping, boxing, labeling requirements, listing requirements, and stuff like that. You really should be reading up on this stuff so you know the exact rules and guidelines so you're not violating any of them, okay? So if we click on this for the review customer policy, it's going to give us more in-depth detail about what this policy is. All right, so I'll highlight a few of them here. You can see right here, this is if you violate this policy, what can happen to your account, okay? So the actions include but are not limited to immediate and permanent withdrawal of the seller's selling privileges, removal of the product's reviews and preventing the product from receiving future reviews, permanent delisting of the product, legal action, including lawsuits, disclosing the seller's name and other related information publicly. Okay, so make sure you do not violate any of these policies. Now, if you scroll down here, it's giving us explicit instructions on what you cannot do, okay? Violations to customer review policies include, but are not limited to, these actions. So if you read through these, it's the typical thing about manipulating reviews, but what we're concerned with is actually this last one here, or the second to last one. It says a seller inserts a request for a positive Amazon review or an incentive in exchange for a review into product packaging or shipping box. Okay, so you cannot do this, and it specifically states that here. Okay, so now that we've gone over the policy changes and the guidelines, let me show you what you absolutely cannot do and then what you can do. So here's some examples of some inserts that I Googled of what you expressly cannot do with your product inserts or on the packaging itself. Okay, so here's an example product insert. It says, thank you for your purchase. And like in the policy, it says you cannot ask for a positive review. And you can see this one here. It says, we strive to deliver top-notch service and it will make our day if you leave our product a 5-star review. You can't do that. You can't say 5-star, okay? You can ask for a review, but you cannot ask for a positive or a 5-star review, all right? Now, another thing that you can't do is directing the buyer to take another action if they're unhappy before leaving a negative review, Okay, you can see here that it says if you're unsatisfied with your product in any way, please contact us before leaving a review. Okay, that's against the guidelines also. You can tell a buyer to take another action if they're unhappy, but you can't tell them to take an action if they're unhappy before leaving a negative review. All right, so if we go back to the policies, it says so right here. A seller diverts negative reviews to be sent to them or to a different feedback mechanism, while positive reviews are sent to Amazon. Okay, so you can't do that. All right, so you can't incentivize reviews, you can't ask for a positive review, and you can't have two paths of actions, one for positive and one for negative reviews. And another one here of an example that you cannot do. It says, thank you for your purchase. If everything is satisfactory, please take a moment to leave a positive feedback. You cannot say that, okay? You can say, please leave feedback, or please leave us a review, or please leave us an unbiased review. You can't ask for a positive review or a 5-star review, all right? And I think down here it even says, if you're not completely satisfied with your purchase or experience, please contact us first and let us make it right before leaving neutral or negative feedback. That last part of that sentence you cannot do, okay? You can say, if you're not completely satisfied with your purchase, please contact us first and let us make it right, period. Okay, you can't say before leaving neutral or negative feedback. Just so you another example here. So this is another one where this is an incentivized review. This is absolute no-no, okay? So save 50% off on your next purchase. Leave a product review on Amazon.com and we'll email you a 50% discount coupon on your next purchase. You absolutely can't not do that, okay? That's incentivizing a review. Now, here's an example of what you can do. Again, just like the other one, if you're happy, then please leave us a review. And then if you're not happy, then for any reason, if you're not satisfied with our product, then please get in touch with our support team at this email address. That's it, okay? And then they have a coupon here and has nothing to do, it's not attached to, and it's not requiring you to leave a review. All right, so this is an insert card that doesn't violate the terms of service, okay? All right, and another example, we want to take a moment to personally thank you for purchasing our product. Your feedback is so important to us. We would greatly appreciate a product review. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to tell us. All right, to the point, and there's no incentivizing or directing them to leave a positive review again, or directing them to do something else if they're not happy, okay? And we'll show you one more here. Here's a 50% off coupon on your next order, no strings attached, okay? And then if you're happy, if you could share experience with other shoppers, please leave a review here. And then if you're not happy, you can contact them via email here, okay? But it doesn't say before leaving a negative review, contact us. All right, now let's go back to the news section. If we scroll up here, there's actually one more update I want to show you. And on November 17th, there's a clarification to the communication guidelines. So if we click on that, it says here, clarification to communication guidelines. And this is a communication between you and the buyer. And it says, we would like to clarify that Amazon's buyer-seller messaging policies have not changed. Sellers have told us in the past that the policy page was confusing, so we have refreshed the language to make it clearer. We apologize for any confusion this may have caused and hope the refreshed language is helpful. We wish you continued success selling on Amazon. The clear clarifications are available for review here. All right, so here's where they're simplifying the language. All right, so in general, you may contact a buyer who has purchased from you on Amazon only to complete an order or to respond to a customer service inquiry. You may not contact buyers in any way for marketing or promotional purposes, including via email, physical mail, telephone, or otherwise. So here's what you cannot do if you are sending a message to a buyer, okay? You cannot put important in the subject line. It cannot be marketing or promoting material. You can't not incentivize to manipulate product reviews or feedback, okay? You cannot request them to remove or update a review. You can't request more than one time. You can't attach links or attachments that are not necessary to complete the order.
no opting out of messages, and the logos and stuff cannot link to your website, okay? And any content that differs from the contact reason you chose from the contact buyer page. And so they actually have one more note here that says, any communication you have with buyers, including the shipping box inserts, you cannot ask them to leave a positive customer review, okay? So they go over that one more time just to make sure you're aware of that. All right, so in summary, like Amazon says, nothing has changed. They just want you to be aware that you can't incentivize reviews, you can't have friends and family leave you a review, you can't leave yourself a review, you can't offer a product or a refund in exchange for a review, you can't ask a user for a positive review, and you can't divert the customer if they want to leave you a negative review to contact you first. Okay, so make sure you're aware of those policies. So in this video, I'm gonna reveal a secret hack that I use to get tons of positive reviews for my products that I haven't shared with anyone before. So everyone knows that including an insert card with your product can help you generate reviews by asking the buyer to leave you a review. For example, if we take a look on Google, you can see some examples of these types of insert cards. Typically, sellers are thanking buyers and asking them to leave a review. Like you can see here, they're offering them a 30% discount and thanking them. And here's a thank you card here. And here's another one here asking for a review. Here's one with a discount, and so on. Now, let me tell you, I've tried this method, and this isn't the best way to do insert cards to generate reviews. The conversion rate is poor. People are lazy and they don't want to do anything that they don't have to do. There's no incentive for them to stop whatever it is that they're doing and leave you a review, unless, of course, it's a bad review. You'd be surprised how motivational a poor product is for someone. So always avoid poor quality products at all costs. Now, Amazon has strict guidelines on what you can and cannot do when asking for reviews, as well as what you can and cannot do on insert cards. One, you absolutely cannot incentivize reviews, meaning you can't offer a discount or a free product in trade for a review. You can't ask for only positive reviews, and you can't distinguish between positive and negative reviews. For example, if we take a look at this one here, you can't say that if you're happy, leave a positive review, but if you're not, take a different action, such as contacting them first. These are against Amazon's review policy. So with all that in mind, how am I getting around this? The key that I figured out is to offer a highly motivational call to action that incentivizes the buyer to leave Amazon's ecosystem. Why? Because while we're playing within Amazon's ecosystem, we have to play by Amazon's rules. So what is that call to action? I get the buyer to go to my website, where I can then do whatever I want, since I'm not bound by Amazon's rules anymore, and I'm going to show you exactly how I do that. First, forget about asking for the review on the insert card. We already established that this has a poor conversion rate, and the insert cards have to abide to Amazon's guidelines. Now, I'm not going to show you exactly what my insert cards look like, but what you want to do to motivate and incentivize the buyer to head over to your website is to thank them for their purchase, and then in big, prominent, bold-faced letters, tell them that they've won a free product, and in order to claim it, to visit your website. So for example, congratulations, you've won. Claim your prize here with the website URL and a QR code. Now, you want to make sure that the website URL isn't some long, complicated URL. It has to be super simple and easy to remember. For example, whatever your brand name is, put free in front of it, like freemybrand.com. And you want to put a QR code on there too, so they can scan the code to take them directly to your website without having to type anything. You always want to offer a path of least resistance. Now, what's the free product you're offering them? It can be another unit of the same product that they purchased, or if you have more than one product, let them choose from your inventory. Or it can be a $5 Amazon gift card. It's totally up to you. What you don't want to do is offer a discount on a future purchase, a warranty, or an ebook, for example. They don't offer enough value to the buyer. Okay, now let's take a look at my website and I'll show you exactly how I lead the buyer through the entire process and not only generate reviews, but also capture leads. All right, so once the buyer has visited my website from the information on the insert card, it takes them to my website that you can see here. Now, if we take a look here, there's actually 4 steps to this process. And on the first step here, it's asking them which product that they purchased, and they can choose it from this drop-down menu here. And then it's going to ask them what day they purchased it, and this is very important, and we'll get to that in a second, as well as having the option here for them to choose how happy they are with the purchase. You can see that it asks them if they're very satisfied, somewhat satisfied, neither satisfied nor dissatisfied, somewhat dissatisfied, or very dissatisfied. And it's important that you have them be able to choose these options here. And I'll get to the reason why in a second. And then the last question on the first step is asking them if they use the product for at least 7 days. And it's important because you want to make sure they've had time to evaluate the product. If they just received the product, there hasn't been enough time for them to evaluate the product, right? So this makes sure that they've had it for at least 7 days, and they can choose yes or no. And then once they've filled that information in, they can click continue. And it brings them to the next step, as you can see here. And this is where it asks them for their information. And this is where you're going to capture their lead as well as verify their Amazon order. So here it asks them to enter their first name, their last name, their Amazon order number, their email address, their complete street address, and then if they want to receive any special offers and samples. And the default is checkmark yes. Now it's important that they enter their information correctly because you're going to mail them their free item, right? So they're incentivized to leave the correct information, as well as you need to verify their order number so people that randomly found your website can't try to claim a product. So once you have their information, you can check your order history on Amazon to make sure that this order actually exists. Okay, so let's fill in some information here. And then we'll click continue. Now, before I actually show you this third step, here's where the magic actually happens. Now, if we go back to the very first step and we take a look at why this is here, asking the buyer how satisfied they are, this is how we're gonna choose what page to show them as the third step, okay? So if they chose very satisfied or somewhat satisfied, it's gonna bring them to one page. But if they chose any of the last three options here, it brings them to a second page. Okay, so for example, if they chose any one of these two, very satisfied or somewhat satisfied options, the next page that loads is actually this page here. And if we scroll down, it asks them what product they want to receive, and they can choose from a drop-down list here, which includes a free gift card. And if we come down here, it's asking them to share their experience on Amazon. We would love to earn your product feedback. You can copy your review below and share your product experience on Amazon. It would really help our small business. Thank you. So they can leave their comment here or review. And then if they click this button, it brings them straight to the product that they purchased. So for example, if I were to click on this, you can see that it brought them straight to the review page, and they can leave their review here as well as their comment. Okay? This is such a powerful tool with the least path of resistance because it's just a couple of clicks. Okay? Now if we go back to that page, you can see that once they're done with that, they can submit and get their free item. So if I click it, it then brings them to the final page here, which says, "Thank you, we value your time and appreciate your business. One of our customer support representatives will reach out to you soon. Enjoy your free item." Okay? Now here's the other option if they chose anything but satisfied or somewhat satisfied. If they chose one of those options, it brings them to this page. And you can see it's really similar to the last one, but all it's asking them here is for the product they want to receive, which again, they can choose from this dropdown. And it asks them to leave a review here, which only gets emailed to me. It doesn't ask them to leave the review on Amazon. There's no option there. So once they click submit, it brings them to the thank you page. Okay, so it has a split in that process depending on what option they chose on the very first page. Okay, and this is such a powerful method to get reviews and avoid the bad reviews. Now, some of you might be wondering if this is against Amazon's terms of service. And again, we're not doing this on Amazon in Amazon's ecosystem. This is now on your own website. So in my opinion, we're no longer bound by Amazon's rules. I can do whatever I want on my website, and it's sending the traffic where I want it to go. Now, for this click to post a review on Amazon where it brings you straight to the review page, it's a secret hack on how to do this, and I'll leave the exact URL string that you need to use in the video description below. So make sure you scroll down there so you can copy and paste it onto your website and turn that into a button. And you just need to replace the end of it where the ASIN is your product ASIN. And that button will lead directly to your review page. Now, a couple of pro tips here. As far as your domain name is concerned, you need to buy one. And I recommend buying it from a website called namecheap.com. That's where I buy all my domains. So if you jump onto here, they're as low as $8.88 each. If we scroll down, you can see here that .coms are $8.88 each per year. Okay, namecheap.com. I'll leave a link in the description below. And then for building your actual website, you can use ClickFunnels or a WordPress website, which you can host through Namecheap as well. And lastly, and this is something you absolutely need to do, is because it's your website, you can now add a Facebook pixel to your website and track every single visitor that comes there, and then you can retarget them for future purchases. So you can send them ads, as well as if you're launching a new product, you can target them specifically. So not only are you getting more reviews with this strategy, but you're also capturing leads, which Amazon doesn't do for you, and you're building your own email list. And then with the power of the Facebook pixel, you can now retarget your audience. Okay, so once your product listing goes live on Amazon, you need to run PPC campaigns in order to get your first sales. And it's very important that you set up the campaigns properly, and I'll show you how in the next section. PPC is probably going to be the most frustrating part of selling on Amazon that you're going to deal with, especially if you've never done it before. But don't worry, I'm going to show you how the Amazon PPC system works so they can take advantage of it using my 5-step PPC product launch strategy to help you generate your initial sales and propel your listing to the top of the search results. Did you know that 70% of all online sales takes place on the first page of the search results? That's why it's so important that your listing shows up on the first page. But guess what? When you launch your new product on Amazon, your listing isn't going to show up anywhere near the first page. Why? Because Amazon's search algorithm ranks listings based primarily on the daily sales velocity. That means that the listings that sell the most each day typically get placed higher in the search results, which is why you find the best sellers on the first page, like you see here. And since your new product doesn't have any sales, it's not going to show up anywhere near the first page. I wouldn't be surprised if it was on the last few pages or not even show up at all. That's why it's important to run PPC campaigns during a product launch, because using Amazon's PPC advertising system, you can place ads for your product that can appear on the first page of the search results. These are the listings that you see on Amazon when you do a search that say sponsored next to them, like you see here. You can find these sponsored listings at the very top of the search results, in the middle, and at the bottom. You can also find them on the product listings themselves too, like you see here. So you might have guessed, the best ad placement is this one here, at the very top of the first page of the search results. But how can you get your ad there? Well, the placement of the ads are based on bids. Basically, the Amazon PPC system, which stands for pay per click, is like an auction. When someone does a search on Amazon for something, all of the sellers that are competing for the keyword phrase the person typed in compete for the ad spots. The seller that placed the highest bid for that keyword phrase gets the best ad spot, which is the one at the top of the first page. The next highest bidder gets the second best ad spot, which is the one in the middle of the search page, and so on and so on. So, as you might have guessed, if you're the highest bidder, then you can get your ad placed prominently on the first page without having your actual listing organically placed there by Amazon's search algorithm. For example, you can see here that this seller has the best ad spot with their training mask here. But you can also see that Amazon's search algorithm has placed their listing on the first page here as well. Again, the organic placement is based on the daily sales, whereas the sponsored PPC ad placement is based on bids. So in this case, this is the ideal situation for this seller. They have two opportunities for a buyer to see their listing on the first page to capture sales. So now that you understand how Amazon's PPC system works, how can you take advantage of it for your product launch? In order to use the PPC system, you need to create PPC campaigns. And of course, you'll also need a list of keywords that you want to bid on in the campaigns. So naturally, how do you get a list of keywords? Well, there's free tools and there's paid tools. And in my experience, free tools like keywordtools.io and keywordtooldominator.com don't produce a complete and thorough list of relevant keywords. It's not an ideal list that I would use. The tool that I use is Jungle Scout's Keyword Scout or Helium 10's Magnet. For example, if we do a search on a free tool with the seed training mask, you can see that the result it produces is basically a list of keyword phrases that contain the original keyword phrase. Whereas if we do the same search on Helium-10, notice how the search results are much more thorough, and you get a list of keywords that are related and relevant to the seed keyword, and not just a list of keyword phrases with training mask in it. Now, sort the results by search volume, highest to lowest, and then download the list by clicking on the Export Data button here and choose CSV. Then open the file with Excel or Google Sheets. If you don't have Excel, Google Sheets is free to use. Now, before moving on, a pro tip here is to expand your keyword list by stealing the keywords that the top competitors are using in their listings, because the top sellers are obviously doing well, so why not copy the keywords that they're using? You can steal their keywords by grabbing the ASIN of the top listings and pasting them into Jungle Scout's Keyword Scout or Helium-10's Cerebro tool. You can find the ASIN by going to the product listing, and in the URL, the ASIN always starts with a B0. I suggest copying the top 3 to 5 listings as well as the bestseller and the Amazon's choice. Or you can just copy the ASIN from the Chrome extension tool. Make sure you're not grabbing the ASINs of the sponsored listings, only grab the ASINs of the organically ranked listings. Now, if you're using Jungle Scout, do the same thing with Keyword Scout, like so, and download the list. Now, if you'd like to try out Helium-10 or Jungle Scout, they both have a free trial for you to test them out, and if you decide to upgrade, I have a huge discount that I've managed to work out for my community, and I'll have the link to the coupons in the description below. Now, once you have these two lists of keywords, what you want to do is unify them into one single list, and then clean up the data. Then we can move on to creating the 5-step product launch strategy. So first, open up the files. I'm using Google Sheets here. Create a new sheet, and import the CSV files that you downloaded. Then copy the entire list from one sheet and paste it at the end of the other sheet like this, being careful not to copy the column headers. Now we have a single list that contains all of the keywords. So to make things easier, delete all the columns except the keyword and the search volume column. Now what we need to do is remove all the duplicate keywords. This is actually extremely easy. Google Sheets and Excel can do this for us. Just click on Data, Data Cleanup, Remove Duplicates. Select Data has a header row, and leave everything else as default, and click Remove Duplicates. And boom! Easy, right? Now, click on the search volume column here and choose Sort Z to A. So the keywords are now sorted from highest to lowest search volume. Now, we're going to get rid of the keywords that have low search volume. Copy all of the keywords that have a search volume of at least 1,000, like this. Then create a new sheet by clicking the plus sign here, and then paste the keywords into the new sheet, like this. Okay, now we have a keyword list of all of the top keywords that have at least 1,000 searches per month. Now, we're going to clean up this list. What we want to do is manually go through this list and remove any keywords that have absolutely nothing to do with the product that we're selling. In this case, the training mask. These are irrelevant keywords that we don't want since they are completely unrelated to our product. Basically, if someone searches for these keywords, they're in fact looking for something else and not our product. Once you've gone through the list and removed the unrelated keywords, you'll be left with what I call the master keyword list. So what I do is, I suggest renaming this sheet to Master List so that you can identify it later. Just double click here and rename it. Now we're almost done curating our keyword list. Just one more step to go. We're going to split this master list into 2 groups. So first, let's make a duplicate of this master list. And now we're going to go through this list one more time, but this time, pull out all of the main keywords. These are the keywords that are exactly what our product is. Basically, if someone searches for these keywords, they're looking specifically to buy our product. Keep in mind that this list will most likely be very short, depending on your product and how people refer to it in common language. Okay, so once you've identified these main keywords, copy them from the list and paste them into a new sheet like this. Now, name this new sheet Main Keywords. Now, let's go back to the previous list, delete all the main keywords that we highlighted, and let's name this sheet to Relevant. These are the relevant keywords related to our product. Okay, so now you can see that we have 4 lists of keywords here. The first sheet is the original list of keywords we created using the keyword tools. This sheet is the master keyword list. This one is the relevant keywords, and this last one is the main keywords.
Now, you might be wondering why we went to all this trouble to create these separate lists. Well, I'm telling you now, the more organized it can be when doing PPC, the easier it will be for you in the long run when you're creating and testing new campaign strategies and optimizing your campaigns. Okay, so now the exciting part, we can create the 5-step PPC product launch campaign strategy. But before I show you how to do that, there's one thing that you need to understand about how PPC works, and that's what the different keyword matching types mean. The Amazon PPC system has 3 keyword matching types: exact match, broad match, and phrase match. Exact match means it will only match searches that are the exact same phrase as the original keyword phrase and nothing else. For example, if your keyword phrase is leather wallet, your ad will only show up for searches that are the phrase leather wallet exactly as it is. Broad match, on the other hand, means that your ad may show up for searches that are similar to the keyword, including synonyms, misspellings, and related phrases. For example, if your broad match keyword is leather wallet, your ad may show up for searches like small leather wallet red, or leather red wallet, and so on. Now, phrase match is a hybrid between exact and broad match, where your ad will show up for searches that include your keyword in the exact same order, but may have additional words before or after it. For example, your ad may show up for searches like small leather wallet or leather wallet red, but not for searches like leather red wallet or plastic wallet. In general, exact match will give you the most control over when your ad is shown, while broad match will give you the most exposure, but may result in less relevant clicks. Phrase match can be a good compromise between the two, providing some flexibility while still ensuring that your ad is shown to buyers looking for your specific product. But for my 5-step strategy, we're not going to use the phrase match, because as you can see, any phrase match will already be included in a broad match, so it's less work for us when it comes to optimizing the campaigns later. Now that we have that covered, let's get started with creating the 5-step PPC campaigns. Head on over to Seller Central and under Advertising, Campaign Manager, choose Sponsored Products. Now the first campaign we're going to create is an exact match campaign using our main keywords list. So in the ad group name, I suggest naming your campaigns to something meaningful so that you can identify what the campaign is. So in this case, instead of the cryptic default name, let's call it Training Mask Main Exact. This way, we know what product this campaign is for, which keywords we're using, and the match type. Select the product from your list of SKUs. We're going to choose manual targeting and leave it on keyword targeting since we're going to specify a list of keywords to use in this campaign. Now choose Enter List, leave the bid as Suggested Bid, uncheck Broad and Phrase Match, and then head on over to our main keyword list and copy the list of keywords and paste them here. Now click Add Keywords. Now you'll notice that it set a default suggested bid for us here. Now here's where I suggest being extremely aggressive here so that you can almost guarantee winning the top ad spot. Remember, the highest bidder gets the best ad spot, but keep in mind, you only pay when someone clicks on your ad, not when your ad is displayed. So what I suggest doing is overbid the suggested bid by $1. You can see here that for each keyword, there's a suggested bid range. Overbid the high bid by $1. And it doesn't have to be exact. Overbid it and use odd numbers for the penny amount. Since most people are typically going to use multiples of 5, you want to think outside the box and outbid them by pennies. Now, one important thing you need to realize is that just because you bid, say, $3 here, it doesn't mean that every time someone clicks on your ad that you're going to get charged $3. It means that you're willing to bid up to $3. So if the next highest bid is only $1.50, then Amazon will outbid it for you at $1.51 as long as it's less than $3. Make sense? And by being super aggressive here with your bidding, we'll almost guarantee that you'll get the top ad spots for your keywords on your list, and you'll get faster results by collecting data faster, and so you can make better optimization decisions. Now, if you don't want to be as aggressive for whatever reason, then just outbid the suggested bids by 25% or so. Now, once you've done that, scroll down and choose Dynamic Bids Up and Down. Again, if you want to be less aggressive, then choose Down Only or Fixed Bids. Up and down just means that Amazon will adjust your bids up and down depending on how well it thinks it's going to convert. Set the campaign name to the same name that you entered at the top. Leave the start and end date as default. And then for this campaign, set the daily budget to what you can afford. I suggest a minimum of $10 to $20. Now here's a pro tip. Because this is an exact match campaign using our main keywords, I suggest setting the daily budget to $100, even if you only want to spend $10 to $20 a day, and here's why. Now if you think about it, Amazon's PPC algorithm is going to show your ads to potential customers throughout the day. If you set a daily budget of $10, then the algorithm knows that it only needs to show your ad a few times throughout the day to try to use up your $10 budget. However, if you set the budget to $100, then the algorithm knows that it will need to show your ad way more often in order to try to spend your $100 budget. But remember, you don't have to pay when your ads get shown. You only pay if someone clicks on them. So it's to your advantage to get your ads shown as many times as possible, and you can do that by gaming the system in this way. Now, if in reality you only want to spend $20 or so, then every hour or so throughout the day, check how much of your budget has been spent and simply turn off the campaign when it reaches $20, or whatever your budget is. Then turn the campaign back on again the next day when it resets. Make sense? Now, click on Launch Campaign. Keep in mind, it can take an hour or so for your ads to start running. So give it some time and then do some searches for the keywords on your list and see where your ads are appearing in the search results. If it's not showing at the top ad spot on the first page, then you're being outbid. So raise the bid. Now, we still need to create 4 more campaigns to complete the 5-step launch strategy. The next campaign is exactly the same as the one we just created, but this time we're going to use the relevant keyword list. So for the ad group name, let's put training mask, relevant, exact. Choose the product, select manual targeting, keyword targeting, enter list, uncheck broad and phrase, copy our list of relevant keywords and paste them here, and click add keywords. And again, overbid the suggested bids like we did earlier. Set the bidding strategy to the same as you did earlier, in this case, up and down. Set the campaign name, leave the dates, and again, set the daily budget to $100 and click Launch Campaign. Okay, and moving on to the third campaign, we're gonna do the exact same thing again, but this time we're gonna do a broad match using the master list. So let's name this campaign as Training Mask Master Broad. Everything else is the same as before, except choose broad match and copy and paste our master list. Set everything here the same as before, but this time set the daily budget to $20. All right, and now the last 2 campaigns. Here's where we're gonna let Amazon do the heavy lifting for us to capture any potential keywords that we didn't mine ourselves. So the 4th campaign we're gonna create is gonna use keywords that Amazon suggests for us. So let's name this campaign Training Mask Suggested Broad. Set everything the same as before, but this time in the keyword targeting section here, we're gonna leave it on Suggested. Check Broad Match Only, click on Add All, leave the bids as is, again set the bidding strategy like you did before, in this case up and down, set the name, leave the dates, and set the daily budget to $10, and click on Launch Campaign. And last, let's create the 5th campaign. This campaign is going to be an automatic campaign. We're going to let Amazon control this campaign for us. So let's name this campaign to Training Mask Auto. Select the product. This time choose automatic targeting. Leave the default bid as is. Set the bidding strategy to up and down. Change the name. Leave the dates. And set the daily budget to $10 and launch the campaign. And that's it. Now you have 5 distinct PPC campaigns, each testing a specific strategy to help you get the best results while keeping all of the data you collect separated so that you can easily optimize the campaigns. What I suggest at this point is letting the campaign run for at least 4 to 7 days in order to collect data so that it can make informed decisions on how to optimize them. Don't fall into the trap of checking the campaigns every day and making knee-jerk changes. Ideally, I'd let the campaigns run for 7 to 10 days before making any changes. And a common question I get asked all the time, when should you start doing PPC? Well, you should start it right away as soon as your product goes live. There's no sense in waiting. I mean, waiting for what? Of course, if you have reviews, at least 1 review even, your ads will perform better. If you have a fully optimized listing with professional photos and copy, then your ads will perform better. So what does that mean?
Make sure you have all of your ducks in a row and that your listing is ready to go the moment your listing goes live so that you can start PPC right away with everything ready to go. Remember, the point of running PPC during your product launch is to help you generate your initial sales to get your listing ranked onto the first page of the search results. Since without PPC, your listing is most likely going to be buried far down in the search results where no one is going to find it. Now, I'm sure you already know that selling on Amazon isn't free. We have to pay to sell in their marketplace. So it's important that you understand what all the fees are so that you can accurately calculate your expenses and profit. About 1/3 of all the money you make selling products on Amazon is going to go towards paying Amazon fees. Yeah, I know, but it's worth it. In this video, I'm going to go over all of the current Amazon fees, such as the Amazon fulfillment fee, the referral fee, storage fee, and several other fees that you probably didn't even know about. Fees that can turn a product that you thought was going to make you money into a huge loser. I'll also show you how you can easily calculate what your fees will be ahead of time so that you know if what you're planning to sell is even worth selling in the first place. Beginners, including myself, when I first started, ended up overpaying for Amazon fees, which is such a common mistake, and I'm going to show you how you can avoid that, as well as several other tips on how you can save a ton of money on Amazon fees. So like I said, about 1/3 of the money that you make is going to go towards Amazon fees. And this is based on the rule of thirds, where about 1/3 is going to be your manufacturing costs, 1/3 is the Amazon fees, and the last third is your profit. So let's break that down. The biggest portion of the Amazon fee that you're going to pay is the Amazon referral fee. The referral fee varies depending on the category your product falls under, but for the most part, the referral fee is going to be around 15%. And a pro tip, the referral fee is based off the price that your product actually sells for. For example, if you're selling this training mask, the current price is $39.99. So the referral fee is 15% of $39.99, which is $6. However, let's say you have a coupon or promotion, so with a discount, the buyer actually pays $29.99. Then the referral fee is 15% of $29.99 instead, the price it actually sold for. Keep this in mind. A lot of beginners get this confused, and I'll talk about this a bit more later on in the video. Also, a lot of people don't know this, but you can actually lower your referral fee from 15% down to 5%, or even lower it by as much as 30% depending on the product category by taking advantage of a program called the Brand Referral Bonus Program. The average discount is around 10%. And how this works is if you drive outside sales traffic to Amazon, Amazon will give you this referral bonus credit since you did all the work to bring sales to their website. Basically, Amazon charges us sellers a referral fee because by selling on Amazon, we're tapping into the largest e-commerce marketplace in the world. Amazon has over 200 million Amazon Prime members, where nearly half of all e-commerce sales takes place on Amazon. Isn't that nuts? So by selling on Amazon, you don't have to advertise your own business or your own website. You don't have to build trust with your customers. By paying a referral fee, you can take advantage of the fact that Amazon has already built a massive community of buyers that trust its service and are willing to buy on Amazon's platform. However, with the Brand Referral Bonus Program, by spending your own time and money to drive outside traffic to Amazon, Amazon will lower the referral fee since you did most of the work. The second largest portion of your fees is the Amazon FBA fulfillment fee, or what's also called the pick and pack fee. This is the fee Amazon charges you for handling all of the order fulfillment for you. And this is actually the power of selling on Amazon. Amazon offers a service called FBA, which stands for Fulfillment by Amazon. This is where all you have to do is send your inventory to Amazon's warehouse, and each time you sell an item for a small fee, Amazon will handle the order fulfillment, picking and packing the product, shipping and handling, customer service, and any returns and refunds. You literally never have to see or even touch your products. And this small fee is calculated based on the size and the weight of your product. Amazon has several size and weight tiers, as you can see here, but the majority of products are going to fall under the small, standard, and large standard tiers. For example, if your product is smaller than 15 by 12 by 3/4 of an inch, then it falls under the small standard tier. And if it weighs less than 4 ounces,
then your fulfillment fee is $3.22. If it's between 4 and 8 ounces, then the fee is $3.40, and so on. And if your product is 18 inches by 14 inches by 8 inches, then it falls under the large standard tier. And as you can see here, depending on the weight, the fees are much higher. Of course, if you don't do FBA, meaning you plan to do all the order fulfillment on your own, which is also referred to as FBM, or fulfilled by merchant, then you don't have to pay the fulfillment fee. Now, before you can even sell on Amazon's platform, you need to smash the like button for the YouTube algorithm. I'm kidding. Smashing a like button won't let you sell on Amazon, but it does let the YouTube algorithm know that you found value in this video and to show it to more people just like you, and I would really appreciate it. So thank you. My name is Crescent, and if you want to learn more about selling on Amazon and connect with me, as well as surround yourself with other like-minded sellers, join my Amazon Facebook group. It's one of the largest with over 30,000 members. You can find a link down in the description below. Now, with that said, in order to sell on Amazon, you need to have an Amazon seller account. With the Amazon seller account, you can choose from 2 seller plans. There's the individual plan and the professional plan. The individual plan is free. However, each time you sell an item, you do have to pay a 99-cent fee. With the professional plan, it costs $39.99 a month. However, as you can see here, if you sell more than 40 items per month, then it's not worth it to have the individual plan. With the professional plan, you also get access to all of these extra features, as well as marketing and advertising tools, such as being able to do coupons, promotions, and access to the PPC or pay-per-click advertising system. Now, these plans have nothing to do with whether or not you're operating as a registered business entity or as an individual. A lot of people get this mixed up. Choosing a selling plan simply depends on whether or not you want access to the extra selling tools and features and pay the monthly $39.99 fee. So, one way to save a ton of money up front is to start with the individual plan, and when you're ready, only then upgrade to the professional plan, so you can avoid having to unnecessarily pay the $39.99 monthly fee when you're not ready to take advantage of the extra features. Okay, and now onto the fees that most beginners aren't aware that you have to pay. And these fees can add up pretty quickly and end up costing you a ton of money. The first is the Amazon storage fee. This fee is often overlooked, but everyone using Amazon's FBA service has to pay this fee. That's because if you're doing FBA, then you're storing your inventory at Amazon's warehouses using their limited warehouse space. The storage fee is based on the product size and how much space or volume your inventory is taking up at the warehouse. As you can see here, the storage fee is calculated based on the product size tier, as well as the category it falls under. For example, if you have a product that's considered non-dangerous goods and is in the small standard size tier, then the storage fee between January through September is 83 cents per cubic feet. And October through December, $2.40 per cubic feet. And oversize is 53 cents per cubic feet and $1.20 per cubic feet. And you can see here the storage fees for dangerous goods here. Now, you might be wondering why the fees are so much higher between October and December. Well, if you didn't know, that time of the year between October and December is called Q4, or quarter 4. The last quarter of the year is when most businesses can make over half of their annual revenue or more because of all the holiday sales. Because sellers want to take advantage of the holiday rush, Amazon wants to discourage sellers from sending in too much inventory to their warehouses, taking up their limited warehouse space, by hiking up the storage fees during Q4. So one way to save yourself from overpaying storage fees is making sure that you don't keep too much inventory at Amazon during Q4. Track and analyze your sales history and only keep enough inventory at Amazon to cover your estimated sales. So one way to see what your actual storage fee is going to be is to use Amazon's free FBA calculator. Just do a search on Google for Amazon FBA calculator, or I'll leave a link to it in the description below. To see what the fees are, find a similar product on Amazon that has the same size and weight, and grab the ASIN. You can find the ASIN by scrolling down on the product listing page, or you can find it in the URL. It always starts with a B0. Copy the ASIN and paste it here, and you can see what the referral fee is, fulfillment fee, and storage fee. And you can also see what the storage fee is at different times of the year by clicking here. You can even see what the profit margin is here. In fact, you can change the sale price and your costs here, and you can see the updated fees and profit. Now, speaking of storage fees, Amazon also charges long-term storage fees. This fee is charged on products that you've stored at Amazon for more than 365 days. You can see here that the long-term storage rate skyrockets to $6.90 per cubic foot. So if you have inventory sitting at Amazon that's getting close to 365 days, remove it from Amazon and store it elsewhere, or just turn around and ship it back to Amazon so the timing resets. Basically, how the long-term storage works is, let's say you send in 1,000 units to Amazon, and over the course of the next 365 days, you only sell 800 units. Then on the 365th day onward, Amazon will start charging you the long-term storage rate on the remaining 200 units. However, let's say instead you send in 1,000 units, and every month you're selling 100 units. So 5 months in, you've sold half of your inventory, and you decide to restock and send in another 1,000 units. Well, by the time 365 days pass, you've already sold through your original 1,000 units. What's left at Amazon's warehouse is inventory from the new batch that you sent in, which hasn't been there for 365 days. So you're not charged any long-term storage. Make sense? Now, speaking of storage fees, if you need to remove inventory from Amazon, you can do a removal order. However, removal orders aren't free. You can see that Amazon charges you a removal order fee based on the product size and tier. For example, a standard size product that weighs less than half a pound will cost you 97 cents per unit, and so on. But one thing to note, it can take up to 90 days or longer for Amazon to process removal orders. Now, if for whatever reason you don't want to remove the inventory and have it shipped to you, you can actually have Amazon dispose of the inventory for you. For example, if it's a product that you simply don't want to sell anymore, or you have unsellable inventory such as from customer returns, Amazon can dispose of these units for you. Again, the disposal fee depends on the product size and tier, as you can see here. Again, if you want to see these rate cards in detail on your own, I'll leave links to these pages in the description below. Now, one topic that's often overlooked is dealing with customer returns. The thing is, if you're selling products, regardless if you're selling on Amazon or not, you're gonna have to deal with customers' returns. It's just part of the business. However, when customers return an item on Amazon, you as a seller don't get reimbursed all of the fees that Amazon charged you when the sale was made. Amazon only reimburses you a small portion of the fees. This is actually a pretty complicated process, and if you want to learn more about how the return and refund process works and how much you get reimbursed, I have a detailed video that goes over this, and I'll have a link to that video in the description below. And 3 pro tips on how I massively lowered my customer return rate is to actually have a product inspection done when your products are manufactured so that you can ensure only the best quality products are leaving your manufacturer. Make sure your product is packaged well so it doesn't get damaged during shipping. And make sure you clearly communicate what your product is and what it can and cannot do in your product listing so that your customers know exactly what they're buying and that there's no confusion or misunderstanding about what they're buying. Now, Amazon will charge you prep fees if you send in products that are improperly prepped or require Amazon to do final prep for you. For example, if you improperly label your products, or instead of having your manufacturer put the barcode label on your products for you, Amazon can put the labels on your products, but Amazon's gonna charge you a labeling fee of 55 cents per unit. So that can add up pretty quick. Having your manufacturer do it will almost always be much cheaper. Also, if you need Amazon to do other prep services such as bubble wrapping or bagging, you can see what the fees are here. Now, keep in mind, you need to be on top of properly prepping your inventory that you're shipping to Amazon. Amazon has specific guidelines that you need to follow to ship your inventory to Amazon. If you don't follow these guidelines and Amazon has to fix your shipment, Amazon will charge you unplanned service fees. As you can see here, if your products show up with no labels, Amazon will charge you 20 cents per unit on top of the labeling fee. And if you keep sending in products without labels, the unplanned service fee will increase to 40 cents per unit. And if you continue to send in improperly prepped shipments, you can lose your inbound shipping privileges altogether. And last, a fee that surprises so many beginners because it always ends up being a huge, unexpected amount, and that's the inventory placement fee. This is the option that you can turn on so that when you ship your inventory to Amazon, instead of sometimes splitting up your shipment to several different warehouses, Amazon will let you ship all of your inventory to one warehouse. Beginners often try to save money on shipping by turning this option on so that they can ship their entire inventory to one Amazon warehouse to save money on shipping. But turning on this option isn't free. If you navigate to Settings, Fulfillment by Amazon, on Inbound Settings, click on Edit, you can see that if you turn on the Inventory Placement Service option, a per unit service fee applies. As you can see here, the fee starts at 30 cents per unit. So if you're sending in 1,000 units, that's a $300 fee. So now that you know, do the math beforehand to see if using this option will actually save you any money. All right, and speaking of saving money, let's talk about some ways that you can save on these fees. Well, I already mentioned a few strategies, such as starting with the individual seller plan so that you don't have to pay the $39.99 monthly fee until you're ready to upgrade to the professional plan. What I suggest is to wait until your first batch of inventory is done manufacturing and you're nearly ready to launch your product, then upgrade to the professional plan so that you have access to all of the features, including the coupons, promotions, and PPC, because you're going to need these to do your product launch. In fact, if you want to learn more about how to do a product launch and how to start selling on Amazon, I'll leave a link to a free course playlist in the description below. I also mentioned how you can lower your referral fees by taking advantage of the brand referral bonus program. You can also lower your fulfillment fee by selling products that qualify for the small and light program. Basically, if the sale price is less than $12, weighs under 3 pounds, and smaller than these dimensions here, the fulfillment fees are drastically reduced compared to the standard fulfillment fees. And speaking of the product's size and weight, being aware of what tier your products fall under can save you a ton of money in fees too. For example, one of my products was originally 18 inches long on one side, which put it in the large standard size tier. I was able to repackage the item into a smaller box so that it fit in the small standard tier, which drastically lowered my fulfillment fees, but didn't alter the quality of the final product. And while we're on the topic of the product's size and weight, sometimes Amazon will place your product in the wrong tier and mistakenly charge you the wrong fee for your product. And this oftentimes goes unnoticed. That's why it's super important to double check your fees when you ship your products to Amazon to verify that you're being charged the right amount. If you find a discrepancy, you can request Amazon to remeasure and reweigh your product to verify the tier that it should fall under, and then get a reimbursement for the fees that you were overcharged. And remember, you can avoid paying long-term storage fees by properly doing inventory management and removing any unfulfillable units from Amazon's warehouse. The long-term storage rate is astronomical, so you want to avoid having to pay that at all costs. And finally, a pro tip to save a ton of money selling on Amazon, and is how I get to travel for free and reap a ton of rewards for not doing anything extra, and that's paying for your Amazon balance with a rewards credit card. Normally, by default, any money that you owe Amazon, such as your seller account, plan, monthly fee, or pay-per-click expenses, they get deducted from the revenue from your sales. However, instead of doing that, you can change this behavior and instead have Amazon charge your rewards credit card and earn rewards points or air miles. For not doing anything extra, you can now travel for free or earn other rewards. You can change this setting in Seller Central, Account Info, Charge Methods, and adding your rewards card here, and then under Charge Methods for advertising, set it to use the credit card on file. If you're wondering which rewards cards to use and which ones that I recommend, I'll leave a link to these cards in the video description below.
Amazon just implemented some huge updates that completely changes how Amazon FBA works. And for those of you that don't know, FBA stands for Fulfillment by Amazon. And this is a service that Amazon offers us sellers where they'll handle pretty much everything for us, which is what makes selling on Amazon so attractive, because you literally never have to see or touch your products if you don't want to. How it works is you ship all of your inventory to Amazon's warehouse where they'll actually store it for you, and anytime you make a sale, Amazon will pick, pack, and ship your products to your customer, handle all of the logistics including any returns, refunds, and even all of the customer service. And this process used to be extremely simple and convenient, but not anymore. Not with the recent changes Amazon just implemented. And this is going to be one of the main topics I want to cover in this video, because with just this one major change alone, us sellers need to be aware of how to handle the new processes. Otherwise, Amazon is now going to charge us penalty fees. And speaking of fees, I'm going to cover two other major changes. The second major change is with the new Amazon fee structure. And for those of us that have been selling on Amazon for a while now, this shouldn't be much of a surprise. Amazon updates the fees pretty much every year. However, this time, they've made a huge change to the fee structure. Some good, some not so good, so you're going to want to pay attention here. I'll go over how you can take advantage of some of these changes so you can actually save some money. And third, Amazon has implemented a host of new penalties. Penalties for issues that may not have been a problem in the past, but are now. So you want to pay attention here and stick around to the end, because I'm going to go over a ton of new things that a lot of Amazon sellers don't know about, which can save you from paying a lot of money in penalties on issues that could have easily been avoided. So the first major change I want to talk about is a huge one that affects everyone, and that's the new fee structure. And while it's true Amazon updates the fees every year, pretty much to stay in line with inflation, it's not all bad news here. You can see here that Amazon says the average increase across the board is only 15 cents. But I'll actually show you how you can avoid having to pay some of these fees, or in some cases, take advantage of some new changes that can even lower your current fees. And while I realize it sucks to have to pay these constantly increasing fees on Amazon, if you think about it, it's actually far cheaper and a much better ROI to pay Amazon to get access to their millions of shoppers worldwide than to try to attract shoppers on your own. Amazon has over 300 million shoppers worldwide that are buying from Amazon every single day. In fact, over 40% of all online sales takes place on Amazon's marketplace. Isn't that nuts? And for a small fee, you can get access to them. And yes, it sucks that they keep raising the fees, but the thing is, the fees don't just affect you, it affects all of the sellers. And we're all in the same boat, so when the fees go up, we can simply pass this on to the shoppers by raising our prices. Now, one of the biggest changes to these fees is the new inbound placement service fee, which affects products in the standard and large bulky sized tiers. In the past, Amazon would just have sellers ship products to their warehouses across the country with no additional fees unless you specifically want to only ship your inventory to one warehouse. Well, that's no longer the case. In order to lower their operating costs, you can see here that Amazon is now charging, on average, a fee of 27 cents per unit for standard size products and $1.58 per unit for large bulky sized products. But you can actually pay a reduced fee or no fee depending on if you decide to ship to one location or multiple locations. So make sure you do the math now when you're sending your products to Amazon to see which option works best for you. And with that said, it isn't all doom and gloom. On the bright side, Amazon has actually lowered the fees for specific scenarios. You can see here that the fulfillment fee has been reduced for standard size products by 20 cents per unit and 61 cents per unit on large bulky size products. And items priced below $10 will get an additional 77 cents per unit discount. So here's where you need to make sure you package your products in the most efficient way possible as far as the overall size and weight, so that you're not overpaying. And a huge bonus to those of you who are selling apparel, Amazon has slashed the fees from 17% to 5% on items priced under $15, and 17% down to 10% for items priced between $15 and $20. And speaking of packaging, Amazon has introduced a brand new program called SIP, which stands for Ships in Product Packaging. Basically what this is in an effort to be more environmentally friendly, you know, when you buy something from Amazon, they typically ship the item in one of Amazon's branded boxes or padded envelopes. Well, they're now encouraging sellers to package their products in a shippable package that doesn't require Amazon's branded shipping box or envelope. Basically, if your product qualifies, you can save anywhere from 4 cents to $1.32, depending on the size and weight of your product, if Amazon can ship your product in your own packaging. That's a huge savings for us. So definitely consider taking advantage of this discount by talking to your supplier to make sure your product can be properly packaged and protected to avoid damage during shipping in its original packaging. You can also use this opportunity to build your brand and increase its exposure. Think about how many eyes are going to be seeing your box during the shipping process, or just sitting outside of the buyer's house. Ask yourself how you can redesign your packaging to enhance your brand recognition and exposure. Now, moving on with the second major change, Amazon introduced a bunch of new penalties that if you don't pay attention, these penalties can add up fast. The first big change is Amazon is now charging a low inventory fee. Yep, you heard me right. If you run low on inventory when you're doing FBA, Amazon is now charging you a penalty fee. I mean, you never really want to be low on inventory anyways, but this is just another kick in the nuts. Basically, if your inventory levels fall below your historical 28-day average, your fees will go up by as much as $1.11 per unit, depending on the tier. But don't worry, this penalty doesn't apply universally. For example, this doesn't apply to new professional sellers for their first 365 days, as well as new FBA products for the first 180 days. Now, if you want to learn more about how this is actually calculated, I'll leave a link to this page down in the description below. Now, if your head isn't spinning yet, there's another penalty Amazon is now implementing. It's called the inbound defect fee. You can probably tell from the name what this applies to. Sellers keep sending in inventory that doesn't meet the inbound shipping guidelines, and these errors and mistakes slow things down on Amazon's end. So to incentivize sellers to follow the inbound shipping guidelines, if you send in inventory with problems, Amazon is going to penalize you. For example, if you ship inventory that doesn't comply to the FBA shipping requirements, Amazon can outright refuse the shipment altogether, or if you ship to the wrong warehouse, you'll get fined a minimum of 4 cents per unit. Now, that may not sound like much, but if you sent in, let's say, 10,000 units, that's a $400 fine. And the third major change Amazon introduced is a returns processing fee. Because Amazon has always had such an excellent no questions asked returns policy, which is great for buyers, some buyers fully abuse this policy, which is not so great for us sellers. So as you can see here, to address the operational costs of returns and reduce waste, Amazon is now charging a returns processing fee for high return rate products in all categories, excluding apparel and shoes, starting at $1.78 per unit. Yeah, I know. And to make things worse, Amazon has also increased the removal, disposal, and liquidation order fees, making dealing with returns even more expensive. So for those of you that don't follow my Amazon strategy, you need to be conscious of this change and make changes to your product and sales strategy to reduce your return rate. This is why I only sell quality premium products that have value and always make 100% sure that my product listings easily communicate the benefits and features of the product and clearly describe what it can and cannot do so that the buyer knows exactly what they're getting. This will drastically lower your return rate and generate higher product review ratings. Now, for those of you that are still worried about the fees, there's actually several ways that you can offset some of these increased fees. Unsurprisingly, Amazon doesn't actually advertise these methods, so I know a lot of you don't even know that these exist. Such as Amazon actually has a program called New Seller Incentives. For example, I'll highlight a few here. For brand registered sellers, you can get a 10% bonus on your first $50,000 in sales. $200 in Vine credits, which basically makes it free since it costs up to $200 to enroll. $100 in credits in inventory shipping fees for using the Amazon Partnered Carrier Program. $400 in credits that apply to the FBA inbound placement service fee. $50 in promotional clicks for using sponsored products. $50 in coupon credits. And you can even drastically lower your FBA referral fee. The typical referral fee is 15%, but if you take advantage of the brand referral program, you can lower that fee down to as little as 5%. So as you can see, these are huge benefits that we can take advantage of to offset all of the new fees and updates, but only if you know about them. So if you want to read up on these on your own, I'll leave a link to all of these programs and offers down in the description below. Okay, so now that we've gone over the fees and recent changes to selling on Amazon, let's talk about some very important logistics of running your Amazon business that most people don't cover, such as business insurance, paying sales tax, and what everyone wants to know, how you actually get paid by Amazon for the sales you've made.
I don't want to scare you, but did you know that each year in the United States alone, over 40 million lawsuits are filed? Yeah, 40 million. And did you know that the median payout on product liability cases is $748,000? If you got sued and had to pay anything even close to that amount, how would that affect your life and your business? And the last thing anyone wants is to get sued. But the reality of it is, it can happen easily if you're selling products. Someone can get hurt or their property damaged, and getting sued can crush you and your business if you're not properly insured. If you didn't know, Amazon updated the insurance requirements, or you may have received an email from them requiring you to provide proof of coverage, or you risk having your account suspended. So what do you need to do as an Amazon seller? If you're already selling on Amazon and have a professional seller account, that's one where you're paying $39.99 a month, then you were already required to have liability insurance, in case you didn't know that. Amazon just wasn't actively enforcing this policy until recently. They've actually updated the policy and changed the requirements. You can see that it says here, you are required to obtain and maintain commercial liability insurance within 30 days after exceeding $10,000 in gross proceeds in sales in 1 month on Amazon.com, or if otherwise requested by us. So does that mean if you don't have $10,000 in gross sales in 1 month that you don't need insurance? From Amazon's perspective, you don't, but it wouldn't hurt to have it because, like I said earlier, if you get sued, it can crush you and your business. Amazon also has changed their claims policy. You can see here that they will now cover any claims that are less than $1,000. For customer claims of $1,000 or less, Amazon will resolve the claim through a concession to the customer and will not request reimbursement from you or your insurer if you provide proof of insurance. So if you don't want to have to figure out all of the details and learn about how insurance works, Amazon has made getting insurance super easy. They have a list of vetted insurance providers in their new Amazon Insurance Accelerator program. Pick one from the list and they'll be able to walk you through everything that you need to do. Otherwise, if you want to go with your own insurance provider, then you're going to have to make sure your policy meets Amazon's requirements listed here. Now, I'm not going to read it all. You can read through it on your own if you want. I'll leave a link to it in the video description below, but the takeaway from it is you can't just get general liability coverage. You also need to have product liability. General liability covers what you say, whereas product liability covers any injury or property damage. You also need to be sure that your policy covers all of your products, not just the high-risk ones. Be honest when you're speaking with an agent with what products you're selling, where you're selling them, and whether you're selling them online or in brick-and-mortar stores. You don't want to lie in an attempt to save a few dollars on your policy, as it can end up biting you. And the thing is, policies aren't that expensive. If you're doing wholesale or arbitrage, coverage costs around $500 to $700 a year, whereas if you're doing private label, you can expect to pay somewhere around $1,000 a year on your premium. And a few tips before we go. First, I recommend smashing the like button and then speaking to an agent to go over exactly what you need. Don't just go and fill out some form on a website and buy a policy. You may not be getting what you need. And second, if you don't have a registered business, once you sell more than $10,000 in gross revenue in 1 month, you'll need to get insurance. And even if you do have a registered business, such as an LLC, the protection offered by an LLC alone may not cover you completely. And along the same lines, some people think that their homeowner's insurance policy will cover their products that they store at home in the case of loss or damage. It doesn't. Homeowners' policies don't cover business assets. A proper policy will cover your business assets regardless if they're stored at home, at a warehouse, storage unit, or even at a 3PL. If your inventory is stored at a 3PL, don't assume that your inventory is covered. Always ask your 3PL and get it in writing if they say it is covered while it's in their possession. And third, if you don't live in the US, but you're selling in the US marketplace, you may get denied if you try to get a policy with a US-based provider. In those cases, you can check with your local providers, but make sure they can meet the requirements stated by Amazon. Or with US providers, you'll need to get a US address, not a PO box, as well as a EIN. And in some cases, you'll need to also form an LLC. And getting an EIN is actually pretty simple, and you can generally get the EIN within a couple of hours of submitting your application. Just follow the instructions here. And to get a US address, again, not a PO box, there's several services that will give you a US mailing address for free. myus.com and viabox.com are two options. Just sign up with a free account and they'll provide you with a US mailing address that you can use to send your stuff to. And forming an LLC is beyond the scope of this video, so what I suggest is consult a professional to see what your best option is for you. And lastly, Don't buy your policy strictly based on the price. You generally get what you pay for. Cheap premiums lead to cheap coverage. Again, the best thing to do is to contact one of these service providers in the Insurance Accelerator program on Amazon. And if you decide not to do that, do make sure that you read the insurance requirements stated by Amazon here. It's very important that all of these requirements are met. I'll leave a link to this page in the video description below. Okay, so what do you need to do once you've purchased your policy? If you went through the Insurance Accelerator program, you'll generally get your policy activated in less than a week. Once that happens, you can hop on over to Insurance Accelerator in Seller Central, click on Settings, Account Info, Business Insurance, click on Step 2, Upload Proof of Insurance, and fill in the information on this form. Then upload your certificate of insurance. Remember, you have 30 days to comply once you reach the $10,000 threshold, or if Amazon has sent you an email requesting you to provide. Taxes can be a handful, and everyone knows that if you do it wrong, it can cost you a lot of money or get you into a lot of trouble, or both. And let's be honest, there's so much information out there that it can be overwhelming. The thing is, Amazon has recently made dealing with sales tax extremely simple for us sellers, so you don't have to pull your hair out trying to figure it out. So simple, in fact, that I'm going to show you how to deal with taxes on Amazon in just 5 minutes. So you don't have to sit through all the other long-winded videos that go over all this mumbo jumbo that you don't need to know. Let's jump right in. All right, first, a few things new entrepreneurs get mixed up all the time. Sales tax is not the same thing as income tax. In simple terms, sales tax is what you pay when you buy something from the store. Like when you go to Walmart and buy a new soccer ball for $19.99, but you actually pay like $21. That extra that you're paying is sales tax. Income tax is the portion of your paycheck that you pay to the IRS or government every year. It's what's taken out from the money you make from working. In the case of selling on Amazon, we're dealing with sales tax. So at this point, I want to say that I'm not a tax professional or CPA. What I'm sharing with you is for educational purposes only, so don't try to sue me or anything. You should consult a tax professional in your country or state if you have any questions or concerns. Okay, so at the time of recording this video, because of some new legislation that was passed that has to do with marketplace tax collection, marketplaces like Amazon have made it extremely easy to collect and remit sales tax for Amazon sellers selling in the US marketplace. In the past, we had to deal with different tax codes and laws for each state, but now Amazon takes care of collecting and remitting sales tax for us in all US states except 5. You can read more about it on this page if you want to learn more about it, and I'll leave a link to it in the video description below. Now, this is already set up on your Amazon seller account by default, so you don't have to do anything. If we log into Seller Central and click on Settings, Tax Settings, you can verify this by scrolling through the list of states that Amazon is already collecting taxes for you. It's actually easier if you just click on the Add States button here, and you can see that all the states are already checkmarked except for 5. You'll notice that these are Delaware, Missouri, Montana, New Hampshire, and Oregon. But don't worry, 4 of these states don't collect sales tax, so you don't have to worry about them. The only state that does collect sales tax is Missouri. So does that mean you don't need to add Missouri to your account? Not necessarily. You need to add it only if you have nexus in that state. There's 2 types of nexus: physical and economic. Physical nexus means you have employees, inventory, buildings, or equipment located in that state. Economic nexus means you do more than $100,000 in unadjusted gross sales in the past year. So if you don't have physical or economic nexus in Missouri, then you don't need to add it. Again, if you live in Missouri, do business from Missouri, or any of the 5 states that Amazon isn't taking care of this already for you, I highly recommend consulting a CPA to make sure you're doing things correctly and to stay in the loop for any future tax legislation changes. Now, if you do have Nexus and need to add one of these states, just checkmark it and the state will show up in the list here. Now, to get the state tax registration number, you'll need to register on that state's government website.
And what I suggest is you consult a tax professional or CPA to see if you need to select the shipping and handling option here, and if you need to choose a different tax code here. It can vary depending on what you're selling. You may have different tax rates or even a tax exemption depending on what products you're selling. All right, that's it. Let me know in the comments if everything else you researched made this topic way too complicated, and if so, smash that like button for me. Now, one last thing before we go. Each year, if you sell more than $20,000 in gross sales and have more than 200 transactions, Amazon will provide you with a 1099-K form by January 31st of that year that you can download from the Reports Tax Document Library page. And lastly, how are you doing your bookkeeping? I realize that if you're just starting out and you're only selling like 5 or 10 units a day, then doing the bookkeeping yourself, like with QuickBooks or just a simple spreadsheet, would do the job. But if you want to make your life and your accountant's life easier, especially once you grow and scale your business, you can automate the bookkeeping process, and there's a couple of options you can use. Again, if you want to do it yourself, you can use QuickBooks. It's fairly inexpensive, as you can see here, and even less if you're self-employed. Now, if you want to automate some of the bookkeeping, you can use services that integrate with QuickBooks. A2X and Bookkeep.com are two popular options. Both of these are also subscription-based. Now, if you don't want to do any of the bookkeeping yourself, there's actually a service by Bench.co. They handle all of the bookkeeping for you, so you literally don't have to do anything at all. So shop around and see which option is best for you. Having your bookkeeping and taxes done right will save you a ton of time and headache. And today's topic is, how do you get help when you have questions or problems with your Amazon seller account or Amazon business? Ready? Let's go. Okay, so when you need help with your account, whether it's something critical or not, naturally, you can contact a support agent to get help. There used to be a convenient chat message option, but they've removed that. And so now the only options you have is to email seller support or speak to an agent over the phone. Now, if you don't have an Amazon professional account, meaning you're not paying the $39.99 monthly fee, then you only have the option to email. The same is true if you've signed up for a seller account and your account is still in the verification process. You can only contact support by email or by smashing the like button for the YouTube algorithm. Turning that thumb blue may not help you get in contact with seller support, but it does help get this video out to more people just like you, and I'd appreciate it. Now, if you're on a desktop, you can contact seller support by logging into Seller Central and clicking on Help. And in this section here, it's going to offer you help on topics that it thinks you need assistance with. However, what we want to do is speak to an agent, so you'll want to scroll down to the bottom and click on Get Support. Selling on Amazon. Skip this section here and click on Browse for your issue, your account, other account issues, and then describe your problem or question that you have. I'm just going to put something random in here like unrecognized charges on my account. Click on Continue, and then click on My issue is not listed. Click on Continue, and you'll notice now that you have the option to email and to phone. For me, if it's an issue that isn't critical, like I just have a question or something, I'll just contact seller support by email. They'll usually get back to me pretty quick. If it's urgent, like I have an account issue or a problem with one of my listings, then I'll use the phone option. Just enter your phone number here and seller support will call you. Usually you'll get a call within just a few minutes. Just make sure that you have all your information, details, and questions ready so you're prepared to speak to the agent and you're not wasting anyone's time. Speaking to an agent over the phone is actually easier if you use the Amazon mobile app. So if you haven't already, download the app from the App Store and log in. Tap the 3 bars on the top left, tap on Seller Support, then choose Contact Seller Support, Fulfillment by Amazon, then FBA Issues. And bam, you can enter your phone number here. All right, and that's it. It's really that easy. Now, one thing I want to mention in my experience over the last 3 years of helping other people, I've noticed that a lot of people seem to be hesitant to contact seller support, almost like they're afraid to speak to a support agent. Now, I'm not sure where that fear comes from, but I can assure you, If you have a problem, the best way to resolve it is to speak to the person that can fix it for you. And this is the first place that I turn to when I have account issues. On that note, you can also get help online. I have a huge Facebook community with over 25,000 members, and there's many knowledgeable and helpful people there, including myself, that are very active in answering people's questions. I'll leave a link to my group in the video description below if you're not already a member and you'd like to join. Everyone's welcome. And lastly, answers to countless questions are already at your fingertips. Amazon has its own community forums that you can do a search on, and you can also do a quick search on Google. And although I think that I have the ability to do everything, I certainly don't have all of the answers. And when I have a question, I want the answer right now so I can keep moving forward. I can usually find the answer on my own in just a few minutes rather than posting a question somewhere and waiting and hoping for someone to reply with a satisfactory answer. Just remember, one of the key attributes for success is the ability to be resourceful and not rely on other people. Did you know when you sell an item on Amazon, you don't get access to that money right away? In fact, you might not even get access to it at all. The thing is, if you're planning to start an Amazon business, Amazon doesn't actually make it very clear upfront on how you get paid. And in reality, the process isn't as simple as you might think. My name is Crescent, and in this video, I'm going to show you the exact process of how Amazon pays you, how long it takes to get your money, and how you can get your money faster so that there's no surprises on your end so you can properly manage your business and cash flow. You know, with a regular 9-to-5 job, most people normally get paid with a paycheck every 2 weeks, or they might even get a direct deposit into their bank account. And for others, their boss might even pay them with cash. It may sound pretty obvious, but how you get paid is something that you should be very familiar with so that you can manage your finances, right? Now, when it comes to getting paid on Amazon, Amazon pays its sellers in pretty much the same way. The payouts from your sales are called disbursements. And disbursements, by default, are paid out every 2 weeks or 14 days. When that 14-day cycle starts is based on the calendar day that you registered your Amazon seller account. So not everyone is going to get paid on the same day. It depends on when you signed up. Okay, so I know you're probably thinking that sounds pretty simple enough. What's so difficult to understand about that? Well, the thing is, if you sold $1,000 worth of products, Amazon doesn't actually pay you out $1,000. They hold on to a portion of it. Of course, I'm simplifying this example considerably. You'd have to deduct the Amazon fees and some other things, but even then, you won't get paid out the entire remaining balance, or what's called your proceeds. What they hold back is called the account level reserve. The reason why they hold back a portion is to ensure there's enough funds in your account to cover any claims or chargebacks. Now, how this process works is the confusing part. If you do a search in the Amazon help documentation, you'll find this page. You can see here that it says, "We typically reserve your sales proceeds until a certain number of days after the delivery date of an order to ensure you have enough funds to fulfill any refund requests from buyers. We determine the exact number of days based on an assessment of your overall risk and historical performance, with the default being 7 days after the delivery date." So what does that actually mean? Well, conveniently, here's a graphic that describes the process. So let's say a buyer makes a purchase on January 1st. The item is shipped out and the actual delivery date is on January 6th. So January 6th is when the 7-day reserve period starts. As you can see here, the funds for that sale are available on January 14. Now, those of you that are quick at math are like, wait, that's not 7 days, that's 8. Well, you're right. After the 7-day reserve period, the funds are made available the following day, so on the 8th day. Okay, does that make sense? So what does that mean that the funds are available? What it means is that on your next payout date, which in this example is on the 24th, the funds for this sale are available to be paid out to you. However, remember the disbursements are paid out every 14 days. So back on January 10th, you also got paid out, as you can see here. But the funds for this sale weren't available for that January 10 payout date because the reserve period had not yet expired. Make sense? So in summary,
All of your sales that are eligible for payout prior to your next payment date will be paid out to you on the next disbursement. The sales that weren't eligible will be rolled over to the next payout date, and you'll see it in your account as the starting balance. Okay, so a couple of things to be aware of. First, if you're doing FBA, Amazon is going to know the exact delivery date because Amazon is doing the order fulfillment. But if you're doing FBM, the delivery date is based on the estimated delivery date, and the 7-day reserve period will be calculated based on that estimated date. And second, Amazon may hold back additional funds based on your seller account age, account status, or seller feedback. So if you're a new Amazon seller, or if you have less than average selling status or feedback, then expect to see more of your funds being held back. In fact, as a new seller, I wouldn't expect to see your first disbursement payout for at least 4 to 6 weeks. All right, so now that you understand how the process of getting paid works, how does Amazon actually pay you? When your disbursement date arrives, Amazon initiates an ACH transfer directly to your bank account. The bank account is the one you set up in your Seller Central account. You can find the account details or change the bank account under Settings, Account Info, Deposit Methods. Keep in mind that the ACH transfer can take up to 5 business days to post to your bank account. So if we go back to our previous example, if your scheduled payment date is on January 24, then you may not actually see the money in your account until January 29. Now, if you want to track the status of your disbursements, you can actually track that in Seller Central under the Reports, Payments, Disbursements tab. You can see your payout statuses here. And one thing to keep in mind, in order for you to get a disbursement, you must have a positive account balance, a valid credit card on file, a valid bank account on file, and have eligible funds to transfer. Otherwise, you won't get a disbursement on your scheduled payment date. All right, so this is the default payment schedule that Amazon uses. But what if you need access to your money sooner? What if you don't want to wait, or you can't wait the 14 days? Like you need cash to buy more inventory, pay advertising, bills, or whatever. Well, you can use the request payment option to get paid sooner. It'll calculate the eligible funds that you can access up to the current date, rather to the end of the payment period, and initiate a transfer to your bank account now, rather than on the scheduled 14-day payment period. Although, keep in mind that it can still take up to 5 business days for the money to post to your bank account. And by requesting a payment, it'll also reset that 14-day payment cycle to the day you requested this payment. And so this is actually a pretty common technique sellers use. Instead of having to wait 14 days, some sellers will request a payment every week or even every day so they can put that money to use right away. So what if even the request money option isn't fast enough for you, or you need access to more money than is available? Well, that's where Payability can help. Payability is the financial toolkit for e-commerce sellers, empowering e-commerce sellers with friction-free cash flow and working capital solutions. Instead of waiting days or weeks to get your cash, Payability provides accelerated daily payouts for marketplace sales, marketplaces like Amazon. When you need cash flow to fund your business now, with Payability's instant access, you get paid out the next day. That's right. Access your cash in less than 24 hours each day, every day. Just apply using my link, join.payability.com/CrescentKO. There's absolutely no credit checks, and e-commerce businesses get approved for funding in as little as 24 hours. Instant access is available to you even if you don't live in the US. And if you need working capital to grow your business, Payability's Instant Advance offers capital advances of up to $250,000 that you can use to purchase more inventory, launch a new product, marketing, or anything else you need to take your business to the next level. And best of all, instant access isn't a loan. Funding is revenue-based. Payability is buying a small portion of your future sales, so sellers like you don't have to take on debt or give up any equity. You can learn more by clicking the link in the video description below. Again, applying is quick and easy. There's no credit checks, and you can get funds directly to your bank account in as fast as the next business day. And as an exclusive offer to my community, Apply now and you'll get a $250 sign-on bonus when you get funded. Just click the link in the video description below to find more information and get started. Again, there's no credit checks or obligations, so apply now to take advantage of this exclusive offer. All you have to do is click the link in the video description and you can get your money as soon as 1 business day. All right? So this is how you get paid as an Amazon seller. One of the most common questions I get asked about getting paid is why a payment didn't go through. Well, if you're expecting to get a disbursement payment and you don't see it, the most common reason is because you have incorrect or invalid bank account or credit card information in your seller account. Or you have a negative balance, meaning you actually owe Amazon money, so there's no money to pay out. So make sure you check those out first. Keeping track of your sales is important, not only so you can know how well your business is doing, but it also lets you track how much money you're making and makes doing your taxes a lot easier. Now, if you're just starting out and you're selling like 5 or 10 units a day, then doing the bookkeeping yourself with just a simple spreadsheet would do the job. In fact, that's what I did when I first started. But you can quickly outgrow that once you start selling a lot more. A software solution where you can still do the bookkeeping on your own, like QuickBooks, is a great option. It'll make your life and your accountant's life easier, especially once you grow and scale your business. Now, once your business grows to a certain size, you'll realize pretty quick that bookkeeping can take up a lot of your time every day, where that time could be spent better doing other tasks. Here's where we can offload or automate the bookkeeping process, and there's a couple options that you can use. Again, QuickBooks has a fairly inexpensive option, as you can see here, and even less if you're self-employed. If you want to automate some of the bookkeeping, you can use services that integrates with QuickBooks. A2X and bookkeeping.com are 2 popular options. Both of these are also subscription-based. Now, if you don't want to do any of the bookkeeping yourself, there's actually a service by bench.co. They handle all of the bookkeeping for you, so you literally don't have to do anything. So shop around and see which option is best for you. Having your bookkeeping and taxes done right will save you a ton of time and headache in the long run.
All right, so while we're on the topic of bookkeeping and finances, let's talk about how much money you need to get started selling on Amazon.
And if you're considering starting your Amazon business today, just like starting any other type of business, one of the first things you should consider is the financial investment. Today, we're going to talk about what the realistic costs are and factoring in the recent Amazon changes. I'm also going to share with you some bonus tips at the end of the video on how you can save a ton of money that I've discovered and put together through my experience. Now, I'm going to try to keep this as simple and organized as possible since there's going to be a lot of numbers flying around. But first, I want to dispel some bad information that I see floating around on the internet. I see a lot of people claiming that you can start an Amazon business with like $500 to $1,000 with excellent results. And that might be the reason that enticed you to look into starting your own Amazon business. But I want to tell you right now that it's highly unlikely to happen. I'm not saying that it's impossible. I've actually seen people do it, but it's not likely or realistic. So don't expect to be one of those few. Amazon isn't a get-rich-quick scheme, and it will take commitment and dedication from you, not just with money, but with your time if you want to succeed. So if that's not something you're willing to do, then Amazon probably isn't the right business model for you. All right, so with that out of the way, what are the realistic costs involved? Well, there's the core expenses, which everyone will incur. There's optional or recommended expenses, and then there's the unknowns. So let's start from the beginning, and I'll go over everything that's involved and which parts are required and which parts are optional and why. And then we'll total everything up in the end. Okay, so first, it should be pretty obvious if you want to sell on Amazon, you'll need to have an Amazon seller account. There's 2 plans you can choose from, the individual account and the professional account. The individual account is free, but you are charged a fee for each item that you sell. The pro account is $39.99 a month. And as you can see here, if you sell more than 40 units a month, it's not worth it to get an individual account. You also don't get access to all the seller features with the individual account. So what I suggest you do is get the professional account right away so you can play around with the system and learn how to use it. If you're really penny pinching though, you could start with the individual account, but you'll want to upgrade to the pro account when you've found your first product and you're ready to move forward with it. To be quite frank though, if spending $40 a month is a struggle for you, you'll want to save up some more money so you can start this business off on the right foot with the ability to get everything you need to set yourself up for success. Okay, so when setting up your seller account, you can either set up your account as a business or as an individual. Now, selling on Amazon as an individual doesn't cost you anything. You'd just be claiming any revenue as personal income, but you don't get any tax or liability benefits. Setting up a registered business has many advantages, such as a tax shelter and liability protection. There are different business types you can set up, from a sole proprietorship all the way to an LLC, and the prices can vary from $50 to as much as $800 or more, depending on the type of business and what state you're registering in. Now, if you don't have a registered business, you can still sell on Amazon as an individual. You don't need to have a registered business to sell on Amazon. But once you do reach a certain level of sales, such as $10,000 a month, then definitely register a business at that time. One thing to note that a lot of people don't realize is that Amazon's terms of service does state that all professional seller accounts need to have liability insurance. Now, this might sound scary, but don't worry, it's not. I didn't get insurance until like 7 or 8 months into selling on Amazon. Amazon doesn't actually check if you have insurance or not, but it's just like having home insurance or car insurance. It's not something you want to get caught without in case something does happen with one of your products. What I suggest is, if you sell products that you think can in any sort of way injure someone or their property, then get insurance right away. Products like food, creams or lotions, anything someone would ingest or put on or in their body or plug into the wall can cause a fire, swallow, or hurt themselves in any way, then definitely get insurance. If it's a product where you don't think any of this can happen, then if you have higher risk tolerance, then wait. But keep in mind that liability insurance isn't that expensive. If you get insurance from popular companies like Wells Fargo or Geico, for example, it's as little as $50 to $80 a month. Okay, moving on. The most important part of selling on Amazon is choosing the right products to sell. I can't stress this enough. I see so many people choosing products based on intuition, a feeling, or what they think is a good product, or just seeing what's already selling well on Amazon, and that's simply not the right way to find products to sell. You need to find products that have consistent sales, high demand, and low competition. And nowadays, there are powerful tools out there that can help you do this and make it far easier than in the past, where this type of data wasn't even available. The product research tool that I use and recommend is Jungle Scout. There's 3 tiers you can choose from, but the one I suggest you get is the Suite. It has all the options and features you'll need, from product research, keyword research, listing creation, and product launch. If you subscribe annually, it's $49 a month, which you get a huge discount of $240. Otherwise, if you prefer to subscribe monthly, it's $69 a month. What I suggest you do is not actually lock yourself in for a whole year. When you're just starting out, get the monthly subscription while you're doing product research. Product research typically takes around 2 to 3 months, so once you've found your first product, you can go ahead and cancel the subscription and rejoin later when you're ready to find your next product. Or if you want to continue to use the tools while you're doing your product launch, for example, then use it until you're done and then cancel. But I've got an extra step for you. I actually have a coupon where you can save up to 30% off, and I'll leave a link to this coupon in the video description below. All right, so once you've used Jungle Scout and found a product, you'll want to contact some suppliers to get the product manufactured. However, before committing to a manufacturer, it's important to get some samples of the product from multiple manufacturers in order to vet their quality. This is a step that I see a lot of people overlooking because they feel that it's too expensive. Suppliers will typically tell you that the samples are free, but you do have to pay for the shipping. And this is pretty much industry standard. Shipping usually costs around $50 to $100 depending on what it is. And if you're talking to 3 or 4 suppliers, yeah, I agree, it does seem to get overly expensive. But realize that if you don't vet the suppliers, you risk getting products that don't match what you expect, are completely different, or are of poor quality. And believe me, it happens. And as usual, there are ways you can save some money. First, there are services that will consolidate all of those samples that you order and ship them together for you. Just do a search on Google for sample consolidation. And second, the supplier will generally reimburse you the cost of the sample when you place your first order. So make sure you bring that up to them when you place your order. And a pro tip here, a lot of people overlook the fact that you're competing against all the other sellers of the same product on Amazon, and that if you want to beat them, you should know what the top sellers are doing with their products by ordering a unit from the top 3 or 4 sellers, so you can see the quality of their product, how they're packaging it, and what promotional material they're including. It's like spying on your enemy. So an average unit cost of a competitor's product is probably going to be around $20. Sun Tzu even said, "Know the enemy and know yourself. In 100 battles, you will never be in peril." So once you've decided on a supplier, you need to place an order for your product. The cost here can vary drastically based on the product itself and how many units you're ordering. Whether you're customizing it or modifying it, adding a feature, changing the material, or bundling it with another item, all will affect the cost. A typical first order is usually around 300 to 1,000 units. And the thing is you don't want to guess this amount. When doing your product research, you should have a good idea of how many units the product sells each day and month. You'll want to order enough units to last you at least a month, or enough to last you until you can reorder without having to run out of stock. So figuring out how many units to order is beyond the scope of this video, but if you want to learn more about it, I'll post a link to a video on this in the description below. And as an example, if you're doing a product like these silicone rings, they'll cost around 5 cents to 10 cents each, whereas if you're doing something like my favorite can openers, you can see they're somewhere around $2 each. This price is for what suppliers call the MOQ, which is the minimum order quantity. And typically, the more you order, the cheaper it is per unit. So like I said, the cost of inventory varies, so I would give it a rough estimate of around $1,000. Now, in order to list your products to sell on Amazon, you need to have what's called a UPC barcode for each of your products. Amazon's barcode policy states that you need to buy your UPC barcodes directly from GS1, and that if you use third-party barcodes, you risk having your listing or selling privileges removed. GS1 barcodes normally cost $250 for 10 barcodes with an additional $50 annual renewal fee, whereas third-party barcodes from places like Nationwide Barcodes are around $10 each. So as you can see, it's tempting to buy third-party barcodes. The thing is, Amazon hasn't really enforced their GS1 barcode policy. I've always used third-party barcodes and never had a problem. However, a pro tip here, recently, it's no longer worth it anymore to use third-party barcodes or even get a GTIN exemption. If we take a closer look on the GS1 website, they've recently updated their pricing, and as you can see here, you can now get a single GS1 UPC barcode directly from GS1 for only $30 with no annual fee. Now, when your product is manufactured, you need to have it shipped from your supplier's warehouse to Amazon. Your supplier is most likely overseas in China, so you have 2 options. You can ship it by air or by sea. Air shipping is the fastest and usually takes around 7 to 10 business days, but is expensive. Whereas sea shipping is the cheapest way to ship, but can take 3 to 8 weeks. What I suggest is for your first shipment, which is usually pretty small, like around 300 to 500 units, I would ship it all by air and start selling as soon as possible. On subsequent orders, when you're ordering 5,000 or 10,000 units, that's when sea shipping would make more sense and you can save a lot more money and you can plan for the 3 to 8 week delivery time. The price for shipping by air depends on the size and weight of your shipment, but products that are in Amazon's standard size tier, which is generally something that can fit inside a shoebox and weighs less than a pound, you can expect to pay around $700 to $1,000 for shipping. And don't forget about shipping insurance too. Shipments go missing, planes crash, ships sink, and who knows? It's a cheap investment to protect your shipment. It's as little as around $75 for a $10,000 insured value. Also keep in mind that the time of year can affect the cost of shipping too. Prices are the highest during Q4 because of the holiday rush, as well as the time around Chinese New Year. COVID-19 has also affected shipping costs and shipping times, with the quarantines and lockdowns affecting workers at the warehouses, shipping facilities, and ports. Okay, so one crucial step before you ship your products, make sure you have a product inspection done. I can't stress enough how important this step is. I've seen too many times where the production units weren't up to par, or there was a miscommunication somewhere and the products ended up being manufactured incorrectly, like the wrong color, wrong size, or assembled incorrectly. I've also seen times where the quality of the final production units didn't match the quality of the samples that were originally sent. Now, you don't want that to happen to you, right? So for at least the first 2 or 3 orders, have an inspection done. It's a small investment for your peace of mind and to protect your large investment. Inspections aren't that expensive. They cost around $150 to $300 depending on what you want done. Now, in some cases, if your product is stupidly simple that no one can possibly mess it up during manufacturing, then you may not need to have an inspection done. For example, if your product is something as simple as these silicone rings, you can just have your contact at your supplier send you detailed photo updates during the manufacturing process, or even do a live Skype or FaceTime session so you can see your products and make sure they're how you expect them to be. Now, onto the items that will add value to your product. Firstly, you want to put your brand or logo on the product. Doing so gives your product credibility and will help prevent other sellers who may want to copy you, called hijackers. Now, if you're not artistic, you can hire a designer to create a logo for you. A popular place to find a logo designer is on Fiverr.com. Logos can cost anywhere from $25 to $50 or more. However, keep in mind that you typically get what you pay for here. So look through the designer's portfolios and see if their work is what you had in your mind before hiring them. A good place to find designers where designers have already been vetted is on Jungle Scout's market. I would personally hire a designer from here, as all the designers have been vetted by Jungle Scout, so you can be assured that the quality will be top-notch. A pro tip is to hire a designer that will design your logo as well as your packaging. You can usually get a far better deal, and the design is more cohesive since it's all done by a single designer. Which brings us to the next item, which is the package design. Don't underestimate the value of having good packaging. The perceived value as well as the unboxing experience can add a lot of value to your product. Opening a plain plastic poly bag or a cheap cardboard box just isn't the same as a well-designed package like an Apple product. It screams quality and doesn't add much to the cost. As you can see, you can get a package design with logo for around $100 or more. And finally, the most important part of your Amazon product listing is the photos of your product. The quality of your photos will make or break the success of your product. Poor quality photos is an immediate turnoff to potential buyers, as it doesn't show off the quality of your product. It's not doing it any justice. So don't try to take photos yourself. Unless you're a professional product photographer, always have professional photos taken by a professional. Just like with the logo design, you really get what you pay for with professional photos. Expect to pay around $150 to $700 or more for a set of product photos. The more complex you want the photos, such as having to hire models or having a custom set, will increase the cost. And once again, you can find product photographers on Fiverr.com, Upwork.com, or on Jungle Scout's market. All right, so that pretty much covers all the known costs. So you can see over here that I've totaled up all the costs, and you can see the lower and upper range depending on what certain things cost. Now, there's also the unknowns that I want to go over so you're aware and can be prepared. You should keep a buffer on hand so that you can cover any expenses that come up. For example, if you ordered, let's say, 500 units and you're selling really well and you need to reorder, will you have enough funds on hand to do so? The thing is, as you're making sales, you don't get that money paid back to you right away. Amazon pays you every 2 weeks, so you can't count on using that revenue to pay for expenses like future orders. Now, there's also a couple of things that you need to consider that's a bit different during COVID-19 and its effects on Amazon and shipping. For example, right now, Amazon has a 200 unit storage limit on all new ASINs. So if you order more than 200 units from your supplier, you're going to have to find a place to store your extra units and send in more inventory as you sell on Amazon. You can store the extra inventory at your house, a storage unit, your freight forwarders, or at a 3PL service. So that's an extra cost that you'll have to bear. How much that ends up costing depends on what you can negotiate with whoever ends up storing that extra inventory for you. If you store it at your house, you can probably do that for free, but a storage unit, depending on the size, can be $20 a month and up. A freight forwarder or 3PL will probably charge you based on how much space your inventory takes up, which might end up being just a few dollars per square foot. Another unknown is your marketing and PPC costs. There's really no way to estimate what this is going to cost, so it really depends on how competitive the niche is and what your budget is. More competitive niches will generally have higher ad costs since the sellers are driving up the costs on those ads. So ultimately, how much it costs depends on what you can afford to spend, whether that's $10 a day or $10,000 a month. The thing is, once you've put together an optimized ad campaign, the advertising dollars isn't a net loss. For example, for every dollar you spend on ads, you're actually making $1.50 back in revenue. All right, and lastly, let's talk about education. What price can you put on properly learning this business so you can set yourself up for success? For some reason, there's a negative connotation when it comes to educating yourself with anything that's tech related. For some reason, a lot of people feel the best option is to learn on your own. Sure, you can do that, but how far can you really get on your own? If you are aspiring to be a professional athlete, do you think playing with your friends in your backyard every day will get you there? Or do you think taking it seriously and having a professional trainer and professional coach would be the best strategy to achieve that goal? Lawyers, doctors, pilots, every person at Google and SpaceX went to school to learn their trade so they can get their dream jobs. So ask yourself, if money wasn't an issue, what do you think the best option would be for yourself? So I'm not going to try to sell you on a course. That's entirely up to you, but I strongly suggest that you consider your education and how it will affect your path through this business venture and what the end result will be. Find a mentor you can relate with and follow their footsteps. Why learn from your own mistakes when you can learn from someone else's? I went to college for 7 years and I have 2 degrees, yet I've taken countless courses to learn whatever it is that I need to learn, including Amazon. I took a course and learned the entire Amazon business over 1 weekend. You could scour YouTube and Facebook groups for months and still not learn everything. The problem is you don't know what you don't know. And it's those little things that can cause your business to fail. So how much is your time and that knowledge worth to you? I've seen courses range from under $100 to well over $5,000. The thing is you really get what you pay for. So again, find someone that's already been through the hard knocks and is already successful that you can connect with and learn from them. My advice is learn from people that you would want to trade lives with. To be quite frank, if your friends, family, or parents don't have the life that you want to live, then taking their financial advice probably isn't the best thing to do. All right, so let's summarize all of the costs. If you include everything that I discussed, you can see that to start your Amazon business, you're looking at around $3,600 to $5,600. Now, if you want to slim things down by removing the optional items or items that you can add later, like the professional Amazon account, registering your business insurance, the product inspection, and a course, then you're looking at a budget of around $2,300 to $3,400. If you're in a situation where you don't have enough capital yet to start the business, I don't suggest cutting corners. You'd only be shooting yourself in the foot. Spend a little more time and save a little bit longer until you have enough capital set aside to properly start your new Amazon business. Fear is the #1 killer of dreams. And how do I know this? I've consulted and worked with more people than I can count, and fear is easily the #1 reason holding people back from starting their side hustle or Amazon business. Fear of failure, fear of making mistakes, fear of uncertainty, fear of losing money, and a host of other reasons. What's the reason that's holding you back? I'm going to cover the top 5 reasons in this video and how you can overcome them and finally take your first steps to achieve financial freedom. So let's start with fear. I'm going to be honest with you. I've started many businesses in the last 20 to 25 years, and not all of them have been successful. And I can tell you that that feeling of fear never goes away. But what I can tell you is that it's manageable. Just like any other emotion, once you've experienced it, you can manage it. Starting a new business can be daunting, and it's natural to feel fear and uncertainty. Fear of failure, fear of the unknown, and fear of taking risks are common reasons why people hesitate to start a new Amazon business. However, it's important to remember that fear is just an emotion, and it shouldn't hold you back from pursuing your dreams. And in my opinion, the biggest reason people experience fear is due to the lack of knowledge. And I can attest to that. From my own experience, the more I don't understand something, the greater the fear I experience. And fear manifests into lack of action. To help you overcome the fear of starting a new Amazon business, educate yourself. One of the best ways to overcome fear is to educate yourself about the business. Research the Amazon marketplace and how it works. Learn about the strategies and tactics that successful Amazon sellers use, as well as the common pitfalls and hurdles that you can expect to encounter. By getting an overview of the entire process of selling on Amazon from A to Z, you can get a better understanding and clarity of what to expect and help you feel more confident in your abilities and take action. And this is where I'm actually pretty jealous. There's endless resources available to anyone nowadays for you to learn about practically anything your heart desires. And what's also helped me through my fears is finding a mentor and surrounding yourself with other like-minded people. Having a mentor can be incredibly helpful when starting a new business. You can learn from an expert who has experience in the Amazon marketplace and ask for advice. A mentor can provide you with valuable insights and help you avoid common mistakes and streamline your growth.
And recently, I just started a coaching and mentorship program where I work directly with other people one-on-one to help them start and grow their Amazon businesses. And you can see their results and what they have to say straight from their mouths. If you want to see if you'd be a good fit to work with me, you can find more information about my program on my website, elitesellerformula.com, and book your free action call. I'll also leave a link to the website down in the description below, and I look forward to chatting with you.
Now, a common misconception that prevents people from starting their Amazon business is they think they need to have a registered business and trademark in order to sell on Amazon. Well, let me tell you right up front that you don't need either of them. You can start selling on Amazon even if you don't have a registered business or trademark, and pretty much anyone can sell from anywhere in the world at any one of Amazon's marketplaces. You can start selling as an individual, and you can always update your seller account details if you decide to register a business or trademark in the future. The process is relatively pain-free as long as you follow Amazon's guidelines and requirements. Now, how many of you have a job or a career? Or how many of you are going to school, have a family, or have responsibilities? I understand life is busy and hectic for pretty much everyone on this planet, and this often becomes an excuse for not getting started. Not having enough time. While it's true that our lives can be busy and overwhelming at times, the reality is that most of us have far more free time than we realize. Watching this video, for example. I'm not saying that you should stop watching my content. Definitely keep watching and smash those like buttons, but ask yourself how much time you're spending each day consuming content. Scrolling through Facebook, Instagram, or TikTok, or watching Netflix. Setting aside just 15 to 30 minutes every single day to build your side hustle can be life-changing. Look, making the excuse of not having enough time really boils down to 4 key factors. Prioritization. It's important to make time for the things that matter. If starting a side hustle is important to you, make it a priority to set aside time each day or week to work on it. Reevaluate how you spend your free time and find ways to make your side hustle a priority. Time management. You can also learn to manage your time better. For example, you can use tools like calendars, timers, and productivity apps to help you stay on track and make the most of your time. Start small. It's not necessary to devote hours a day to building your side hustle. Starting small and building up over time can be a great way to get started. Even just dedicating 30 minutes a day to building your Amazon business can make a significant difference in the long run. And self-discipline. One of my favorite quotes from Mark Cuban is, "The only thing you can control in life is your own effort." If you're serious about making a change in your life and building a successful Amazon business, it's important to be disciplined and motivated. By setting clear goals and being accountable to yourself, you can stay focused and committed, even when you feel like you don't have enough time. Making a change in your life takes effort, and no one is going to do it for you. Now, along those same lines as not having enough time, another common excuse people give for not pursuing their Amazon business is not having enough money. While it's true that starting any business requires some capital, the cost of starting an Amazon business can vary depending on your approach and the products you choose to sell, and can be far less than you assume. Although it's not common, people have started their Amazon business with as little as $500 to $1,000. And from my experience, the average startup costs are extremely low. Compared to traditional brick and mortar businesses such as a coffee shop or retail store, which can cost hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars to get off the ground, in my experience, Anyone can start an Amazon business for around $2,000 to $3,000. That's why selling on Amazon is so attractive to new entrepreneurs. Selling on Amazon doesn't require a large investment up front. The amount required is actually really flexible and entirely depends on the products you choose to sell and how you choose to sell them. You can source products cheaply from manufacturers or wholesalers and negotiate a favorable rate to keep your costs down. And if you take advantage of Amazon's FBA service, which stands for Fulfillment by Amazon, Amazon will actually store all of your inventory, pick, pack, and ship your products for you, as well as handle all of the customer service, all for a very small fee. Furthermore, an Amazon business is also easily scalable. It can be scaled up as your profits increase. You can start with a relatively small investment of inventory and gradually increase it as you start making more sales and build up your cash flow. And finally, the most common reason that comes up literally every single year, and I'm sure you've already heard it too, and that reason is that it's too late to start selling on Amazon. That Amazon is way too saturated. And let me tell you, this can't be farther from the truth. The people that perpetuate this misinformation are speaking out of ignorance. Look, the numbers don't lie. Let's take a look at some data. Right now, there are over 350 million products available for sale in the Amazon marketplace. And according to the latest statistics, there are over 300 million active buyers worldwide, with over 200 million of them being Amazon Prime members. In fact, over 172 million Prime members are in the US alone. 172 million. That's 60% of the US population has an Amazon Prime account. And in contrast, there are 9.7 million Amazon sellers globally. However, only 1.9 million of them are actively selling on the platform. Now, that might sound like a lot, but that means over 80% of Amazon sellers don't actually sell anything. They've never even listed a single product to sell. And if we take a closer look at the numbers, there's over a 150-to-1 ratio of buyers to sellers. That means for every new seller that joins the platform that actually lists something to sell, there are over 150 Amazon Prime members. 150 to 1. And that gap is only getting bigger every single year. So let me ask you, do you still think Amazon is saturated? If you ask any successful Amazon seller, myself included, their only regret is that they didn't start sooner.
Again, if you're looking to fast track your results and work directly with me one-on-one, you can find details about my coaching and mentorship program at elitesellerformula.com and book your free action call today.